And now settle into 10 continuous hours of Barbara O'Neill's calming health wisdom. This wellness compilation draws on natural healing principles, exploring sleep recovery, hormones, the nervous system, and essential minerals to create the ultimate backdrop for deep sleep. Tune into her gentle guidance, let the restorative knowledge wash over you, and sleep soundly through the night. Inspired by holistic health wisdom and the body's innate healing capacity, these videos provide a unique, soothing auditory background for the perfect night's rest. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly, through the night with the wisdom of Barbara O'Neill. Tonight we'll drift through the cellular dance of magnesium and sodium, the quiet alchemy of Celtic salt, the deep restoration of the nervous system. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the mineral balance and rest. Imagine for a moment that your body is an ancient ocean contained within skin, every cell floating in a private sea, minerals dissolved like stars in dark water. And tonight, we're learning the language of that inner ocean, the way it speaks in whispers of sodium and potassium, magnesium and calcium, a conversation older than words, older than thought. Celtic sea salt, not the white crystal sharpness of table salt, but something drawn from the edge of the world, where Brittany meets the Atlantic, grey as twilight, slightly damp, carrying within it the memory of 90 minerals, like holding a handful of ancient seabed, each tiny crystal a library of trace elements, the magnesium that whispers to your heart, the potassium that steadies your nerves, the zinc that guards your immunity, the selenium that protects each cell, table salt, that pure white tower, is sodium chloride stripped bare, heated until all life burns away, bleached, anti-caking agents added, like trying to drink from a desert, when what your cells remember is the living sea. But Celtic salt arrives grey and humble, carrying within it the full symphony of what your body recognizes as home. Your adrenal glands, two small pyramids sitting atop your kidneys, like tiny caps, no bigger than walnuts, and yet they conduct the entire orchestra of your stress response when you've pushed too long, slept too little, drunk too much coffee, worried too deeply. These small glands grow weary. They're meant to surge with cortisol in moments of true danger, but modern life keeps them playing fortissimo when they should be resting in pianissimo. Adrenal fatigue is like a battery that's been recharged too many times. It starts to hold less and less. You wake tired. You need stimulants. You feel wired but exhausted. Your sleep grows thin. But here's what few know. The adrenals are salt-hungry organs. They need Celtic salt. They need minerals in their ancient proportions. Add a 1/4 teaspoon to your morning water. Let it dissolve on your tongue like snow and feel how your body recognizes home, caffeine. That dark temptation feels like energy, but it's borrowing from tomorrow's account. Each cup tells your adrenals, there's a tiger, release more cortisol, mobilize more sugar. When there is no tiger, only a Tuesday. This chronic activation depletes the very minerals we're trying to restore. So as you drift tonight, consider herbal coffee alternatives, roasted dandelion root, chicory, carob, drinks that taste of earth and warmth, without the debt, magnesium, the mineral of the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode, where your body finally exhales. Most people are deficient because stress depletes it, because soil is exhausted, because water is filtered clean of minerals and dirty with chemicals. Your body contains about 25 grams of magnesium in your bones mostly, but also in every enzyme that makes energy, every nerve that fires, every muscle that contracts and relaxes. Without enough, your eyelid twitches, your legs cramp at night, your heart flutters, your mind races. Magnesium oil isn't really an oil. It's magnesium chloride dissolved in water until it feels slippery, silky, like liquid calm. Spray it on your belly, your feet, the backs of your legs before bed. Let it absorb through your skin, bypassing your digestive system, going straight into your cells. Some people feel a tingling, a slight itch. That's minerals finding their way into a body that has been calling for them, like rain on parched earth. You can also soak in Epsom salt baths, magnesium sulfate, hot water opening your pores, minerals seeping in while you float, weightless. Let the water hold you, the way you're letting this bed hold you now. Feel your muscles releasing, layers upon layers upon layers. Soaking for 20 minutes is like a reset button for your nervous system. And while we're speaking of things placed upon skin, there is the ancient practice of castor oil packs. Castor oil, thick, viscous, gold as honey, pressed from the seeds of the ricinus communis plant. It has been used for millennia in Egypt, in India, in healing temples everywhere. Place it on a cloth, lay it across your liver, on your right side beneath your ribs. Cover it with plastic, add heat, a hot water bottle, and lie there for an hour. The ricinoleic acid penetrates deep, stimulating your lymphatic system, that hidden river system flowing beneath your skin, carrying away toxins, delivering immune cells. The liver, your body's great filter, processing everything you eat. Breathe, think, needs this support. this gentle encouragement to release what it's been holding. Your liver detoxification happens in 2 phases, like a 2-stage water filter. Phase 1 transforms toxins, making them water-soluble, but temporarily more reactive. Phase 2, conjugation, packages them for removal. This requires minerals, amino acids from protein, and particularly sulfur compounds found in garlic, onions, cruciferous vegetables, those dark leafy greens. Speaking of greens, raw vegetable juicing takes living plants and releases their mineral essence into liquid form. A glass of fresh celery juice, first thing in the morning, before food, floods your system with sodium cluster salts, not table salt, but living sodium that restores your stomach acid, hydrates at a cellular level, clears brain fog like morning mist burning away. Celery, that humble stalk, pale green, mostly water, contains within it a pharmacy, minerals in colloidal suspension, compounds that calm inflammation, that support your adrenals, that strengthen your stomach lining. 16 ounces on an empty stomach. Wait 20 minutes, let it work its quiet magic. And beetroot juice, deep crimson, purple as twilight, contains betaine, which supports both liver detoxification and stomach acid production. The pigments called betalains are potent antioxidants. Beets improve blood flow, boost oxygen to your brain, support your kidneys' infiltration. That dark urine after eating beets is just pigment, a harmless painting, your body expressing its art. Dark leafy greens, kale, collards, Swiss chard, spinach in moderation, dandelion, all contain a wealth. Calcium in forms your body recognizes, unlike rock-based supplements. Magnesium at the heart of chlorophyll, that green molecule nearly identical to hemoglobin, except where hemoglobin holds iron, chlorophyll holds magnesium, as if plants and people are mirrors, one breathing out what the other breathes in. Cruciferous vegetables as broccoli, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower. These contain sulfur compounds that support your liver's phase 2 detoxification. They also contain compounds called glucosinolates, which when chewed form substances like sulforaphane. Sulforaphane activates your body's own detoxification enzymes, like teaching your cells to clean themselves rather than doing the cleaning for them. But refined sugar, that white powder, as addictive as any substance, must be eliminated, or at least severely restricted. Sugar feeds inflammation, depletes your mineral stores. Cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower. These contain sulfur compounds that support your liver's phase 2 detoxification. They also contain compounds called glucosinolates, which when chewed form substances like sulforaphane. Sulforaphane activates your body's own detoxification enzymes, like teaching your cells to clean themselves rather than doing the cleaning for them. But refined sugar, that white powder, as addictive as any substance, must be eliminated, or at least severely restricted. Sugar feeds inflammation, depletes your mineral stores, especially chromium and magnesium. It spikes your blood sugar, forcing your pancreas to surge with insulin. Then your blood sugar crashes and you crave another hit. It's a roller coaster that wears out the machinery. Type 2 diabetes is often a mineral deficiency disease masked as a blood sugar problem. Chromium helps insulin work. Magnesium is required for glucose metabolism. Vanadium improves insulin sensitivity. When these are restored, along with removing refined carbohydrates, many people reverse what they were told was irreversible. Especially chromium and magnesium, it spikes your blood sugar, forcing your pancreas to surge with insulin. Then your blood sugar crashes and you crave another hit. It's a roller coaster that wears out the machinery. Type 2 diabetes is often a mineral deficiency disease masked as a blood sugar problem. Chromium helps insulin work. Magnesium is required for glucose metabolism. Vanadium improves insulin sensitivity. When these are restored, along with removing refined carbohydrates, many people reverse what they were told was irreversible. Instead of white sugar, use stevia, that green herb from South America, hundreds of times sweeter than sugar, with no glycemic impact, or small amounts of blackstrap molasses, the dark syrup left after sugar refining, containing the minerals stripped away: iron, calcium, magnesium, potassium. A tablespoon holds the treasury that sugar processing throws away. Dates, figs, apricots, these concentrated fruits provide sweetness, along with minerals and fiber. Dates are especially rich in potassium. Figs bring calcium. Apricots glow with beta-carotene, drying, concentrating their essence. Nature's candy, carrying medicine in every chew. Hydration is not just about water volume, it's about mineral balance, about electrolytes. Your body is not a barrel that you pour water into. It's a system of pumps and channels, of sodium-potassium pumps in every cell membrane, constantly working to maintain the right concentrations inside versus outside. The sodium-potassium pump is one of your body's most fundamental mechanisms. It uses about 30% of your resting energy, just maintaining these gradients. Sodium wants to rush into cells, potassium wants to rush out. The pump, powered by ATP, keeps 3 sodium ions flowing out for every 2 potassium ions flowing in. This creates the electrical potential that allows nerves to fire, muscles to contract. Hydration is not just about water volume, it's about mineral balance, about electrolytes. Your body is not a barrel that you pour water into. It's a system of pumps and channels, of sodium-potassium pumps in every cell membrane, constantly working to maintain the right concentrations inside versus outside. The sodium-potassium pump is one of your body's most fundamental mechanisms. It uses about 30% of your resting energy, just maintaining these gradients. Sodium wants to rush into cells, potassium wants to rush out. The pump, powered by ATP, keeps 3 sodium ions flowing out for every 2 potassium ions flowing in. This creates the electrical potential that allows nerves to fire, muscles to contract. These maintain the inner ocean of your cells, keeping them swollen, turgid, alive. Evening primrose oil, those small yellow flowers opening in twilight, contain gamma-linolenic acid, an omega-6 fatty acid, but a rare and helpful one. It supports cell membrane integrity, helps with hormonal balance, reduces inflammation. Your cell membranes are not rigid walls, but fluid, like soap bubbles, made of phospholipids with the right fats. They remain flexible, permeable in the right ways, sealed in others. Omega-3 fatty acids from chia seeds, flaxseed meal, walnuts are equally essential. Chia seeds, tiny, speckled, expand in water, forming a gel. They're 13% protein and rich in alpha-linolenic acid, the plant form of omega-3. Soak a tablespoon in water. Watch it become a thick pudding, each seed surrounded by mucilage, soothing as it travels through your digestive tract. Flaxseed meal must be ground, because whole flax seeds pass through undigested, their shells too hard, but ground fresh, they release their oils, their lignans, their fiber. 2 tablespoons daily provide omega-3s, support hormonal balance, improve bowel regularity. Add them to smoothies, to oatmeal, to baking. Let them work quietly, invisibly. And speaking of oats, that humble grain, cultivated for thousands of years, is medicine for your nervous system. Oats contain avenanthramides, compounds found nowhere else, that calm inflammation, lower blood pressure. They're rich in B vitamins, which your nerves need to manufacture neurotransmitters. A bowl of oatmeal, slow cooked, not instant, with cinnamon and soaked walnuts, is breakfast. As therapy, brown rice retains its bran and germ. Unlike white rice, polished bare, brown rice brings B vitamins, minerals like manganese, fiber. The germ contains gamma-oryzanol, which lowers cholesterol, supports muscle growth during exercise. In Asian countries where rice is primary, switching from brown to white created epidemics of beriberi, a thiamine deficiency. The food knows what the body needs. If we don't refine away the wisdom, processed flours, stripped, bleached, enriched, which really means impoverished, then given back a fraction of what was stolen. These cause blood sugar spikes, provide empty calories, no minerals, no life force. Sprouted grains, on the other hand, are seeds awakened. The process of sprouting increases enzymes as makes minerals more bioavailable, breaks down phytic acid, that anti-nutrient which binds minerals, making them unavailable. Quinoa is not truly a grain, but a seed, complete protein, all 9 essential amino acids, rich in magnesium, manganese, folate, from high in the Andes, where it sustained civilizations. Rinse it well to remove saponins, those bitter compounds that protect the seed from birds. Then watch it cook, tiny spirals appearing like galaxies, forming in your pot. Buckwheat, despite its name, contains no wheat, no gluten. It's related to rhubarb. The seeds, when toasted, are called kasha, nutty, earthy. Buckwheat contains rutin, a bioflavonoid that strengthens blood vessel walls, improves circulation. In countries where buckwheat is common, cardiovascular disease is less common. Millet, golden, tiny spheres, one of the oldest cultivated grains, rich in magnesium and easy to digest. The staple in parts of Africa where it grows, even in drought. Millet is alkaline forming, despite being a grain. It supports your digestive system, your nervous system. Cook it like rice, or let it cool into porridge. Rye, dark, dense, makes bread that sustains. High in fiber, more than wheat. Rich in minerals. Rye bread, real sourdough rye, is slow to digest, provides steady energy, prevents blood sugar spikes. In Scandinavia, where rye is tradition, they have some of the best health outcomes. Perhaps the bread knows something. Legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas, split peas are protein treasures. For those eating plant-based, they're also rich in minerals, iron, magnesium, potassium, folate, and fiber, so much fiber that feeds your microbiome, those trillions of bacteria in your gut that influence everything from your immune system to your mood to your metabolism. Soak your legumes overnight, discard the water. This reduces phytic acid, makes them more digestible, reduces gas. Add kombu seaweed when cooking. The glutamic acid in kelp breaks down the complex sugars that cause bloating, and the iodine supports your thyroid. Hummus, that Middle Eastern staple. Chickpeas blended smooth with tahini, lemon, garlic, is concentrated nutrition, protein and minerals from the chickpeas, calcium and healthy fats from sesame tahini, garlic bringing its sulfur compounds, its allicin, that natural antibiotic, lemon providing vitamin C, and together, a food that stabilizes blood sugar, satisfies hunger, supports health. Iodine, that element, essential for thyroid hormone production, is scarce inland, abundant near oceans. Your thyroid, that butterfly-shaped gland in your throat, requires iodine to make T3 and T4, the hormones that set your metabolic rate. Without enough, you feel cold, tired, your hair thins, your thinking slows, weight creeps up. Seaweed, kelp, nori, wakame, dulse. These ocean vegetables are the richest sources. A sprinkle of kelp powder on your food provides iodine, along with a full spectrum of trace minerals. The ocean contains every mineral in dilute form. Seaweed concentrates them. Eating seaweed is eating distilled ocean. Dandelion root. That plant people spray as a weed is actually medicine. The root, when roasted, makes a coffee-like drink, earthy, slightly bitter. It supports liver detoxification, acts as a gentle diuretic, supports kidney function. The leaves are among the most nutrient-dense. Salad greens, more calcium than milk, more iron than spinach, and free, growing in untreated lawns. Nettle leaf, those plants that sting when touched, become gentle when dried or cooked. Nettle infusions, steeping a full cup of dried leaves in a quart of hot water for 4 hours or overnight, create a dark green, mineral-rich drink. Nettles bring iron, calcium, magnesium, silica for hair and nails. Drink it cool or warm, feeling like liquid earth. Red raspberry leaf, for women especially, but men too. Strengthens the uterus, tones tissues, provides fragmented minerals. Drink it through pregnancy, through life. It tastes like regular tea, but milder. Each sip carrying minerals in forms the body recognizes as friendly. Peppermint tea, after meals, relaxes the smooth muscles of your digestive tract, allows your stomach to release its contents into your intestines at the proper pace. The menthol, cooling, calming, helps with bloating, with discomfort, with that too full feeling, and the aroma alone signals to your nervous system all is well. Digest now. Chamomile, those small flowers like tiny suns, contain apigenin, a compound that binds to benzodiazepine receptors in your brain, the same receptors that anti-anxiety medications target, but gently, softly, without dependence. Chamomile asks your nervous system to soften. A cup before bed is ritual, is medicine, is grandmother wisdom passed down. Valerian root smells terrible, like old socks, but works beautifully for sleep. It increases GABA, that calming neurotransmitter, making it harder for neurons to fire, quieting the electrical storm that keeps you awake. Take it an hour before bed. Be patient with it. Sometimes it works immediately. Sometimes it needs a few days to build up. Passion flower, twining vine, with flowers like mandalas, reduces anxiety, improves sleep quality. Studies show it works, as well as benzodiazepines. For some people, with none of the side effects. The name from Spanish missionaries who saw in the flower symbols of Christ's passion, but its power is older, indigenous, skullcap, for anxiety that keeps you wired, nerves that won't settle, thoughts racing. Skullcap is a nervous system trophorestorative, which means it actually repairs and strengthens your nerves, not just masking symptoms, but healing the system. Take it daily for weeks. Watch your baseline. Shift toward calm. Hops. Yes, like in beer, but the sleepy effect isn't from alcohol. It's from the hops themselves, the bitter acids, the oils. have sedative properties. A hot pillow, dried hot flowers in a small bag next to where you sleep, releasing their soporific scent through the night, has been used for centuries. Catnip tea, the same plant that makes cats euphoric, makes humans deeply calm. It's in the mint family, gentle, safe even for children. A cup of catnip tea for adults brings quiet to the nervous system, helps with anxiety, with insomnia, with digestive upset, nature's duality, excitement for cats, peace for people. The parasympathetic nervous system is your body's rest and digest mode. The vagus nerve, that wandering nerve, traveling from your brainstem to your abdomen, touching your heart, your lungs, your digestive tract. When the vagus nerve is toned, active, your heart rate variability increases. This means your heart speeds up slightly on the inhale, slows on the exhale. This variability is a sign of resilience, of health. Deep breathing activates the vagus nerve, long, slow exhales especially. If the inhale is 2 counts, make the exhale 4 counts or 6. This signals safety to your nervous system. You only breathe slowly when you're safe. Your body trusts this signal and relaxes. Breath in for 2, 3, 4. Hold for 1. Exhale for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Feel your belly soften, your chest drops, your jaw unclenches. Again, inhale through your nose, 2, 3, 4, hold, exhale slowly, mouth or nose, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let the wave of the breath carry away any remaining tension. Early sleep cycles before midnight are more restorative. Between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., your body does most of its physical repair. Growth hormone surges, cellular cleanup intensifies, your lymphatic system, the brain's waste removal, works most effectively during deep sleep, flushing out amyloid proteins, metabolic waste. Going to bed early, even 9 p.m., aligns with your circadian rhythm, that ancient timekeeper. Humans evolved, sleeping when it's dark, waking with the sun. Only recently did we extend our days with artificial light, and our health pays the price. The circadian rhythms is controlled by your suprachiasmatic nucleus, a tiny region in your hypothalamus containing about 20,000 neurons. These cells keep time even in constant darkness. But light, especially blue light, resets them daily. Morning sunlight tells them this is the beginning of the active phase. Melatonin production starts as darkness falls. Melatonin, that hormone made from serotonin, which is made from tryptophan, requires B vitamins, magnesium, zinc. Another reason minerals matter. Without adequate cofactors, your sleep hormone simply can't be manufactured. Blue light from screens, from LEDs, suppresses melatonin tricks your brain into thinking it's still day. Use blue light blocking, glasses, or apps after sunset. Better yet, turn off screens 2 hours before bed. Read under warm light. Talk, journal, stretch. Stretching before bed signals your body to release. Gentle forward folds, child's pose, legs up the wall. Nothing intense, nothing that raises your heart rate. Just slow, mindful movement. Feeling your muscles lengthen, your fascia, that web of connective tissue, and soften. Every stretch is permission to let go. Hydrotherapy, the therapeutic use of water, takes many forms. Hot and cold showers, immersion in different temperatures, teach your blood vessels to constrict and dilate. This improves circulation, strengthens your immune system. The shock of cold releases adrenaline, followed by calm. The warmth opens, relaxes. Contrast showers alternate between hot water for 3 minutes and cold for 30 seconds. Repeat 3 times. End on cold. This pushes blood from surface to core and back again, like massage from the inside. Some people find their depression lifts, their energy improves. It's uncomfortable, yes, but that discomfort is medicine. Dry skin brushing with a natural bristle brush before your shower, brushes toward your heart, long strokes starting at your feet. This stimulates your lymphatic system, that often forgotten circulation of immune fluid. Lymph doesn't have a pump like blood has your heart. It relies on movement, on compression, on massage. Dry brushing helps lymph flow, carrying away cellular waste, delivering immune cells to where they're needed. Your lymphatic system is a river system running parallel to your blood vessels, but lymph moves slowly. It picks up proteins and waste products from tissues, carries them to lymph nodes where immune cells scan for threats. Then eventually, lymph rejoins your bloodstream near your heart. When lymph stagnates, you feel puffy, heavy. Your skin loses glow. Moving, especially jumping on a trampoline called rebounding, creates gravitational changes that pump lymph, even gentle, rhythmic, bouncing. While lying here, you don't need to move, but tomorrow, remember, movement is medicine. Strengthening your immune system isn't about taking one magic supplement. It's creating the conditions for your body to thrive. Adequate sleep, mineral-rich diet, stress reduction, sunshine, movement, all these build, and the lack of them diminishes. Your immune system is distributed throughout your body. White blood cells patrolling, lymph nodes scanning, bone marrow generating, your thymus teaching, young immune cells what belongs and what doesn't. Avoiding animal fats, particularly from conventional sources, reduces inflammation. Animals, especially those raised in confinement, concentrate toxins in their fat, pesticides, hormones, antibiotics. These bioaccumulate up the food chain. When you eat the fat of animals, you inherit their toxic load. Plant-based nutrition, or at least plant-predominant, provides fiber, which animal foods completely lack. It provides phytonutrients, those plant compounds, like 100,000 different ones, each with effects: carotenoids, flavonoids, polyphenols. These aren't essential nutrients. You won't develop a deficiency disease without them, but they are health-enhancing, protective. They turn on good genes, turn off inflammatory ones. Raw nuts and seeds are packages of nutrition. Each nut is a potential tree containing everything needed to grow roots, branches. Brazil nuts bring selenium just 2 a day, meets your needs. Selenium supports thyroid function, is part of glutathione peroxidase, your body's master antioxidant, but too much is toxic. So just 2, no more. Pumpkin seeds, pepitas are rich in zinc, that mineral, essential for immune function, for wound healing, for DNA synthesis, for taste and smell. Zinc deficiency is more common than most realize. Signs include frequent infections, poor wound healing, loss of taste, white spots on nails. A 1/4 cup of pumpkin seeds provides substantial zinc, and they're delicious, slightly nutty, lightly toasted with Celtic salt. Sunflower seeds bring vitamin E, that fat-soluble antioxidant, protecting your cells from oxidative damage. Vitamin E works in lipid membranes, where vitamin C, which is water-soluble, cannot go. Together, they're partners, water-soluble and fat-soluble, covering all territories. Walnuts look like little brains, and coincidentally, as they're store or not, are excellent for brain health. Rich in omega-3 ALA and antioxidants called L-tannins, walnuts improve cognitive function, support mood, reduce inflammation in the brain, every system echoing every other system. Form follows function. Almonds are alkaline forming. Despite being rich in protein, they bring calcium, magnesium, vitamin E, fiber, and satisfy hunger. A small handful, 15 almonds, is a perfect snack. Stabilizes blood sugar, provides sustained energy without the crash. Sesame seeds, particularly when ground into tahini, provide calcium in quantities that surprise people. 2 tablespoons of tahini contains more calcium than 1/3 of a cup of milk, plus magnesium, plus healthy fats, plus that unique, nutty, rich taste. Avocado, that green fruit, is mostly fat, healthy monounsaturated fat, the same type in olive oil. This fat doesn't raise inflammation, doesn't oxidize easily. Avocados also bring potassium, more than bananas, and fiber and folate. They make you feel satisfied, full in a gentle way. Coconut oil is saturated fat, but mostly medium-chain triglycerides, which the body handles differently than long-chain fats. MCTs go straight to the liver to be used for energy. Coconut oil is stable at high heat, good for cooking, and for some people, supports metabolism. Cold-pressed olive oil, especially extra virgin, from the first pressing, dark green, peppery, is medicine, rich in oleic acid, that monounsaturated fat and polyphenols, antioxidants that protect the oil itself and you. Drizzle it on salads, on vegetables, after cooking. Heat destroys some of its benefits, so save your best olive oil for finishing, for blessing your food. Sunshine on your skin creates vitamin D. That's not a vitamin actually, but a hormone influencing thousands of genes. Your skin contains 7-dehydrocholesterol. When UVB light hits it, photochemical reactions convert it to cholecalciferol, vitamin D3. This travels to your liver, then kidneys, where it becomes calcitriol, the active form. Vitamin D regulates calcium absorption, bone mineralization, immune function, mood, cell growth. People with higher vitamin D levels have lower rates of cancer, of autoimmune disease, of depression. Just 20 minutes, midday sun on arms and legs several times a week can maintain adequate levels if you're not too far north, not too dark-skinned, in a sunny climate. For many people though, especially in winter, supplementation helps. Or cod liver oil, which our grandparents were forced to swallow, knowing without knowing that it prevented rickets, supported immunity, sharpened minds. Grounding us or earthing is walking barefoot on the earth, grass, sand, soil, even concrete. These conduct the Earth's electrons into your body, acting as antioxidants, neutralizing free radicals. This sounds far-fetched, except studies show it reduces inflammation, improves sleep, decreases pain, normalizes cortisol rhythm. The Earth has a negative charge. Modern life keeps us insulated. Rubber-soled shoes, elevated floors. We never touch the ground. But when we do, when skin meets earth, something ancient remembers. Your body relaxes at a level you didn't know was tense. Walking in nature combines to movement, fresh air, green exposure. Studies show time in forests lowers stress hormones, raises immune cell count, improves mood. The Japanese call it Shinrin Yoku, forest bathing, not exercising, just being among trees, breathing their phytoncides, those airborne chemicals trees release to protect themselves, which somehow protect us too. Pure air is increasingly rare. Indoor air is often worse than outdoor. Off-gassing from furniture, carpets, paint, dust, mold, open windows, cross-ventilation, houseplants, spider plants, pothos, snake plants absorb some toxins. An air purifier with HEPA filter and activated carbon removes particle and chemicals. You spend a third of your life in your bedroom. Make that air as pure as possible. Reducing electromagnetic stress is controversial because industries have much to lose, but sensitive individuals notice effects, headaches, fatigue, sleep disruption. Turn off Wi-Fi at night. Keep phones away from your bed. Use airplane mode. The long-term effects of constant RF exposure are unknown. We are the experiment. But until we know, precaution seems wise. Temperance in all things is an old concept from the 8 laws of health: nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, rest, and trust in divine power. These 8 cover everything needed for optimal health. Temperance means moderation, avoiding extremes, avoiding harmful substances entirely, living in balance, not too much, not too little. The middle way, trust in divine power or higher power, or simply trust in the body's innate wisdom. Relieve some burden. You don't have to figure everything out, control everything. Your body knows how to heal when given the right conditions. Your job is to provide those conditions, then step back and trust the intelligence that beats your heart and digests your food and repairs your cells. You don't have to micromanage the infinite complexity of being alive. The healing power of rest is underestimated in modern culture. Rest is seen as laziness, as wasted time. But during rest, your body rebuilds, repairs, consolidates memory, processes emotion, strengthens immunity. Without adequate rest, you're running on fumes. Everything works, but poorly. Total physiological rest means deep sleep, meditation, gentle restorative activities. It means not pushing through exhaustion, not glorifying busyness. Every spiritual tradition includes periods of rest, Sabbath, siesta, fasting from activity, not because they were lazy, but because they understood rest is productive in ways activity is not. Calcium and phosphorus balance as in your body is carefully regulated. Too much phosphorus from meat, from soda, from processed foods disrupts this balance, leads to calcium being pulled from bones. Osteoporosis isn't just calcium deficiency, it's calcium phosphorus imbalance. It's lack of vitamin D and K2. It's high acid load from poor diet. It's lack of weight-bearing exercise. Your bones aren't static. They're constantly remodeling. Osteoclasts break down old bone. Osteoblasts build new bone. This process requires minerals, vitamins, hormones in proper balance. Bone health is achieved not through calcium supplements alone, but through whole food sources, leafy greens, sesame seeds, bone broth, and weight-bearing movement that signals bones they're needed. They must stay strong. Bone broth simmered for hours with bones and a bit of vinegar to pull minerals from the strix creates a nutrient-dense, easy-to-absorb liquid, collagen, glycine, proline, gelatin, minerals, all in forms your body easily assimilates. A cup of broth is like a hug for your gut, your joints, your skin. The gut lining that requires constant repair because it's constantly damaged by the very process of digestion. Slippery elm comes from the inner bark of the elm tree. Powdered, mixed with water, it becomes a gel that soothes inflamed mucous membranes, lines the gut, protecting, healing, allowing repair to occur. Charcoal, activated charcoal, is burned wood or coconut shells heated in absence of oxygen, creating a highly porous substance. It absorbs, meaning binds to, toxins, heavy metals in the gut, preventing absorption. It's used in emergency rooms for poisonings, but also useful for food poisoning, for gas and bloating, for detoxification protocols. Take it away from other supplements because it binds everything, not just toxins. The acid-alkaline balancer in your body is tightly controlled. Your blood pH stays between 735 and 745, a narrow range outside which you die. But your body has to work to maintain this. If you eat an acid-forming diet, lots of meat, lots of grain, lots of sugar, your body must buffer those acids. It uses minerals from your bones to do so. Over decades, this contributes to osteoporosis, to kidney stones, to inflammation. Plant foods are generally alkaline forming. They provide minerals in organic forms that alkalinize. Animal foods and processed foods are acid forming. This doesn't mean you can't eat them, but the ratio matters. Aim for 70% alkaline, 30% acid. This supports bone health, kidney health, energy levels, reduces inflammation. Lemon water in the morning seems acidic, but once metabolized, the citric acid breaks down, leaving behind mineral salts, which are alkalizing. A squeeze of lemon in warm water stimulates digestion, provides vitamin C, hydrates, signals to your body time to wake, to cleanse. Distilled water has had all minerals removed through evaporation and condensation. Some say this is pure, others warn it leaches minerals from your body. The truth is probably nuanced. Short-term, distilled water is fine. Long-term, it may contribute to deficiency if your diet is also deficient. Structured water is controversial. Some claim that water exposed to movement, to minerals, to certain frequencies becomes more hydrating, more beneficial. The science is unclear, but water found in nature, in springs, in flowing streams, is indeed different than water from plastic bottles. Perhaps structure matters, or perhaps it's the minerals, the lack of contaminants, the freshness. Water intake timing matters less than total intake, but some principles help. Drink upon waking to rehydrate. Drink before meals to aid digestion. Avoid large amounts with meals, as this can dilute. stomach acid. Drink between meals. Listen to your thirst. Your urine should be pale yellow, not clear, not dark. That's the target. That's hydrated, but not over-diluted. Avoiding ice-cold drinks is traditional in many healing systems. Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, they believe cold douses your digestive fire, makes your body work harder to warm the liquid, to process it. Room temperature or warm is preferred, especially for those with weak digestion. Warm herbal infusions throughout the day provide minerals, hydration, therapeutic compounds, each herb a different gift, but most importantly, and that ritual of preparing, of holding a warm cup, the pause, the sip, the moment before you continue. And here, now, feel your body sinking deeper, every muscle mentioned relaxing more, every system returning to homeostasis, the sodium-potassium pumps humming quietly, the minerals finding their places, your cells bathed in an inner ocean of perfect salinity, your adrenals finally allowed to rest, your nervous system tuned to parasympathetic, the production line of restoration beginning its night shift while you drift deeper and deeper. Blood pressure, when regulated naturally through diet, through minerals, through stress reduction, responds beautifully. Potassium and magnesium relax blood vessel walls. Celtic salt provides sodium without the excess associated with hypertension. The real problem with table salt isn't sodium, it's the lack of balancing minerals. It's the excess beyond what food naturally provides. Studies on the DASH diet, dietary approaches to stop hypertension, show massive benefits. What is it? Simply lots of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, nuts, minimal processed food. In other words, what humans ate before we processed everything. A revelation that sounds like common sense. Natural cancer prevention is a vast topic, but mineral balance plays a role. Selenium helps cells repair DNA damage. Zinc supports immune surveillance. Iodine prevents breast and prostate cancer. Magnesium supports hundreds of enzyme reactions that keep cells functioning properly. No single thing prevents cancer, but creating conditions of optimal nutrition, optimal detoxification, low inflammation, reduced oxidative stress dramatically lowers risk. Kidney filtration happens continuously. Your kidneys contain about 1 million nephrons each, tiny filtering units. They filter 150 quarts of blood per day, reabsorbing what's needed, excreting what's not, maintaining fluid balance, electrolyte balance, acid-base balance. When kidneys fail, the consequences are dire. Dialysis or transplant are needed. Supporting kidney health means adequate hydration, avoiding excess protein, especially from animals, managing blood pressure, maintaining healthy blood sugar. Certain herbs like nettle, dandelion, parsley, support kidney function gently. But the best approach is lifestyle, prevention rather than treatment. Lung health depends on air quality, obviously, but also minerals and antioxidants to protect the delicate lung tissue from oxidative damage, to thin the mucus so cilia can clear it, to prevent inflammation that narrows airways. Deep breathing exercises expand all 5 lobes. They prevent stagnation. They strengthen respiratory muscles. Oxygen is the coin of the realm in cellular energy. Your mitochondria take glucose and oxygen and create ATP. Without oxygen, cells switch to fermentation, producing lactic acid, far less energy. This is why anemia, low hemoglobin, causes fatigue. Oxygen can't reach cells. Energy plummets. Iron from plant sources requires vitamin C to absorb. Animal heme iron absorbs easily but may promote oxidative stress, excessive levels. Plant non-heme iron is gentler, regulated. Eat lentils with lemon, spinach, with tomatoes, blackstrap molasses on oatmeal. The vitamin C converts ferric to ferrous, which absorbs into your intestinal cells. Brain fog and mineral deficiency, especially magnesium, the zinc, and iron, are closely linked. Your brain uses 20% of your body's energy, despite being only 2% of body weight. It's metabolically expensive to think, to remember, to process. Without adequate minerals for neurotransmitter production, for mitochondrial function, the brain struggles. Muscle cramps, especially at night, are often magnesium or potassium deficiency or dehydration or electrolyte imbalance. The muscle contracts but can't relax. That painful, involuntary contraction. A teaspoon of Celtic salt in water before bed can prevent this. The minerals are telling muscles, it's safe to fully relax. The cell membrane integrity depends on proper fats in the membrane, proper minerals maintaining gradients, proper proteins forming channels and pumps. When membranes are healthy, cells work. Nutrients enter, waste leaves, signals are received. But when membranes get damaged from trans fats, from oxidation, from toxins, everything breaks down. Whole food, as close to its natural state as possible, contains the cofactors needed to metabolize it. An orange contains vitamin C, but also bioflavonoids that enhance vitamin C's action. Magnesium in spinach comes with vitamin K, folate, other nutrients that work synergistically. This is why supplements can never fully replace real food. Chewing food thoroughly breaks it down mechanically, starts digestion with salivary enzymes. Most people eat too fast, swallow before properly chewing. This burdens the stomach and intestine with work that should have been done in the mouth. Chew each bite 20, 30 times. Notice how flavors change, how texture changes, how eventually even solid food becomes liquid. Digestive enzymes are proteins that break down macronutrients, amylase for carbohydrates, protease for proteins, lipase for fats. Your pancreas produces these, but as you age, production declines. Eating raw foods provides some enzymes. Papaya, pineapple are especially rich. Their enzymes help digest the meal they're part of. Probiotics and fermented foods introduce beneficial bacteria. Your gut microbiome weighs about 2 kilograms, contains more bacterial cells than you have human cells. These bacteria produce B vitamins, vitamin K, short-chain fatty acids that feed your intestinal lining. They train your immune system. They influence your brain via the gut-brain axis. Sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, yogurt, kombucha, miso, tempeh. These traditional foods provide billions of probiotics per serving. A small amount daily maintains a healthy population. The diversity of species matters more than total count. Different foods provide different strains. The microbiome has been called your second brain. It produces 90% of your body's serotonin. It affects mood, anxiety, cognition. When your gut bacteria are healthy, you feel better mentally and physically. When they're disrupted by antibiotics, by processed food, by stress, everything suffers. And now, feel your gut relaxed all the way down. The trillions of bacteria working through the night, fermenting, producing, protecting your intestinal lining intact, strong, permeable in the right ways, sealed in the necessary ways. No inflammation, just quiet, efficient processing. You don't have to think about it. It happens in the dark, beneath awareness. Intermittent fasting isn't starvation. It's allowing time between eating, time for your digestive system and to rest, for autophagy to occur, that cellular cleanup where damaged proteins are broken down, recycled. Fasting for 14 to 16 near 18 hours overnight and morning is safe for most people. You finish dinner at 7. Don't eat until 11 the next day. That's 16 hours. Most of it, you're asleep. During the fast, your body shifts from storing to mobilizing, from glycogen to stored fat, from building to cleaning. Growth hormone increases, inflammation decreases, clarity often increases. Not for everyone, but for many, intermittent fasting is profoundly beneficial. Cayenne pepper, capsaicin, increases circulation, opens blood vessels, stimulates mucus production, which protects stomach lining. People who eat spicy food regularly have lower rates of death from many causes. Cayenne, added to food or in capsules, warms you from the inside, moves stagnant energy. Garlic, when crushed, forms allicin, that sulfur compound with potent antimicrobial properties. Garlic fights bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites. It supports cardiovascular health, lowers blood pressure, reduces cholesterol. A clove a day keeps much at bay. Eat it raw for maximum benefit, chopped and rested 10 minutes before adding to food. Onions, in the same family, also contain sulfur compounds. They make you cry because when cut, they release enzymes that form sulfuric acid. But this irritant is protective. Onions support immune function, reduce inflammation, and onion poultice, applied to the chest in traditional medicine, helps break up congestion, helps the body expel what doesn't belong. And as you lie here, feel your lungs expanding, contracting, air flowing in and out, each breath bringing oxygen, removing carbon dioxide, that essential exchange, without thought, without effort, your body knowing exactly how much, how fast, responding to blood pH, to oxygen levels, perfectly calibrated by millions of years of evolution. Trust it. Trust the breath. Your immune system works invisibly, constantly. Phagocytes, consuming invaders, natural killer cells, destroying virus-infected cells, B cells, making antibodies, T cells, coordinating, remembering, a distributed intelligence, defending against chaos, against entropy, maintaining the boundary between self and not self. This requires nutrients, vitamin C for immune cell function, zinc for proliferation, vitamin D for modulation, adequate protein for antibody production. When you're run down, these needs increase, and if not met, susceptibility increases. Infections take hold. Recovery takes longer. But when well nourished, rested, with stress managed, your immunity is robust. You encounter pathogens daily. Most your body handles without symptoms. You never know the battles won in silence. Be grateful to your immune system. Thank it. Send it appreciation as you drift deeper into restorative sleep. And so we continue floating through this biochemistry, this poetry written in elements and compounds, this body that you are simultaneously matter and mystery, machine and miracle, understood and unfathomable, the minerals finding their places, the cells doing their endless work, and you, consciousness, aware of it all, or beginning to let go of awareness, to slip beneath thought, beneath knowledge, into the dark, healing waters of deep sleep. The body keeps healing through darkness, through rest, in ways we understand and ways we can only sense. Trust it. Trust this body. It knows what you've forgotten, how to repair, how to regenerate, how to become new while remaining. You let go, let the systems do their work. You've provided the minerals, the knowledge, the intention. Now, provide the space, the time, the sacred dark of total physiological rest, and we'll continue in a moment through more landscapes of health, more pathways of healing. But for now, sink deeper, heavier into this mattress to your breath, slower, softer, your heartbeat steady, calm, the minerals balancing in your blood, in your cells, the sodium-potassium pump humming its electric song, and you drifting through inner space, through the cellular night, where all healing truly begins, continuing our drift through the inner landscapes of cellular restoration, where part one dissolved into the dark waters of immunity and breath, we now emerge gently into new territories of healing, never waking, only deepening the trance of regeneration. Wheat germ, that tiny embryo at the heart of the wheat kernel, as contains concentrated life force. Vitamin E in its natural form, not isolated alpha tocopherol, but the full spectrum of tocopherols and tocotrienols working together as nature designed. 2 tablespoons sprinkled on cereal, blended in smoothies, provides antioxidant protection, supports circulation, protects cell membranes from oxidative damage. Vitamin E is fat-soluble, stored in your tissues, unlike vitamin C, which you must replenish daily. Vitamin E accumulates, protects, waits in the lipid layers of every membrane. When a free radical, that unstable molecule, tries to steal electrons from your cells, vitamin E sacrifices itself, neutralizes the threat. Then, vitamin C regenerates vitamin E so it can work again. Partnership, interdependence, nothing works alone. Barley water, an ancient drink made by simmering pearl barley in water, straining, adding lemon, perhaps honey, creates a soothing, slightly thick beverage, rich in beta-glucans, those soluble fibers that lower cholesterol, support gut bacteria, stabilize blood sugar. In hot summers, barley water was traditional for cooling, for soothing urinary tract, for gentle nutrition during illness. Barley itself, one of the oldest cultivated grains, contains selenium, phosphorus, copper, manganese, more fiber than many grains. Barley makes you feel satisfied, sustained, without heaviness, in soups, in salads, as a side dish, or simply as this ancient water, this liquid of forgotten wisdom. Copper balance is delicate. You need copper for iron metabolism, for connective tissue formation, for nerve function, for melanin production. But too much competes with zinc, causes oxidative stress. Most people won't get adequate copper from food, shellfish, nuts, seeds, legumes, dark chocolate. Deficiency is rare, except in cases of malabsorption. But supplementing copper without measuring levels, without balancing zinc, can create problems. The trace minerals copper, zinc, selenium, iodine, manganese, chromium, molybdenum, they're called trace because you need tiny amounts, micrograms. But that doesn't mean they're less important. They're cofactors in thousands of enzymes. Without them, critical reactions simply don't happen, and deficiency creeps slowly, subtly, until symptoms appear that seem unrelated to nutrition. This is why whole foods matter, why Celtic salt matters, why seaweed matters. They provide the full spectrum. You don't have to know which trace mineral does what. You just have to eat real food, diverse food, food grown in healthy soil or harvested from the ocean. And your body sorts it out with an intelligence far beyond conscious understanding. Carob is often dismissed as fake chocolate, but it's actually its own food, sweet, naturally, from sugars in the pod. No caffeine, no theobromine, those stimulants in cacao. Carob provides calcium, fiber, B vitamins, and a gentle sweetness, without the crash, without the stimulation. For those sensitive to chocolate, for children, for evening snacks, Carob offers satisfaction without interference. With sleep, real chocolate, dark chocolate, 70% cacao or higher, in small amounts, does provide antioxidants, flavonoids, magnesium, but it also contains caffeine and theobromine, which can disrupt sleep hours later. So if you eat chocolate, do so early in the day and recognize it's a stimulant, not a relaxant, despite how it feels emotionally. Herbal coffee alternatives have become sophisticated. Roasted dandelion root, chicory, carob, maca, ramon nuts blended together create a dark, rich, bitter drink that mimics coffee but supports rather than depletes your adrenals. You can still have your morning ritual, the warmth, the bitterness, the ceremony, without the cortisol spike, without the dependence, without borrowing from tomorrow's energy. Some people give up coffee easily. Others find it one of the hardest habits to break. The addiction is real. Caffeine creates tolerance, withdrawal, dependence. But the addiction is also to the ritual, to the taste, to the identity of being a coffee person. Herbal alternatives honor the ritual while releasing the chemical dependence. Over time, weeks, months, you discover your natural energy, steady, sustainable, real. The act of preparing a warm drink in the morning is grounding. The steam rising, the first sip, it signals to your nervous system, I'm taking care, I'm present, I'm beginning the day. This ritual matters more than the specific beverage. So choose one that supports your nervous system rather than hijacking it. Lemon water. We touched on earlier, but let's go deeper. The lemon, acidic in the mouth, becomes alkaline in the body. It stimulates bile flow, helping your liver release toxins accumulated overnight. The vitamin C supports your immune system. The enzymes begin to wake up your digestion. Warm water, not hot, not cold, just body temperature or slightly warmer. This is gentle. This is supportive. This asks nothing of your system except to wake naturally. Some people add a pinch of Celtic salt to their lemon water. This creates an isotonic drink, similar salinity to your blood, absorbs rapidly, hydrates deeply, restores minerals lost during sleep, through breath, through sweat. 8 hours. Without water, your body needs gentle rehydration, not coffee, which is a diuretic, which depletes further, but mineral water, lemon water, herbal tea, beetroot. That deep purple root is a vascular superfood, contains nitrates, which your body converts to nitric oxide. Nitric oxide relaxes blood vessel walls, improves blood flow, lowers blood pressure, enhances oxygen delivery. Athletes use beetroot juice before performance because it improves endurance, efficiency, but everyone benefits from better circulation. Beets also support your liver's detoxification through compounds called betalins. They're methyl donors, helping phase 2 conjugation. Beets build blood, support red blood cell production, though the mechanism isn't fully understood. Traditional medicine has always known that red foods build red blood. Sometimes the ancients knew before science could explain. You can eat beets, roasted, grated raw, juiced, pickled. Each form provides slightly different benefits. Raw preserves more enzymes. Cooked is easier to digest. Juice is concentrated, rapid absorption. Listen to your body. Some tolerate raw vegetables well. Others need everything cooked. There's no one perfect way. There's only what works for you right now, which may change as you heal. Celery juice has become almost trendy, but the trendiness doesn't diminish its value. Celery contains sodium cluster salts, a term from medical medium Anthony William. Not exactly recognized by science, but the effects are recognized by thousands who drink it. Improved digestion, reduced bloating, better skin, mental clarity, reduced inflammation. Whether you believe in cluster salt or simply recognize that celery is mineral-rich, hydrating, and contains anti-inflammatory compounds like apigenin, the results speak. 16 ounces straight on an empty stomach, nothing added. This isn't a health fad. This is a therapy, a gentle, effective, accessible therapy for gut healing especially. Celery juice is profound. Walking in nature combines so many healing elements. Movement, which stimulates lymphatic flow, pumps blood, strengthens bones. Fresh air, filled with negative ions, near water, near trees, sunlight on your skin, in your eyes, setting circadian rhythm. Green, the color most restful to the eyes. Studies show that even looking at images of nature lowers stress hormones, but walking in actual nature, embodied, breathing, moving, this is medicine beyond any pill. In Japan, forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku, is prescribed by doctors covered by insurance because the data shows it works. 2 hours in a forest raises natural killer cells for days afterwards, lowers cortisol, lowers blood pressure, improves mood, enhances creativity, and it's free. It's available. It requires no equipment, no membership, just a forest or a park and willingness to slow down, to breathe, to be with trees. The trees are releasing phytoncides, aromatic compounds that protect them from insects, from disease. When you breathe these, your immune system strengthens as if the trees are sharing their immunity with you. Mycorrhizal networks beneath the soil connect trees, allow them to share resources, information. Maybe we tap into something deeper than physiology, something about connection, about belonging to the living world, to something larger than ourselves. This touches on the 8th law of health. Trust in divine power, not necessarily religious, though it can be, but trust in something beyond your small self. Some people call it nature, universal intelligence, God, the Tao, life force. The name matters less than the recognition that you are not separate, you are not alone, you are held by forces that sustain galaxies, that beat your heart, that grew you from a single cell. This trust relieves anxiety when you truly believe that you are part of an intelligent system, that life wants to flow through you, that health is your natural state. Then healing becomes less about fighting and more about allowing, removing obstacles, providing conditions, then trusting the innate wisdom to do what it has always done: heal, repair, regenerate, optimize. The 8 laws: nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, rest, trust, cover everything. These 8, practiced consistently, prevent most disease, reverse much disease. They cost little. They require no technology, no specialists. They're accessible to almost everyone, yet they're ignored in favor of expensive interventions applied after disease develops. Prevention is unglamorous. No one sees the heart attack that didn't happen, the cancer that never formed, the diabetes that never developed. We celebrate surgeries, medications, but we should celebrate the unsexy, boring consistency of good habits. The person who walks every day, drinks water, sleeps 8 hours, eats vegetables, they're not trying to be remarkable. They're just not becoming a medical case. And that is the ultimate success. Your body right now is performing approximately 37 trillion chemical reactions per second. In every cell, enzymes working, ions flowing, molecules binding, releasing, transforming, DNA being read, proteins being built, energy being made, waste being removed. All of this happening while you lie here, doing nothing consciously, but breathing. You don't have to. make your heart beat. You don't have to secrete digestive enzymes. You don't have to filter blood through kidneys, produce hormones, regulate temperature. All of this is handled by autonomic systems, by cellular intelligence that is both mechanical and miraculous. Science can explain the mechanisms, but explaining how doesn't explain why it works, why order emerges from chaos, why healing happens, why life persists. Total physiological rest is about surrendering control, recognizing that you cannot force healing. You can only create conditions, then rest deeply enough that your body shifts resources from surviving to thriving, from stress mode to repair mode. This happens in deep sleep, in meditation, in states of profound relaxation, where you're not doing anything, where you're allowing everything. As you lie here, muscles releasing, breath slowing, mind quieting, you're providing that rest, that permission to heal every system, taking this opportunity, this pause to catch up on maintenance, telomeres being protected, DNA being repaired, proteins being unfolded and refolded, mitochondria being cleaned, waste products being cleared, new cells being born, old cells being recycled. Autophagy, that word, means self-eating. It sounds alarming, yeah, but it's actually beautiful. It's your cells digesting their own damaged components, recycling them into new building blocks. It's cellular housekeeping. It increases during fasting, during sleep, during exercise. It's one reason why these stressors, small amounts of challenge, actually improve health. They trigger cleaning processes to keep you young, functional, resilient. The mitochondria, those ancient bacteria that merged with our cells 1 billion years ago, are the powerhouses generating ATP. They have their own DNA, separate from nuclear DNA, passed down only through mothers. They're sensitive to damage from oxidative stress, from toxins, from lack of nutrients. When mitochondria fail, energy fails, fatigue, brain fog, muscle weakness, early aging, all can trace back to mitochondrial dysfunction. Supporting mitochondria means providing B vitamins for the Krebs cycle, CoQ10 for electron transport, magnesium for ATP binding, iron for cytochromes, carnitine for fat oxidation, but also it means reducing oxidative stress through antioxidants, through reducing toxin exposure, through improving sleep. Everything connects. Everything affects everything. You're not a collection of parts. You are an ecosystem, a flowing system where change anywhere ripples everywhere. This is why single interventions rarely work. You can't supplement your way out of a bad diet. You can't exercise away chronic stress. You can't sleep away a life lacking purpose. Holistic health isn't a buzzword. It's a recognition of reality, of interconnection, of complexity. But complexity doesn't mean impossible. It means approaching from multiple angles, small changes in many areas, compounding over time. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to do everything. You just have to do better today than yesterday. Be slightly more consistent this week than last week. Over months, years, these small improvements transform everything. The body is patient. It will wait for you to provide what it needs. It will compensate, adapt, work around deficiencies and damage for years, decades, until it can't, until systems start failing. But even then, often, it's not too late. People reverse type 2 diabetes in weeks, high blood pressure in months, autoimmune symptoms diminish, energy returns, weight normalizes. When given the right conditions, the body heals. This isn't alternative medicine. This is foundational medicine. Medicine before medicine. The Hippocratic teaching. Let food be thy medicine. Let medicine be thy food. He also said, first, do no harm. Modern medicine, powerful as it is, often harms. Side effects cascade into more medications, more side effects. The original problem gets lost beneath layers of interventions. Sometimes, absolutely, modern medicine is necessary. Antibiotics for bacterial infections, surgery for acute trauma, insulin for type 1 diabetes. This isn't about rejecting modern medicine. This is about not needing it in the first place, or needing less as a foundation of health supports the whole system. Mineral-rich clay, specifically montmorillonite clay, bentonite, has been used for millennia. Internally, it absorbs toxins, heavy metals in the gut, preventing reabsorption, facilitating elimination. Externally, as a mask, it draws impurities from skin. The clay particles are negatively charged. Toxins, heavy metals, are often positively charged. Electromagnetic attraction pulls toxins into the clay, which is then washed away. A tablespoon of bentonite clay in water once daily can support detoxification. Take it away from food, away from supplements, because it binds everything. It makes stool firmer, darker, sometimes slightly grey. This is normal. This is the clay carrying out what needed to leave. Some people feel slightly worse for a few days when starting as toxins mobilize. This is called a healing crisis or Herxheimer reaction. It passes, push through, or reduce the dose, then increase slowly. Externally, a clay mask on your face or a clay bath. Full body allows absorption through skin. The largest organ, your skin breathes, absorbs, excretes. It's not just a barrier, it's an interface, a living membrane between inner world and outer world. What you put on it matters. Commercial products full of chemicals, fragrances, preservatives, parabens. These absorb into bloodstream, burden your liver, disrupt hormones. Simple is better. Clay, coconut oil, shea butter, essential oils, if tolerated. These are gentle, effective, non-toxic. Your great-grandmother didn't have a bathroom full of products. She had soap, maybe oil. She washed with water. The modern obsession with products has created an epidemic of skin problems, eczema, acne, sensitivity. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes just stop putting things on and let your skin remember how to regulate itself. The skin produces its own oils, its own pH balance, its own microbiome. When you strip it with harsh soaps, then moisturize with petroleum products, you disrupt natural function. Better to use gentle cleansers or just water. Let your skin adjust. For a week or two, it may seem oily or dry. This is transition. Then it equilibrates and often looks better than it has in years. Reducing what you put on is as important as what you put in. Both represent toxic load. Environmental toxins accumulate. Your liver can only process so much. When overwhelmed, toxins get stored in fat tissue. They sit there for years, causing low-grade inflammation, disrupting hormones, contributing to disease. Detoxification isn't a one-time event. It's ongoing, daily. You detoxify through breath, through sweat, through urine, through stool, through tears. Even support these pathways. Breathe deeply, sweat regularly, sauna, exercise, stay hydrated. For kidney function, eat fiber. For bowel movements, at least once daily, preferably 2 or 3. If you're not eliminating regularly, toxins recirculate, reabsorb. This is why constipation creates so many problems. It's not just discomfort, it's auto-intoxication, poisoning yourself with your own waste. Fiber, soluble and insoluble, both matter. Soluble fiber, like in oats, chia seeds, beans, forms a gel, binds cholesterol, feeds good bacteria. Insoluble fiber, like in vegetables, whole grains, provides bulk, scrubs intestinal walls, promotes motility. You need both types from varied plant foods. 35 to 50 gram per day is optimal. Most people get less than 15. High fiber diets are associated with lower rates of colon cancer, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, all cause mortality. The fiber itself isn't magic, but foods high in fiber are whole plant foods, rich in nutrients, low in processed junk. So, fiber is a marker of an overall healthy diet. Still, the physical bulk, the fermentation products, the effects on blood sugar and cholesterol, these are direct benefits of fiber itself. Fermented foods we mentioned, but let's go deeper. The fermentation process pre-digests food, breaks down anti-nutrients, creates new vitamins, B vitamins especially, produces organic acids. that support gut pH, and of course, introduces beneficial bacteria. Each fermented food has its own microbial profile. Sauerkraut differs from kimchi, differs from kefir, differs from miso. Variety in fermented foods creates diversity in your microbiome. More species means more resilience. If one species gets knocked out by antibiotics or stress or dietary change, others can compensate. A diverse microbiome is a healthy microbiome. Research shows that people in industrialized nations have lost 30 to 40% of species diversity compared to people in traditional societies. This loss correlates with rises in allergies, autoimmunity, inflammatory disease. Can you restore diversity by eating fermented foods? Somewhat, but also important is eating diverse plants. 20 to 30 different plant species per week. Each plant contains unique fibers, unique polyphenols that feed different bacteria. Your microbiome reflects your diet. Eat processed food, you get a processed food microbiome. Eat diverse plants, you get a diverse, adaptable, beneficial microbiome. And your microbiome talks to your brain. The gut-brain axis is a two-way highway. Stress affects digestion, but digestion affects mood, anxiety, even personality. People who receive fecal transplants sometimes report changes in cravings, in mood, in behavior. The bacteria produce neurotransmitters, produce metabolites that cross the blood-brain barrier, that influence neural firing. You are in partnership with trillions of organisms. They are part of you. You are part of them. This is what it means to be a holobiont, an ecosystem, not an individual. Your identity, if you examine closely, is porous. You're not separate right from the food you eat. It becomes you. Literally, every cell this is rebuilt from atoms that were recently plants, animals, water, sun, soil, microbes. You are a temporary confluence of elements arranged in patterns that call themselves by your name for a while. Then the elements return to the world and rearrange into something else. This isn't depressing, it's liberating. The you that you think is so solid, so permanent, is actually fluid, changing. You can change your body through changing what you feed it. You can change your mind through changing how you think. You can change your life through changing small daily choices. Nothing is fixed. Everything is process, is becoming, is transformation. Right now, in this moment, you are between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the person you were when you lay down and the person you'll be when you wake. Sleep is death's little brother. You surrender consciousness. You trust that you'll return, and you do, slightly different, rested, repaired, renewed. Every morning is a small resurrection, a chance to begin again. The minerals that we've been discussing all night are not separate from this mystery. They are participants in the great work of being alive. Magnesium, allowing muscles to relax after contracting. Sodium and potassium, creating electrical gradients that allow thought. Calcium, signaling between cells. Zinc, reading DNA. Iron, carrying oxygen. Iodine, setting metabolic rate. Selenium, protecting from oxidation. These elements, forged in stars billions of years ago, scattered through space by supernovas, collected into planets, weathered into soil, taken up by plants, eaten by you, now, arranged in patterns that allow consciousness to contemplate itself. You are literally a star matter, aware of itself, looking back at the stars, recognizing kinship. Science tells one story, mysticism tells another, but they're not contradictory. They're complementary perspectives on the same inexplicable wonder of existence. You can appreciate the biochemistry and still feel awe. You can understand mechanisms and still experience mystery. Both are true, both are necessary for full comprehension, which is probably impossible anyway. So we let go of needing to understand and sink into simple being, your body knowing what to do, breath flowing in and out, heart beating, steady, blood circulating, delivering nutrients, collecting waste, kidneys filtering continuously, liver transforming, intestines absorbing, brain dreaming or not dreaming, or hovering in that space between waking and sleeping, that hypnagogic realm where images arise without storylines, where thought dissolves into feeling, into sensation, into nothing. And in this nothing, in this empty space, everything heals, inflammation cools, cortisol drops, growth hormone rises, melatonin floods your system, serotonin converts to melatonin in your pineal gland, the tiny pinecone-shaped structure deep in your brain, the ancient third eye, the seat of the soul, according to Descartes, producing a hormone that synchronizes your entire body as to the rhythm of darkness and light. Without melatonin, you don't sleep well, but melatonin does more than sleep. It's a powerful antioxidant, more potent than vitamin C. It scavenges free radicals, especially in the brain. It supports mitochondria. It modulates immunity. It may prevent cancer through multiple mechanisms. This is why shift workers who sleep during day have higher rates of cancer, of metabolic disease, of depression, because their melatonin never properly rises. Their circadian rhythm is perpetually disrupted. If you work shifts, if you travel across time zones, support yourself with timing of light exposure, darkness, eating times, melatonin supplements. Short-term may help, but long-term, the solution is consistent rhythm, same sleep time, same wake time, every day, including weekends. Your body craves rhythm. It evolved with sunrise, sunset, seasons, moon phases. These rhythms are coded in your genes. When disrupted, everything suffers. But here, tonight, you're aligned. You're in bed, in darkness, in silence, or near silence. The world is quiet. Most people are sleeping. There's a collective lowering of energy in the night. Even cities that never sleep have quieter hours, fewer cars, fewer lights, less activity. You can feel it if you're awake at 3 a.m. The quality of silence is different, deeper, more complete, as if the whole world is resting, dear seer, in the palm of darkness. And you are part of this great rest, this necessary pause between days, your personal darkness merging with universal darkness, your personal healing mirroring the planet's healing, which happens when humans sleep, when we stop consuming, producing, moving, disturbing. For a few hours, the earth can breathe, can recover from our constant activity. This is not to make you feel guilty, just to recognize connection. You're not separate from nature. You are nature, Homo sapiens, one species among millions, subject to the same laws, requiring the same conditions: air, water, food, rest. No amount of technology changes these fundamental needs, so we honor them, these simple needs. We honor the body, this temporary vehicle. We give it minerals, we give it clean water, we give it sunlight and darkness, movement and rest. We give it real food, and in return, it gives us everything, every experience, every sensation, every thought, every emotion, every moment of this brief, improbable existence. Gratitude might arise, or it might not. Either is fine. There's no should here. Just gentle recognition that you have a body and it's doing its best with what it's been given. And tonight, you're giving it something precious. Rest, deep, total, physiological rest, where nothing is required, where you can finally let go. Your jaw completely slack, tongue heavy, in your mouth, eyes still under closed lids, eyebrows smooth, forehead soft, scalp relaxed, neck long, shoulders dropped, melted, miles away from your ears, chest open, soft, rising and falling so slowly, belly round, soft, no holding, arms heavy as stone, hands open, curled gently or not, long, heavy feet apart, toes pointing wherever they point, the entire back body pressed into support, held, completely held by the surface beneath you. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to think about, just this breath, this moment, this letting go. The body keeps healing in ways we've discussed, and ways beyond words. The minerals finding their places, the cells communicating, the ancient wisdom of physiology unfolding as it has for millions of years. You don't have to help. You don't have to try. You just have to not interfere, have to get out of your own way and let the intelligence that grew you from one cell, that beats your heart, that digests your food, that heals your cuts, do what it does perfectly, effortlessly, endlessly. Deep mineral balance and sacred rest. These are not separate things. They are aspects of the same commitment, the commitment to honor this life, this body, this moment, to provide what is needed and to release what is not, to trust in the process and to rest in the darkness, where all transformation truly begins. And so we drift. We continue drifting through these inner oceans, these rivers of minerals, these highways of healing, not needing to arrive anywhere, just floating, suspended, held in the vast dark, where healing happens, where regeneration blooms, where you become new while sleeping, while dreaming, while dissolving into the space between thoughts, between breaths, between one moment and the next, closing the gut junctions, restoring tight junction integrity, reduces the mineral drain dramatically. The two systems heal together, support each other. You can't fully heal cellular balance without addressing the absorption, the miracle of mineral restoration. Let's end where we began. This system, this electric metallic current flowing through your fluids, has the power to rebalance, to recalibrate, to forgive decades of depletion and try again. This regenerative capacity is hope, is grace, is biology, telling us it's never too late, even if you've stripped your stores with stress, with caffeine, with processed salts, with exhaustion. If you stop, if you support, if you nourish, the electrolytes will try to come back, not always instantly, not if depletion is profound, but often enough to matter, enough to extend life, enough to feel charged, to function, to live with energy. Again, your body is wisdom, is intelligence, is design, so intricate, so perfect, so forgiving. All it asks is that you listen, that you honor it, that you stop the leaching, that you provide what it needs: magnesium, potassium, sodium, calcium, rest, movement, sunlight, love, purpose. Mineral balance keeps working right now, in this moment, conducting your signals, every spark, billions of times per day, pulsing through membranes, firing neurons, regulating hydration, clearing waste, contracting muscles, building bone, maintaining your life without fanfare, without recognition, just quietly, perfectly functioning. Let your gratitude be wordless, be cellular, be deep. Feel it for these elements, for this body, for this life that continues, breath after breath, heartbeat after heartbeat, without your conscious control. You are being lived by something far greater than your small self, your thinking mind. The body keeps healing, the rhythm rests in quiet light, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the wisdom of equilibrium, through the dark toward morning, your breath like tide, your heartbeat like drum, the minerals conducting, restoring, forgiving. Everything connects, everything heals in relationship. You don't need to force it, to control it, to understand it fully. Just support it. Just allow it. Just trust. The body keeps healing. The minerals rest in quiet light and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Sleep now, sleep deep. Your cells are recharging, your balance is restoring. Everything is well, everything is healing in its own time, in its own way. The body keeps healing, the rhythm rests in quiet light, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, sleep, and will keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, with the wisdom of Barbara O'Neill. Tonight we'll drift through the gentle power of the vagus nerve, the mineral pathways of the myelin sheath, the rhythmic healing of a quiet mind, using Barbara O'Neill's. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the soft peace that stills the nervous system. Your body is a universe of electrical whispers, billions of signals traveling like starlight through the darkness of your inner cosmos. This is your nervous system, ancient, intelligent, always listening, always responding. Imagine it now, the central nervous system, your brain and spinal cord, like a great tree, roots running deep through your spine, branches reaching into thought, into memory, into the quiet hum of consciousness itself. This command center, floating in cerebrospinal fluid, protected, cushioned, bathed in liquid light and extending outward like rivers finding the sea. The peripheral nervous system, nerves branching, dividing, reaching every fingertip, every toe, carrying sensation inward, carrying intention outward. A billion tiny threads, weaving your experience of temperature, of pressure, of the sheets against your skin right now. Feel that connection, your skin sensing, sending signals up, through the pathways to the brain and back down again. All of this happening in the silence beneath your awareness as you sink deeper into rest. Within this vast network lives the autonomic system, the part of you that needs no conscious thought. Your heartbeat continues, your lungs expand, your stomach digests, even as you drift towards sleep. This is the wisdom, older than words, older than thought. Two branches, like twin rivers, the sympathetic, preparing you for action, and the parasympathetic, returning you to peace. Most of modern life keeps that sympathetic river rushing, turbulent, fight or flight, day after day. But here, now, in the darkness, you can shift. Parasympathetic dominance, the body's natural resting state, where healing happens, where cells repair themselves, where inflammation subsides like a tide pulling back, revealing the shore. And the pathway to this peace runs through the vagus nerve, the wandering nerve, your body's longest cranial nerve, beginning in the brainstem, wandering down through your throat, your heart, your lungs, your digestive organs, a great peaceful river flowing through your core. When you breathe slowly, deeply, you massage this nerve. You signal to your body that it's safe to let go. Each exhale, activating the vagus, slowing your heart, calming inflammation, releasing tension you didn't know you were holding. Thump, thump. Feel it slowing, your heartbeat, like a drum in the distance, getting softer, quieter. Each breath, a gift to your nervous system, telling it you're safe, you can rest. Your nervous system is plastic, moldable, capable of change. This is neural plasticity, the brain's poetry, the way it rewrites itself with each experience, each thought, each moment of learning. The neurons that fire together, wire together, creating pathways, like water carving canyons over time. Your repeated thoughts, your habits, shape the landscape of your mind, and this means you can reshape it through intention, through practice, through the choices you make. Even as you fall asleep tonight, imagine neurons reaching out in the darkness, forming new connections, new patterns of thought, of emotion, of response. This is happening even now as your brain processes the day, as it consolidates memory, as it prunes away what's no longer needed, and protecting these electrical pathways, wrapping them like insulation on a wire, is the myelin sheath, a fatty coating, white matter that allows signals to travel faster, more efficiently, like covering copper wire with rubber, protecting the current. This myelin sheath requires care. It needs the right nutrients, the right conditions. When it degrades, signals become scattered, thoughts become foggy, the electrical whispers get lost in translation. Raw fats, healthy fats, build this insulation. Omega-3 fatty acids, from cold water, from seeds. These molecules become part of your structure, part of your nervous system's integrity. Avocado, rich and green, walnuts, shaped like tiny brains, flaxseed oil, golden and pure. These aren't just foods, they're building blocks, they're repair materials, arriving like supply shipments to rebuild your infrastructure at the cellular level. Tiny pumps work constantly. The sodium-potassium pump. 3 sodium ions out, 2 potassium ions in, creating the electrical potential that makes nerve signals possible. This is the foundation of every thought, every sensation, every heartbeat. These pumps require energy. They consume 1/3 of all the ATP your cells produce, working tirelessly, maintaining the gradient, maintaining the charge. Like little batteries are being constantly recharged, and they require minerals, the right balance of electrolytes, Celtic salt, unrefined, grey and mineral rich, contains trace elements. Sodium, yes, but in concert with magnesium, calcium, potassium. The way nature intended, modern refined salt, stripped, bleached, is just sodium and chloride. It throws the balance askew. But ancient salt from ancient seas carries the memory of balance, the full spectrum of what your nerves need. Hydration and conductivity are inseparable. Your body is mostly water, and electricity travels through water. But not just any water. It needs minerals to carry the current. Pure water alone is actually an insulator. It's the dissolved mineral that make it conductive. So water intake isn't just about volume, it's about quality, about timing, about balance. Some suggest half your body weight in ounces daily. But listen to your body's wisdom, the color of your urine, the feeling of your skin, the clarity of your thoughts. These tell you what you need to know. Magnesium, the calming mineral, the mineral of relaxation, involved in over 300 enzyme reactions. In your body, most people are deficient, living in a state of subtle magnesium starvation, and the nervous system feels this lack acutely. Magnesium blocks calcium from rushing into cells, allowing muscles to relax, including the smooth muscles around blood vessels, around airways. When magnesium is low, everything stays contracted, tense. The body can't fully let go. Dark leafy greens, pumpkin seeds, almonds. These carry magnesium like gifts. Green vegetables get their color from chlorophyll, and at the heart of every chlorophyll molecule sits a magnesium atom. You're eating concentrated sunlight and magnesium together. An Epsom salt bath, magnesium sulfate absorbed through skin, the warmth, the minerals, the act of stillness, all conspiring to calm your nervous system, to tell your muscles it's time to release. The B-complex vitamins, a family of nutrients working together, B1, B2, B3, all the way to B12, each one a key unlocking different aspects of nerve health, of energy production, of neurotransmitter synthesis, vitamin B12 is essential for nerve repair, for maintaining the myelin sheath. A deficiency leads to nerve damage, to cognitive decline, to a fatigue that sleep can't fix. This vitamin is created by bacteria in soil, in the guts of animals. We used to get it from vegetables that still carried soil bacteria, but now, in our sterile world, in our sanitized food system, many are deficient. The B vitamins work together like an orchestra, each playing its part. You can't have just one and expect harmony. Whole foods, whole grains, nutritional yeast provide them together. The way they appear in nature, in balanced ratios, in bioavailable forms. Light, the sun, rising each morning. This external cycle synchronizes your internal rhythms. The sun's effect on serotonin is profound. Daylight hitting your retina triggers the production of this neurotransmitter, this molecule of mood, of motivation, of mental calm. Serotonin isn't just about happiness. It's about emotional stability, about impulse control, about the frontal lobe's ability to govern, to decide, to resist temptation. Low serotonin and the amygdala, your fear center, becomes hyperactive. The world feels more threatening, more overwhelming. And as daylight fades, as darkness comes, that serotonin is converted into melatonin. The hormone of sleep, the hormone of night. Melatonin doesn't just make you drowsy, it's a powerful antioxidant. It triggers repair processes. It synchronizes your circadian rhythms, these biological clocks running in nearly every cell, these 24-hour cycles that govern when to wake, when to sleep, when to digest, when to repair. Modern life disrupts these rhythms. Artificial light, screens, night shifts, blue light exposure, especially at night, suppresses melatonin production. Your brain thinks it's still daytime. The signal to sleep never comes clearly. Darkness, true darkness, is therapeutic. Your bedroom should be a cave. Blackout curtains, no LED lights, no phone screens, just darkness, allowing your pineal gland deep in your brain to produce melatonin. Undisturbed, sunshine and vitamin D. This isn't just about bone health. Vitamin D is actually a hormone affecting gene expression, affecting immune function, affecting mood. The skin as a third lung, breathing in light, converting it to something your body can use. Morning sun sets your circadian rhythm. Evening sun begins the transition to night. Try to see the sunrise. Try to see the sunset. These transitions help your body know where it is in the cycle of day and night. Water as medicine. Hydrotherapy for nerve tone. Hot water dilates blood vessels. Cold water constricts them. Alternating between the two creates a pumping action in your vascular system, moving blood, moving lymph, moving nutrients in, moving waste out. Ending your shower with cold water, even 30 seconds, stimulates the vagus nerve, increases alertness, strengthens the nervous system's resilience. The body learns it can handle stress and return to baseline. This is building strength through controlled stress, through hormetic stress. But at night, warmth is what you need. A warm bath an hour before bed raises your core temperature, and when you get out, your body temperature drops. This drop signals sleep. Melatonin rises as temperature falls. Breathing. You've been breathing this entire time. But have you been breathing fully? Most people breathe shallowly, using only the top of their lungs, missing the deep breathing mechanics that calm the nervous system. Diaphragmatic oxygenation, breathing into your belly, your diaphragm, a dome of muscle beneath your lungs. When it contracts, it pulls down, creating space, allowing lungs to expand fully down into the lower lobes where blood flow is richest. And when you exhale, the diaphragm relaxes, pushing air out. This movement, this rhythm, massages your internal organs, stimulates the vagus nerve, signals rest, signals safety. Breathe in slowly for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold gently for 2. Exhale slowly for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The exhale longer than the inhale. This ratio shifts you into parasympathetic, into calm. With each breath, you're feeding your cells oxygen, the most fundamental need, more important than food, than water. You can survive weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without oxygen. Fresh air and lung capacity. Open windows when you can. Let air circulate. Stale air carries carbon dioxide, carries staleness. New air carries oxygen, carries freshness, carries life. Your frontal lobe, the most recently evolved part of your brain, right behind your forehead. This is the seat of decision-making, of impulse control, of conscious choice. The frontal lobe function separates humans from other animals. This region can override impulses, can delay gratification, can choose the harder right over the easier wrong. It governs moral reasoning, future planning, complex thought. This is the power of the will, but the frontal lobe is vulnerable. Stress weakens it, lack of sleep weakens it, poor nutrition weakens it. When it's weakened, the amygdala, your fear and emotion center, takes over. Decision-making becomes reactive, impulsive, emotional. The amygdala response is ancient. It sees threats everywhere. It doesn't distinguish between a lion and an email. Both trigger the same cascade: cortisol, adrenaline, the body preparing for fight or flight. Chronic stress means chronic cortisol, and chronic cortisol is toxic to the hippocampus, to memory formation, to the frontal lobe. It's like acid, slowly eroding your brain structures. Lowering cortisol naturally requires lifestyle changes. Stress reduction isn't about eliminating stress. That's impossible. It's about changing your response, building resilience through sleep, through nutrition, through movement, through connection, through meaning, adrenal fatigue recovery. Your adrenal glands sitting atop your kidneys produce cortisol, produce adrenaline. They can become exhausted from constant demand. The answer isn't more stimulation. It's rest. It's nourishment. It's gentle restoration of the sympathetic balance. Your gut contains more serotonin than your brain. 90% of your body's serotonin is produced in the enteric nervous system. This is the gut-brain axis, a two-way highway of communication. The microbiome and neurotransmitters, trillions of bacteria living in your intestines. They produce vitamins, they produce neurotransmitters. They communicate with your brain through the vagus nerve, through immune signals, through hormones. These microbes affect your mood, your anxiety, your cognition. Probiotics for mental clarity aren't pseudoscience. They're acknowledging that you're an ecosystem, not just human cells, but bacterial cells too. And when the ecosystem is balanced, you feel better, you think better, you are better. The enteric plexus, a network of neurons embedded in the walls of your intestines. This is sometimes called the second brain. It can function independently of the central nervous system, controlling digestion, controlling movement, sensing, responding. Serotonin production in the gut depends on the right bacteria, the right nutrients, the right conditions. Tryptophan, an amino acid from protein, is the precursor. It needs B vitamins, it needs minerals. The body converts it to serotonin when the conditions are right, but lectins and inflammation can disrupt this process. Lectins, plant proteins, found in grains, in legumes, in nightshades. For some people, these cause inflammation. These damage the gut lining. These create a cascade of problems. Each person is different. What inflames one might nourish another. This is why listening to your body is more important than any diet dogma. Notice how foods make you feel, not just immediately, but hours later, days later. Fasting for cellular repair. When you stop eating, even for 12 hours, your body shifts from growth mode to repair mode. This is autophagy, the body's cleaning system, cells breaking down damaged components, recycling proteins, clearing debris. Autophagy in neurons. Your brain cells can't divide, can't be replaced, so they must clean themselves, repair themselves. Autophagy is crucial for neuronal health, for preventing protein aggregation, for preventing neurodegeneration. A simple practice is to eat dinner early, skip snacking, allow 12 to 14 hours before breakfast. Breakfast means breaking the fast. Let there be a faster break. High fiber diet benefits. Fiber feeds your gut bacteria. It slows digestion. It stabilizes blood sugar. It helps eliminate Waste, toxins, fiber from vegetable, from fruits, from whole grains, not from processed foods with added fiber, but from real food, whole food, the alkaline versus acidic balance of your body. This isn't about the pH of your blood, that stays tightly controlled, but about the overall metabolic state, the acid load from protein metabolism, from stress, from poor diet. Eating more vegetables, especially green vegetables, helps create alkaline reserves, helps buffer the acid load. This isn't mysticism, it's basic biochemistry. Minerals from plants, like potassium, like magnesium, are alkaline forming. Cayenne pepper for circulation. This red powder contains capsaicin. It dilates blood vessels. It increases circulation to the periphery. Some traditions use it for heart health, for metabolic health, even sprinkled in socks to warm cold feet. Ginger and nerve inflammation. Ginger root contains gingerols, compounds that reduce inflammatory prostaglandins. Fresh ginger tea, warming, soothing, settling the stomach, settling the nerves. Turmeric and curcumin, the golden spice of India. Curcumin crosses the blood-brain barrier, that protective filter, keeping toxins out, letting nutrients in. Curcumin reduces neuroinflammation, promotes brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, the brain's growth hormone. Minerals are the spark plugs of your nervous system. Iodine and thyroid health. Your thyroid in your throat controls metabolism, controls energy, controls how every cell functions. Iodine is essential, yet many are deficient. Seaweed, fish, iodized salt. If you use regular salt, these provide iodine, but too much is also problematic. Balance, always balance. Zinc for synaptic function. Zinc is concentrated in the hippocampus, in synaptic vesicles. It modulates neurotransmitter release. It affects learning, memory, mood. Oysters, pumpkin seeds, beef are rich sources. Lecithin and acetylcholine. Lecithin from egg yolks, from soybeans, provides choline, and choline becomes acetylcholine, the neurotransmitter of memory, of muscle contraction, of parasympathetic activity. Lowering acetylcholine through certain medications impairs memory, impairs cognition. Coconut oil and ketones. Medium-chain triglycerides in coconut oil can be converted to ketones by the liver, and ketones can fuel the brain, an alternative to glucose. Some find mental clarity improves on ketones, the brain becoming more efficient, more focused, brain fog reversal, that cloudy feeling where thoughts move slowly, where words don't come. This has causes: poor sleep, poor nutrition, inflammation, toxins, stress, improving memory naturally. Sleep is essential. Memory consolidation happens during sleep, during REM sleep, during deep sleep. Different types of memories are processed in different stages. Regular learning challenges the brain, keeps it plastic, keeps it growing. The law of use states that what you use grows stronger, what you ignore withers. Use your memory rather than relying only on devices. Mental exercise isn't just crosswords, it's learning new skills, learning languages, learning instruments. These create new neural pathways. These maintain cognitive reserve. Conscious relaxation techniques aren't just lying down, they're practices. Progressive muscle relaxation. Tense each muscle group, then release, working from toes to head, noticing the difference between tension and release. Sensory overload prevention. The modern world bombards you with stimuli, notifications, screens, noise, crowds. Your nervous system isn't designed for this. It needs periods of low stimulation, of silence, of stillness, EMF sensitivity, electromagnetic fields from devices, from Wi-Fi, from cell towers. Some people are more sensitive. Headaches, fatigue, difficulty concentrating, whether it's in your head or in your cells. If turning off Wi-Fi at night helps you sleep better, then do it. Your spinal cord runs through your vertebrae, protected yet vulnerable. Spinal cord alignment affects nerve flow. Misalignments, called subluxations, can impinge nerves, causing pain, causing dysfunction in the organs those nerves supply. Posture and nerve flow, how you sit, how you stand, how you sleep, all affect your spine. Forward head posture from looking at screens strains the neck, compresses nerves, causes headaches, causes arm pain, causes brain fog from reduced blood flow. Gentle stretching, yoga and nerve tension help maintain spinal flexibility, help release muscular tension. Yoga isn't about extreme poses, it's about gentle opening, mindful movement, breath coordination, eliminating tobacco and alcohol. Both are neurotoxins. Tobacco constricts blood vessels, reduces oxygen to all tissues, including the brain. The temporary stimulation from nicotine is followed by depletion, dependence. Alcohol, even in small amounts, affects the brain. It might help you fall asleep, but it disrupts sleep architecture. You miss deep sleep. You miss REM. You wake unrested, and chronically, it damages brain structure, liver function, overall health. The danger of refined sugars. Sugar spikes blood glucose. This is followed by an insulin surge, then a crash. This roller coaster stresses your system, promotes inflammation, feeds harmful bacteria. It's addictive, activating the same brain regions as drugs. Neurotoxicity of aspartame. This artificial sweetener breaks down into aspartic acid, phenylalanine, and methanol. These can cross the blood-brain barrier. They can act as excitotoxins, overstimulating neurons, leading to damage. MSG and excitotoxins, monosodium glutamate, and similar compounds. They make food taste good, but they overstimulate glutamate receptors in the brain. This excitation can lead to cell death, headaches, brain fog, anxiety are common reactions. Heavy metal chelation, metals like mercury, like lead, like aluminum, accumulate in tissues, including brain tissue. They interfere with enzyme function, with neurotransmitter synthesis, with cellular processes, aluminum and cognitive decline, aluminum exposure from cookware, from antiperspirants, from food additives may contribute to neurological disease. The brain has difficulty eliminating aluminum. It accumulates over years. Natural chelators include cilantro, chlorella, certain clays. These bind metals, help eliminate them, though the science is still developing. Reducing exposure is most important. Exercise and endorphins. Movement releases endogenous opioids, your body's natural pain relievers, natural mood elevators. You feel better after exercise. This isn't just psychological, it's biochemical. Walking in nature combines movement with natural environments. The Japanese call it forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku. Studies show it reduces cortisol, reduces blood pressure, improves mood, improves immune function. Trees release volatile organic compounds, phytoncides. When you breathe these, your immune system responds. Natural killer cells increase, stress decreases, earthing and grounding, walking barefoot on earth, on grass, on sand. This connects you to the Earth's electrical field. Proponents suggest it reduces inflammation, improves sleep, stabilizes rhythms, negative ions and mood. Near moving water, waterfalls, ocean waves, the air is rich in negative ions. These molecules, with an extra electron, seem to improve mood, increase energy, similar to the freshness you feel after rain. The gut-brain communication continues constantly. What you eat for breakfast affects your afternoon mood. The bacteria send signals up through the vagus. Your brain sends signals down, affecting digestion, affecting the microbiome. This is why stress affects your stomach, why anxiety causes nausea, why grief takes away appetite. The systems are inseparable. The importance of rest cannot be overstated. Rest isn't lazy. Rest is productive. During rest, your body repairs. Your brain consolidates. Memories, processes emotions, clears metabolic waste. Sleep is when the glymphatic system activates. This is the brain's waste removal system. Cerebrospinal fluid washes through brain tissue, carrying away protein aggregates, metabolic debris. This happens mainly during sleep, mainly during deep sleep. Chronic sleep deprivation allows this waste to accumulate. Beta amyloid, tau proteins. These are associated with Alzheimer's disease. Sleep is preventive medicine. Trust in divine laws. Some might call it natural law. The body follows principles. If you provide what it needs, remove what harms it, it tends toward health. This is the vital force, the healing power that animates all living things. Your body wants to heal. It's designed to heal. Every cut closes, every bone mends, cells regenerate. This cellular intelligence is built into your DNA, into billions of years of evolution. Forgiveness and nerve tension, holding on to resentment, creates physical tension. Your jaw clenches, your shoulders rise, your breath shallows. The nervous system stays activated. Forgiveness isn't for the other person, it's for your own nervous system, it's for your own peace. Prayer and meditation quiet the thinking mind. These practices activate the default mode network, the brain at rest, but not inactive, processing, integrating, making meaning. Meditation doesn't have to be complicated. Sitting quietly, so watching your breath, yes, for even 5 minutes, has measurable effects on brain structure, on stress response, on gene expression. Silence is therapy. In our noisy world, silence is rare, but your nervous system craves it. Periods of silence allow the auditory system just to rest, allow the mind to settle like sediment in still water. Avoiding caffeine overstimulation. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors. Adenosine builds up during waking hours, creating sleep pressure. Caffeine blocks this signal. You feel alert, but the adenosine still accumulates. When caffeine wears off, you feel the crash. Moderate caffeine in the morning might be fine, but afternoon caffeine, evening caffeine disrupts sleep, and poor sleep creates a need for more caffeine, a vicious cycle. Herbal teas offer gentler alternatives. Chamomile contains a pigeonin which binds to benzodiazepine receptors, creating mild sedation. Valerian root has been used for centuries for insomnia, for anxiety. Skullcap for nerve strength. This plant, traditionally used for nervous tension, for restlessness. Modern herbalists still recommend it for calming an overactive mind. Hypericum, St. John's wort, used traditionally for melancholy, for nerve pain. It affects serotonin reuptake, similar to antidepressant medications, but milder, more gradual. Oat straw infusions, milky oat tops, harvested when the seed is just forming. These are nutritive, providing minerals, providing a gentle nervous system tonic, building resilience. Over time, lemon balm for anxiety. Melissa officinalis, a member of the mint family with a sweet, lemony scent. It's calming without being heavily sedating. It lifts mood while soothing nerves. The power of the will returns us to the frontal lobe, the ability to choose, to override impulse. This is what makes humans unique. Overcoming addiction requires strengthening the frontal lobe through practice, through nutrition, through sleep, through stress reduction. The addicted brain has a weakened frontal lobe and an overactive reward system. Dopamine fasting, a modern term for an old concept, reducing stimulation, reducing novelty, allowing dopamine receptors to resensitize so that simple pleasures feel pleasurable again. Our world is engineered for dopamine hits, social media, junk food, pornography, gambling, each engineered to hijack your reward system. Frontal lobe governance means conscious choice, choosing delayed gratification, choosing what serves you long term. Your body keeps score of every choice, of every meal, of every thought, not as judgment, but as consequence, as natural law, cause and effect, temperance in all things, not abstinence necessarily, but balance, moderation, knowing when enough is enough. This applies to food, to work, to exercise, to rest. Too much or too little of anything creates imbalance. The healing power of hope isn't metaphorical. Hope affects physiology. Studies show that optimism predicts better health outcomes after heart attacks, after surgery. In chronic disease, hope activates the healing systems. Despair, the opposite, suppresses immunity, raises inflammation, accelerates aging. Your thoughts, your beliefs, these aren't separate from your biology. They are part of it. Mitochondrial health, these organelles inside your cells produce ATP, the energy currency. Each cell has hundreds, thousands of mitochondria. They are most concentrated in metabolically active tissues, heart, brain, muscles. These mitochondria have their own DNA, inherited only from your mother. They are descendants of ancient bacteria that merged with our cells billions of years ago. When mitochondria function well, you have energy, clarity, vitality. When they're damaged, you feel fatigue, brain fog. Disease processes accelerate. Oxygenation of the blood again comes back to breathing, to good lung capacity, to cardiovascular health. Red blood cells carry oxygen bound to hemoglobin, an iron-containing protein, making its way to every cell, to every mitochondrion. Reducing systematic inflammation is one of the most important things you can do for longevity, for health. Inflammation is the root of most chronic diseases: heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's, autoimmunity, and nerve regeneration. Science shows us that the nervous system is more resilient than we once believed. Nerves can heal, can regrow, given the right conditions. This requires patience, time, the right nutrients, B vitamins, essential fatty acids, minerals, protein, and it requires removing what harms, toxins, stress, poor sleep, the sensory processing. That happens continuously. Information flowing from your environment through sensory receptors, through peripheral nerves, through the spinal cord, to the thalamus gateway. The thalamus, deep in your brain, is the relay station for almost all sensory information before reaching the cortex. Touch, sound, sight all pass through this gateway, this filter, except smell, olfaction, connects directly to the limbic system, to emotion, to memory. This is why a scent can transport you instantly to another time, another place. The hypothalamus regulation, also deep in the brain, controls so much: body temperature, hunger and thirst, sleep-wake cycles, hormone release, emotional responses. It's constantly monitoring your internal state, making adjustments, maintaining homeostasis. This balance, this equilibrium, is what health is. The body maintaining stable conditions despite external changes. When you're cold, the hypothalamus signals shivering, vasoconstriction. When you're hot, sweating, vasodilation. All automatic, all unconscious, all in service of homeostasis achievement. Natural laws of health are simple, though not always easy. Pure air, pure water, nutritious food, adequate sleep, regular exercise, sunlight, stress management, social connection, purpose, meaning. These aren't revolutionary, they're fundamental. Yet modern life works against them. We breathe stale air, we drink processed water, we eat refined foods, we sleep too little, we sit too much. We're disconnected from nature, from each other, from ourselves. Vital force restoration happens when you align with these laws, when you work with your body rather than against it. Strengthening the pineal gland, this pea-sized gland deep in your brain, produces melatonin, regulates circadian rhythms. Some traditions call it the third eye, the seat of intuition. It's affected by light, by sleep, by certain nutrients. Darkness at night strengthens it. Blue light at night weakens it. The pineal calcifies with age, with fluoride exposure, but maintaining good habits can support its function. Proper bedtime routines signal to your body that sleep is coming. Dimming lights an hour before bed, stopping screens, reading physical books, gentle stretching, a warm bath, herbal tea. These rituals trigger the sleep cascade. Temperature is important too. A cool room between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit facilitates sleep. Your core temperature must drop to fall asleep. A warm bath, followed by a cool room, accelerates this. Darkened rooms for sleep, complete darkness, or a sleep mask. Your skin has light receptors. Even covered eyes can sense light. For optimal melatonin, darkness is essential. Emotional stability comes from a well-regulated nervous system. When you're in parasympathetic, you can handle life's challenges with equanimity, with grace. Joy as medicine. Laughter releases endorphins, reduces cortisol, improves immune function. Finding reasons to laugh, to smile. Even forcing a smile changes your biochemistry. True temperance, again, is balance. It's not deprivation. It's not excess. It's the middle way, the sustainable path, Living in harmony with nature means respecting natural rhythms, sleeping when it's dark, waking with the sun, eating foods in season, moving your body, being outside, connecting to the elements, earth, air, water, sun. The body's self-healing design is miraculous. When you cut your finger, you don't have to. Think about healing. Platelets arrive, clotting factors activate, white blood cells clean, fibroblasts rebuild, all automatically, all perfectly orchestrated. This same intelligence heals everything. If you provide what it needs, if you remove what harms, your body knows what to do. Trust it, support it, get out of its way. And as you drift now deeper into sleep, your body begins its nightly work, repairing, regenerating, healing all the small damages of the day, being mended in the quiet, in the dark, your nervous system recalibrating, parasympathetic dominance taking hold, heart rate slowing, breathing deepening, muscles releasing, completely, finally, at rest. The vagus nerve gently active, coordinating this peaceful state, inflammation subsiding like a tide, pulling back, revealing the calm beneath, your myelin sheaths being repaired, restored, the fatty acids from today's meals being incorporated, strengthening the insulation, speeding the signals for tomorrow's thoughts, the sodium-potassium pumps working steadily, maintaining gradients, keeping neurons ready to fire when needed. But for now, quiet, conserving energy, awaiting tomorrow's demands, minerals, electrolytes, flowing through your fluids, conducting electricity, allowing communication between all parts of this vast, interconnected system. That is you. Magnesium, blocking calcium channels, allowing muscles to fully let go. Your jaw, your shoulders, your back, all softening, all releasing into the embrace of the mattress, of gravity, of sleep. B vitamins working in enzyme systems, supporting neurotransmitter synthesis for tomorrow's serotonin, tomorrow's dopamine, tomorrow's norepinephrine, all being prepared in advance by your body's wisdom. And even now, as you approach the border between waking and sleep, your brain waves slowing from beta through alpha toward theta, images and thoughts becoming dreamlike, less logical, more symbolic. You're drifting on the edge of consciousness. Soon, deep sleep will come. Delta waves, slow oscillations, your growth hormone will surge, your immune system will activate, memories will consolidate, all while you simply breathe. The glymphatic system, waiting for deep sleep to fully activate, cerebrospinal fluid will flow between brain cells, washing away the metabolic waste that accumulated during waking hours. This cleaning happens best in deep sleep, in dreamless sleep, when brain cells actually shrink slightly, creating space for fluid to flow through. This is why sleep deprivation feels like fog, The waste products haven't been cleared. They interfere with neuronal function, with clear thought. Sleep is maintenance. Sleep is janitorial work for your brain. Let your mind drift now to your gut, your second brain, where 90% of your serotonin lives, where trillions of bacteria are also preparing for night. These microbes follow circadian rhythms too. They have genes that turn on and off. With day and night cycles, they digest differently. At different times, they signal differently to your brain throughout the day. A healthy microbiome is diverse, like a rainforest. Many species, many strains, living in balance, competing, cooperating, creating an ecosystem that supports your health. But modern life depletes diversity, antibiotics, wipe out populations, processed foods, feed the wrong species, stress, alters the composition, creating dysbiosis, an imbalance that ripples outward, affecting mood, affecting immunity, affecting everything. Rebuilding diversity takes time. Fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, yogurt, these contain live bacteria, probiotics that can colonize your gut. Each bite is a transplant of living culture, and these bacteria need prebiotics, fiber that they ferment, creating short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, which feeds the cells lining your gut, which reduces inflammation, which signals through the vagus nerve to your brain that all is well. Mindful eating isn't just what you eat, but how. Chewing thoroughly activates salivary enzymes, begins digestion, signals the stomach to prepare. Chewing for nerve digestion sounds strange, but your teeth, your jaw muscles, these are innervated, connected to the nervous system. The act of chewing is actually calming, repetitive, rhythmic, unless you're rushed, stressed. Eating quickly, slow down, taste your food, notice texture, temperature, flavor. This presence, this awareness enhances digestion, enhances absorption, enhances satisfaction. You need less food when you're truly present to it, and the enteric nervous system, the neurons embedded in intestinal walls, are processing this food, sensing nutrients, sensing toxins, deciding what to absorb, what to eliminate, all automatically, all unconsciously. This intelligence doesn't require your thinking mind. The thalamus gateway, mentioned earlier, is filtering right now. Even as you drift towards sleep, it's deciding what to let through to consciousness, what to suppress. That faint sound from outside, usually it filters it, keeps you asleep. But if it sounds like danger, like your name being called, it lets it through, wakes you. This is intelligence. This is protection. The hypothalamus, working alongside, is adjusting your temperature. As your core cools for sleep, it's suppressing appetite, ghrelin levels dropping, it's coordinating the hormone cascades that govern your sleep architecture. Homeostasis is the goal, always. Balance, stability, whether it's blood sugar or blood pressure or pH or temperature. Your body has set points and works constantly to maintain them. This is the autonomy of the autonomic system. You don't have to think about it. It just happens, but you can support it through choices, through habits, exercise and endorphins. For example, movement tells your body that you're capable, that you're strong, that you can handle stress. It releases beta endorphin, your natural morphine, binding to opioid receptors, creating that runner's high, that post-workout glow. But it doesn't take running marathons. Walking in nature is enough, especially if you walk with awareness, with presence, noticing birds, trees, clouds, sky. This dual benefit of movement plus natural environment is more than the sum of parts. Studies of forest bathing show decreased inflammatory markers, show increased natural killer cells, show reduced stress hormones just from being among trees for 2 hours. The Japanese have measured this, documented it, made it. Preventive medicine, earthing and grounding, takes it further. Remove your shoes, feel soil, feel grass, feel sand. The earth carries a negative charge. Your body accumulates positive charge from electronics, from rubber soles, from modern life. Connecting to earth balances this. Discharges excess, or so the theory goes, whether it's electrons or simply the act of barefoot presence. Many report feeling better. Negative ions near water, waterfalls, waves, even showers. The air feels different, cleaner, fresher. Negative ions are molecules with extra electrons, thus they seem to increase serotonin, improve mood, enhance alertness. You feel this after a storm, after rain. The world feels renewed, but now, in your darkened room, you don't need alertness. You need its opposite. You need the gentle descent into unconsciousness, into the healing darkness of sleep. Your breath has slowed even more. You might not have noticed, but it has. Each inhale, shallow, effortless. Each exhale, long, complete. This is the body conserving energy, redirecting resources from movement, from thought, toward a repair, toward restoration. Your heart beating slower, perhaps 50 beats per minute, perhaps less. In deep sleep, your heart rate drops, further still, sometimes pausing slightly between beats. This is normal. This is rest. Your heart getting a break from the day's demands, the blood-brain barrier, this selective filter protecting your brain from toxins, from pathogens, from large molecules that shouldn't cross. It's formed by specialized cells, tight junctions between them, creating a seal, a fortress. But nutrients must cross, glucose, amino acids, vitamins. There are transporters, specific channels for each one, allowing passage of what's needed while blocking what's harmful. Some things shouldn't cross, but do. Alcohol easily crosses, affects neurons directly. Nicotine crosses rapidly, affects receptors, triggers dopamine. Certain toxins, heavy metals, can accumulate over time because the brain has difficulty eliminating them. Brain fog reversal often requires reducing toxic exposure, improving the barrier's integrity. This barrier can become leaky from chronic inflammation, from poor diet, from stress, making it more permeable, allowing larger molecules to enter, creating neuroinflammation, creating that foggy feeling. Omega-3 fatty acids help maintain barrier integrity. They're anti-inflammatory, they're structural, part of cell membranes, part of the barrier itself. DHA especially. Docosahexaenoic acid is concentrated in brain tissue, in neural membranes. Coconut oil and ketones offer an alternative fuel source. When you eat medium-chain triglycerides, they go straight to the liver, converted to ketones. These can cross the blood-brain barrier. These can power brain cells without needing insulin signaling. Some find mental clarity improves on a ketogenic diet, or simply from adding coconut oil. The brain runs more efficiently, perhaps, on ketones, less oxidative stress, more stable energy, though this varies person to person. Improving memory naturally requires multiple approaches. Sleep, as we've discussed, is crucial, but so is novelty, learning new things, challenging your brain, creating new neural pathways. The hippocampus, the seahorse-shaped structure deep in your brain, is where new memories form, where spatial memory lives, where episodic memory is encoded. This structure can generate new neurons, even in adulthood. Neurogenesis, rare in adult brains, but it happens here. Exercise stimulates neurogenesis. In the hippocampus, learning stimulates it. Omega-3 support it. Chronic stress damages it. Chronic cortisol is toxic to hippocampal neurons. This is why severe stress impairs memory, creates deficits that can be long-lasting. The law of use states simply that what you use grows stronger. Muscles, bones, neural pathways, even at 70, 80, 90 years old, you can build new connections, learn new skills. This is neural plasticity. This is hope that you're not fixed, not finished, still growing, still capable. Mental exercise can be anything that challenges memory, language skills, problem solving. Learning an instrument forces brain regions to coordinate, to communicate, to strengthen their connections. Learning another language, especially later in life, has been shown to delay cognitive decline, to increase cognitive reserve. This is the brain's resilience, its ability to maintain function despite damage, despite aging. But all of these efforts must be built on a foundation of basic health, fresh air and lung capacity. You can't think clearly. Without oxygen, your brain uses 20% of your body's oxygen, despite being only 2% of body weight. Shallow breathing, mouth breathing, reduces oxygen delivery. Breathing through your nose filters air, warms it, humidifies it, and produces nitric oxide, a molecule that dilates blood vessels, improves oxygenation. Throughout your body, deep breathing, filling the lungs, expands capacity. Over time, your diaphragm, your respiratory muscles, more efficient. You can deliver more oxygen with less effort. The skin as a third lung. This concept, from natural hygiene, suggests that skin breathes, absorbs oxygen, eliminates waste through sweat, through the pores. This is why tight synthetic fabrics that trap heat, that don't breathe, feel uncomfortable. They interfere with this exchange. Wearing natural fibers, cotton, linen, wool, allows your skin to breathe, to function as it's meant to, and exposing skin to sunlight, to fresh air, supports this function. Sunshine and vitamin D. Again, this hormone regulates calcium, affects immunity, affects mood, affects gene expression in hundreds of processes. Morning sun especially sets your circadian clock, tells your body it's time to wake, time to make cortisol, time to increase body temperature, blood pressure, heart rate. Without morning light, your clock drifts later. You feel tired in the morning, wired at night. Light pollution from cities, from indoor lights, confuses this clock, disrupts these rhythms, making it harder to sleep, to wake, to function optimally. Grounded sleeping. Some people use grounding sheets connected to earth ground through an outlet or a rod in the soil. The theory is you discharge accumulated charge throughout the night. Some report better sleep, less inflammation, less pain. Whether it's placebo or physiology, if it helps, perhaps it matters not. Castor oil packs, an old remedy. Castor oil on flannel cloth, placed over the liver or painful areas, covered with heat for an hour. It's said to reduce inflammation, improve lymph flow, support detoxification. Edgar Cayce made this famous in his readings. Thousands reported benefits. Poultices for nerve pain, clay poultices, charcoal poultices, drawing out toxins, reducing inflammation, whether through actual absorption or through increased circulation from the application. People have used these for centuries. Epsom salt baths, already mentioned, but worth repeating. Magnesium sulfate in warm water, muscle relaxation, nerve calming. The ritual itself is therapeutic, taking time for self-care, for warmth, for stillness. The impact of music on nerves is profound. certain frequencies, certain rhythms, certain melodies calm the nervous system, lower heart rate, lower blood pressure, reduce stress hormones. Music therapy is used in hospitals, in therapy, for dementia, for depression, for anxiety. Music accesses emotion, memory, without needing language. It bypasses the thinking mind, reaches deeper, older parts of the brain. Listening to slow music, classical, ambient, nature sounds before bed can ease the transition to sleep. Your heart rate will synchronize with the tempo entrainment. This is called your body matching external rhythms. Gentle stretching before bed releases muscular tension, signals to your body that the day's work is done, that it's time to settle, to soften. Yoga poses, like child's pose, like legs up the wall, these activate parasympathetic, these calm the nervous system. Yoga and nerve tension isn't about extreme flexibility, it's about moving with breath, with awareness, holding poses long enough for muscles to release, for connective tissue to lengthen. This requires patience, surrender, the opposite of our usual mode of forcing, of pushing through. Sensory processing happens constantly. Millions of signals each second from your skin, from your joints, from your muscles, from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, all being integrated into your experience of this moment. But sometimes the volume is too high. Sensory overload overwhelms the system. Bright lights, loud sounds, strong smells, crowds, chaos. For some people, especially those with sensitive nervous systems, this quickly becomes too much. Preventing overload means creating quiet spaces, low stimulation, time alone, time in nature, time without screens, without notifications, without demands, just being, just breathing, just existing. Blue light exposure from screens, from LEDs, suppresses melatonin more than any other wavelength. It signals day, even when it's night. Your pineal gland receives this signal through your retinas, through specialized cells that detect light, and it stops producing melatonin. If you must use screens at night, use blue light filters or glasses that block blue, or better yet, use dim red lights. After sunset, red light doesn't suppress melatonin, doesn't interfere with your sleep hormone. Some people install red bulbs in their bedroom, in their bathroom, for nighttime use. This allows vision without disrupting melatonin production, without waking you fully. If you need to rise in the night, EMF sensitivity remains controversial. Some people report headaches, fatigue, difficulty sleeping near Wi-Fi routers, near cell towers, near smart meters. The research is mixed, inconclusive, but if you feel better with airplane mode, with Wi-Fi off at night, then trust your experience. The enteric nervous system the gut brain, contains more neurons than your spinal cord. This independent nervous system can function without input from the brain. It senses, contracts, secretes, all on its own. The myenteric plexus and the submucosal plexus, these networks control the waves of peristalsis that move food through your intestines. This rhythmic contraction, like waves on a beach, happens without your awareness, without your control. At night, digestion slows, your gut also rests. This is why late eating disrupts sleep. Your body is trying to rest, to repair, but instead it must digest. These competing demands reduce sleep quality. Eating earlier, 3 hours before bed, allows digestion to complete, allows your body to focus on sleep processes, on repair, on restoration. Fasting for cellular repair takes this further beyond nightly 12-hour fasts, extended fasts of 16 hours, 24 hours or more trigger deeper autophagy, this cellular recycling, this cleaning process. During autophagy, cells break down, damage proteins, dysfunctional mitochondria, cellular debris. They recycle the components, build new structures. This is renewal. This is rejuvenation. At the cellular level, neurons especially benefit from autophagy. They can't divide, can't be replaced, so they must maintain themselves, clean themselves, repair themselves. Autophagy is how intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating, has become popular, not as a diet, but as a pattern, an eating window of 8 hours, perhaps with 16 hours of fasting, including sleep. This gives your body extended time without food, without insulin spikes, time for deeper cellular work. A high-fiber diet supports this process. Fiber slows glucose absorption, prevents spikes in blood sugar, prevents crashes, creates stable energy throughout the day, and fiber feeds your microbiome. Those bacteria ferment it, create those short-chain fatty acids that benefit you profoundly. Vegetables, fruits, legumes, whole grains. These are fiber sources, not fiber supplements, not isolated fibers, but whole foods with fiber plus, vitamins or minerals, phytonutrients, all working together synergistically. The alkaline versus acidic balance in your body isn't about blood pH that's tightly controlled between 7.35 and 7.45, very narrow. Any deviation is life-threatening, but the metabolic acid load from diet, from stress, this affects other systems. Eating predominantly plant foods provides alkaline minerals, potassium, magnesium, calcium. These buffer metabolic acids, protect bones from being dissolved, to buffer blood, protect tissues from inflammation. Animal proteins, grains, produce acid. When metabolized, this doesn't mean don't eat them, but balance them. with abundant vegetables, greens especially, a highly alkaline forming cayenne pepper with its capsaicin opens blood vessels, increases circulation. Some herbalists recommend it for heart health, for metabolic health. It has antimicrobial properties, helps digestion, stimulates the system, but perhaps not before bed, unless you're used to it. Ginger root, fresh or dried, is gentler, warming without overstimulation. It settles nausea, reduces inflammation, contains gingerols and sugars, compounds that block inflammatory pathways, help with pain, with arthritis, with muscle soreness. Ginger tea before bed can be soothing, settling. If your stomach is upset, if you feel inflammation, warmth spreading through your core as you sip slowly. Turmeric, the golden spice, contains curcumin, a potent anti-inflammatory. It crosses the blood-brain barrier, reduces neuroinflammation, increases BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. This is like fertilizer for neurons, helping them grow, helping them connect, helping them survive. But curcumin alone is poorly absorbed. It needs black pepper, piperine, which increases absorption 20-fold, and it needs fat to be absorbed. So golden milk, turmeric in, warm milk with black pepper with a bit of coconut oil is more effective than capsules of isolated curcumin, minerals again, iodine for thyroid, zinc for immunity, for synaptic function. These aren't optional, these are essential. Deficiency creates dysfunction, sometimes subtle, sometimes severe. Iodine deficiency is the leading preventable cause of cognitive impairment. Worldwide, the thyroid needs iodine to make thyroid hormones T4 and T3. These regulate every cell's metabolism, energy production, heat generation, mental clarity. Too little thyroid hormone, and everything slows. Body temperature drops, heart rate decreases, thinking becomes sluggish, mood drops, constipation develops, hair falls out. The body conserves energy by slowing everything. Sea vegetables are rich in iodine, kelp, nori, dulse, or iodized salt. If you use salt, but many people avoid salt, use sea salt, which has minimal iodine, and become deficient without realizing. Zinc, another critical mineral, concentrated in the brain, in the hippocampus, in synaptic vesicles. It modulates neurotransmitter release. Too much zinc and you suppress neurotransmission. Too little and you impair memory, learning, mood. Zinc also supports immune function, taste and smell, wound healing, protein synthesis. A deficiency is common, especially in vegetarians, vegans, because zinc from plant sources is less bioavailable. Phytates in grains and legumes bind zinc, prevent absorption. Oysters have more zinc than any food. Beef, pumpkin seeds are also good sources if supplementing don't exceed 50 milligrams daily. Too much zinc depletes copper, another essential mineral. Balance. Always balance. Lecithin from eggs, from soy, provides choline and phosphatidylcholine. These are structural components of cell membranes, of myelin, and choline is the precursor to acetylcholine, this neurotransmitter of memory, of learning, of parasympathetic activity. Low acetylcholine impairs memory. This is seen in Alzheimer's disease, where acetylcholine-producing neurons die off. Many drugs for Alzheimer's try to boost acetylcholine by blocking its breakdown. Egg yolks are one of the richest sources of choline, yet eggs have been demonized for cholesterol, when in fact dietary cholesterol has minimal impact on blood cholesterol for most people, and the nutrients in eggs, especially the yolk, are invaluable. The blood-brain barrier we've touched on, but it bears deeper consideration. This barrier is dynamic, not static. Its permeability changes with inflammation, with exercise, with certain medications, with disease. Exercise temporarily increases permeability, allowing more nutrients, more oxygen to reach brain tissue, but chronic inflammation makes it leaky in harmful ways, allowing pro-inflammatory cytokines to enter to damage neurons. Protecting barrier integrity means reducing systematic inflammation, means adequate omega-3s, means avoiding excess alcohol, avoiding chronic stress, maintaining good gut health, because gut barrier and blood-brain barrier are connected. When one is leaky, often the other is too. True temperance keeps appearing as a theme because it's central to health, to longevity, to nervous system, resilience. Temperance isn't abstinence necessarily, though for some things, for some people, abstinence is needed. Temperance is moderation, balance, self-control. It's the frontal lobe governing impulses, choosing long-term benefit over short-term pleasure. This is hard in a world engineered for instant gratification, for addiction, for excess. But you can strengthen this through practice, through small choices, repeatedly, like exercising a muscle. Your willpower, your self-control gets stronger with use. The frontal lobe literally grows with practice. The healing power of hope affects outcomes measurably. Patients with hope recover faster from surgery, from illness, from injury. Hope activates healing systems, reduces stress. Hormones improves immunity. Despair, the opposite, suppresses healing, raises cortisol, raises inflammation. Some people lose hope and decline rapidly, even when, medically, they shouldn't. The mind affects the body more than we often acknowledge. Joy as medicine isn't metaphorical. Laughter reduces cortisol, increases immunoglobulins, increases natural killer cells, releases endorphins, creates connection. with others. All of this is therapeutic, measurable, real, finding reasons to laugh, to smile, to experience joy. This isn't frivolous. This isn't optional. This is medicine that your nervous system desperately needs. Even forcing a smile changes your biochemistry. The facial feedback hypothesis suggests that facial expressions don't just result from emotions, they can create them. Smile, and your brain receives signals that you're happy and releases the corresponding neurotransmitters. Living in harmony with nature means respecting natural rhythms, sleeping when dark, waking with light, eating seasonal foods, moving your body, being outside. This alignment, this synchronization supports every body system, every healing process. Modern life pulls us away from these rhythms. We live in climate-controlled boxes. We eat the same foods year-round. We stay up with artificial light. We sit in chairs all day. This disconnect has consequences: physical, mental, spiritual. Silence as therapy in our noisy world is profound. Your auditory system never rests, never sleeps. Even when you're asleep, it's monitoring for sounds, for danger. Constant noise is constant, low-level stress. Silence allows the nervous system to truly rest. Studies show that silence promotes neurogenesis in the hippocampus. 2 hours of silence per day was more effective than listening to relaxing music at promoting brain cell growth. Emotional stability comes from a well-regulated autonomic system. When you're chronically in sympathetic fight or flight, your emotions become volatile. The amygdala is hyperactive. You overreact to small stresses. But in parasympathetic, in rest and digest, you have emotional resilience. Things that would have triggered you just roll off. You can respond rather than react. You have access to your frontal lobe, to reason, to perspective, to wisdom, and so the body's self-healing design continues its work every moment, every breath. Cells dying, cells being born, proteins being synthesized, enzymes catalyzing, reactions, hormones signaling, nerves firing, all in perfect coordination, perfect intelligence. This isn't something you do, it's something you allow by removing obstacles, by providing what's needed, by trusting the process. Your body knows how to heal. It's been doing it since before you were conscious, since you were a single cell, dividing, growing, becoming. You now let that knowing permeate your awareness. As you sink deeper still, your body is healing, even as you let go, even as you drift away into sleep, into dreams, into the darkness, where restoration happens. You're breathing so slow now, almost imperceptible. Your heart beating steadily, slowly, thump, thump, each beat moving blood, moving life through vessels, through capillaries, to every cell. In your body, the night stretches ahead, hours of healing, hours of rest, your nervous system recalibrating, finding balance, parasympathetic, dominance, established, inflammation, subsiding, tension, releasing, and tomorrow you'll wake, restored, renewed, ready. But for now, for these hours, you need do nothing, be nothing, just breathe. Your mitochondria, tiny power plants, inside each cell, are working differently now, in sleep mode. Less ATP production, more repair, more biogenesis, creating new mitochondria to replace damaged ones. These organelles, with their own DNA, separate from your nuclear DNA, they're descendants of ancient bacteria that merged with our ancestors' cells billions of years ago, a symbiosis that made complex life possible. When mitochondria are healthy, you have energy, clarity, vitality. When they're damaged by oxidative stress, by toxins, by poor diet, everything suffers. Energy drops, brain fog sets in, aging accelerates. Mitochondrial health depends on many factors: adequate nutrients, CoQ10, B vitamins, magnesium, alpha-lipoic acid. These support energy production, adequate antioxidants to protect against free radicals, the byproducts of energy production that can damage mitochondrial membranes. Mitochondrial DNA and exercise stimulates mitochondrial biogenesis, creating more, making existing ones more efficient. This is part of why exercise improves energy levels. It literally increases your cellular capacity to produce energy. Oxygenation of the blood returns us to breathing, the most fundamental process. With each inhale, oxygen enters your lungs, crosses into blood vessels, binds to hemoglobin in red blood cells. These cells travel through your circulation, delivering oxygen to every tissue, to every cell, to every mitochondrion where it's used. In the final step of cellular respiration, to produce ATP energy without adequate oxygen, nothing works. Brain function deteriorates first because neurons need so much energy, so much oxygen. This is why poor breathing causes brain fog, anxiety, fatigue. Deep breathing, belly breathing through your nose optimizes this process, delivers more oxygen, expels more carbon dioxide, balances blood pH, calms the nervous system, all from simply breathing fully, properly. Reducing systematic inflammation is perhaps the single most important thing for longevity, for health. Inflammation is the root of most chronic disease: heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's, autoimmunity, cancer even. All have inflammatory components. Acute inflammation is healing. When you cut yourself, inflammation brings blood flow, immune cells, clotting factors. This is appropriate, this is necessary. But chronic It damages tissues, creates oxidative stress, accelerates aging, and it comes from modern life, from processed foods, from stress, from lack of sleep, from toxins, from sitting, from disconnection. Reducing it requires addressing all of these, not one thing, but a lifestyle, an approach that recognizes the interconnection of all aspects of health. Nerve regeneration science has evolved. We used to think nerves couldn't heal, couldn't regenerate, but we were wrong. Peripheral nerves can regrow, even after injury, slowly, sometimes incompletely, but they can heal. And even in the central nervous system, there's more plasticity than we thought, more capacity for reorganization, for compensation, for recovery. After stroke, after injury, the brain can reroute, can form new pathways, can regain function that seemed lost. This requires the right conditions, adequate nutrition, B vitamins especially, essential fatty acids. For myelin repair, it requires stimulation, physical therapy, occupational therapy, mental exercise, pushing the boundaries of what's possible, but not so hard that you create more damage. It requires patience, time. Healing happens in its own time frame, not according to our schedules, our desires, but according to natural law, natural processes that can't be rushed, only supported. The sensory processing that brings you information about your environment, about your body, is constant. Even now, even mostly asleep, your brain still processes temperature, pressure, pain. It just filters most of it, keeps it unconscious. Unless something needs attention, this filtering happens in the thalamus, the relay station. Almost all sensory information passes through here before reaching the cortex. The thalamus decides on what to amplify, what to suppress, based on relevance, based on threat, based on novelty. In meditation, you can become aware of this filtering. You notice sensations that were always there, but filtered out. The feeling of your clothes against your skin, the subtle sounds of your environment, the taste in your mouth, all there, always, but usually unconscious. The hypothalamus regulation, this pea-sized region, controls so much. It's the interface between nervous system and endocrine system, between thought and hormone. It senses internal state, body temperature, osmolarity, glucose levels, and responds with adjustments, with signals to other glands, to release hormones, to change behavior. Thirsty, that's the hypothalamus detecting high blood osmolarity, releasing ADH, antidiuretic hormone, to conserve water and creating the sensation, the drive to drink. Hungry, that's the hypothalamus sensing low glucose, low leptin, high ghrelin, creating the sensation, the motivation to eat. Tired, that's rising adenosine, fading light. The hypothalamus triggering melatonin release from the pineal, creating sleepiness, the drive to rest. All of this homeostasis achievement, the body maintaining stable internal conditions despite external changes. This is health. This is what all the systems work toward, always, constantly, automatically. Natural laws of health are simple, yet profound. Clean air, pure water, whole food, adequate rest, regular movement, sunlight, stress management, social connection, purpose, meaning. These aren't medical interventions, they're prerequisites, foundation before any supplement, any medication, any therapy can work optimally. The foundation must be solid, and vital force restoration happens when you align with these laws. This isn't mystical, it's practical. Your body has inherent healing capacity, built-in intelligence that operates when conditions are right. Remove obstacles, toxins, deficiencies, stress. Provide what's needed. Nutrients, rest, movement, and the body tends toward health. This is its nature, its design. Strengthening the pineal gland, this tiny structure deep in your brain, behind and above the pituitary, produces melatonin, regulates circadian rhythms. Some call it the third eye, the seat of the soul, the connection to something beyond. The physical, the pineal, calcifies with age, accumulating calcium, deposits that reduce function. Fluoride accelerates this. Some suggest avoiding fluoride, using filters, using fluoride-free toothpaste to protect the pineal. Whether this is significant medically is debated, but darkness at night, sunlight by day, these definitely support pineal function, help maintain healthy circadian rhythms, healthy melatonin production, proper bedtime routines, signal to your body, your brain, that sleep is approaching. These rituals are powerful. Consistent bedtime, consistent wake time, even on weekends, strengthens circadian rhythms, dimming lights, an hour before, stopping screens, taking a bath, gentle stretching, herbal tea, reading, journaling. These activities, done consistently, become cues, Pavlovian conditioning. Your body learns. These actions mean sleep is coming and begins the cascade of sleep hormones, sleep processes. The bedroom itself should be a sleep sanctuary, cool, between 60 and 67 degrees, dark, completely dark, or nearly so, quiet, or with white noise, if needed, to mask disruptive sounds. Your bed should be for sleep and intimacy only, not for working, watching TV, scrolling phones. This maintains the association. Bed equals sleep, strengthening the conditioning. Darkened rooms for sleep are essential. Light, even small amounts, through closed eyelids, can suppress melatonin, disrupt sleep. Blackout curtains, sleep masks, these help create the darkness your pineal needs to function optimally. Our ancestors slept in complete darkness, no streetlights, no electronics, no LED displays, just darkness and firelight, which is red, which doesn't. Suppress melatonin, modern life bathes us in light constantly. This isn't without cost. Sleep quality suffers, circadian rhythms deteriorate, health declines in subtle but significant ways. Emotional stability flows from nervous system regulation when parasympathetic is strong, when you can shift from stress to rest easily, then emotions are stable, manageable, appropriate. But when you're chronically stressed, chronically sympathetic, emotions become reactive, volatile, disproportionate. Small things trigger big reactions. The amygdala is hyperactive. The frontal lobe is weak. Building emotional stability means strengthening. Vagal tone, strengthening. Parasympathetic, through practices, through lifestyle, through all we've discussed. Sleep, nutrition, movement, breath, connection, forgiveness, releases nerve tension. Holding resentment creates physical tension. Your jaw clenches, shoulders rise, stomach tightens. The body holds the grudge in its tissues. Forgiveness isn't saying what happened was okay. It's releasing the hold it has on you. It's for your sake, not theirs. For your peace, your health, your nervous system. Studies show that forgiveness reduces cortisol, reduces blood pressure, improves heart rate, variability. The body physiologically relaxes when you let go of resentment. Prayer and meditation both quiet the thinking mind, both create a state of restful alertness or deep rest, depending on the practice, the intention. Prayer, for those who believe, is connection to something greater. It provides meaning, comfort, hope. These affect health outcomes measurably, reliably. Meditation, even secular practices, change brain structure. The hippocampus grows, the amygdala shrinks, stress reactivity decreases. These changes are visible on brain scans after weeks of practice. Both practices activate relaxation response, the opposite of stress response. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, muscles relax, cortisol drops. This is healing. This is restoration. The law of use applies to everything, including will, including frontal lobe function. Each time you resist temptation, delay gratification, choose the harder right, you strengthen this capacity. Overcoming addiction requires this strengthening. Addiction hijacks the brain's reward system, makes dopamine surge to unhealthy levels, then crash, creating craving, creating compulsion. Recovery means rebalancing this system, allowing receptors to resensitize. This takes time, weeks, months of abstinence, of reduced stimulation, dopamine fasting, as some call it. During this time, simple pleasures may not feel pleasurable. The brain is recalibrating, but gradually sensitivity returns. Life becomes enjoyable again without needing extreme stimulation. Frontal lobe governance makes this possible. The ability to choose differently, despite craving, despite habit. This is human dignity, freedom, the capacity to shape your own destiny. Spinal cord alignment affects everything. Your spine houses your spinal cord, the highway of communication between brain and body. Misalignments, compressions, interfere with this communication. Posture and nerve flow, poor posture, forward head, rounded shoulders, compressed spine. These impinge nerves reduce blood flow, cause pain, dysfunction in organs. Those nerves supply good posture. Isn't about standing rigid, it's about natural curves, balanced head position, relaxed shoulders, open chest. This allows optimal nerve flow, optimal function. Yoga, chiropractic, physical therapy, massage. These can all help maintain spinal health, prevent or correct misalignments, support the nervous system's infrastructure, avoiding caffeine overstimulation, especially late in the day. Protect sleep, protects your nervous system from excessive activation. Caffeine has a half-life of about 6 hours. That afternoon coffee at 3 p.m, half is still in your system. At 9 p.m, still blocking adenosine, still interfering with sleep signals. If you drink coffee, keep it to morning only, or eliminate it entirely for a time to reset. Your energy doesn't come from caffeine, it comes from mitochondria, from sleep, from nutrition. Caffeine just masks fatigue. It doesn't create energy. Herbal alternatives can support relaxation without disrupting sleep. Chamomile tea contains a pigeonine, binds to benzodiazepine receptors, creates mild sedation, calming without impairing function. Valerian root, traditionally used for insomnia, increases GABA, the calming neurotransmitter. It has a strong smell, earthy. Some dislike it, but find it effective. Skullcap, passion flower, lemon balm, oat straw, all traditionally used for nervous system support. These aren't quick fixes. They're gentle, supportive, building resilience. Over time, walking in nature combines so many benefits: movement, fresh air, sunlight, natural beauty, social connection, if walking with others, or solitary, reflection, if alone, forest bathing. The Japanese practice, Shinrin-yoku, has research supporting benefits: reduced cortisol, improved immunity, better mood, lower blood pressure from just 2 hours in the forest. The mechanism may be phytoncides, compounds trees release that we inhale that affect our immune system, or it may be the visual complexity, the fractal patterns that nature displays that our brains find inherently calming, or perhaps it's the disconnection from technology, from demands, from the constructed world, and reconnection with something ancient, primal, that we evolved in, that we're still adapted for earthing and grounding, walking barefoot, on earth, on grass, on sand. This connects you electrically to the earth's surface, which carries a negative charge. Modern life separates us. Rubber soles, wooden floors, concrete, we're insulated from Earth's electrical field. Some suggest this contributes to inflammation, to poor sleep, to various health issues. The research is preliminary, but many report benefits from grounding, better sleep, less pain, faster healing, whether it's physiological or psychological. The practice is harmless, and being barefoot in nature feels good regardless. Negative ions are abundant near moving water, the ocean, waterfalls, even showers. The air feels different there, fresher, cleaner, more energizing. These molecules with extra electrons may increase serotonin, may improve mood. The research is not conclusive, but the experience of feeling better near water is nearly universal. Perhaps it's not the ions, but the beauty, the sound, the moisture, the change of environment that improves mood. Perhaps it's all working together synergistically, as most things in nature do. Trust in divine laws or natural laws, depending on your perspective. The body operates according to principles, cause and effect, action and consequence. If you work with these principles, health follows. If you work against them, disease follows. This isn't punishment, it's just natural law, like gravity, like thermodynamics. The body has needs, has limits. Respecting these supports health. Ignoring these undermines it. Cellular intelligence is astounding. Each cell contains your complete genetic code, 3 billion base pairs of DNA, encoded instructions for building, maintaining, repairing. Everything. Cells know what to do. They divide, when needed, differentiate into specific types, perform their functions, repair damage, communicate with other cells, all autonomously, all intelligently. This intelligence predates consciousness, predates nervous systems. It's built into the fabric of life, into chemistry, into physics, into the natural tendencies of complex systems toward order, toward organization, toward life. And this intelligence continues its work right now as you lie here in the darkness, breathing slowly, heart beating steadily. Your body is performing millions of coordinated actions each second without your conscious input. Your immune system is patrolling, looking for threats, pathogens, cancer cells, damaged cells, finding them, destroying them, protecting you. While you sleep, your liver is detoxifying, filtering blood, processing nutrients, producing bile, storing glucose, performing hundreds of chemical reactions each second all precisely regulated, coordinated. Your kidneys are filtering, balancing fluids, regulating electrolytes, producing hormones, removing waste, maintaining the precise composition of your blood, your internal environment. Your heart keeps beating 70 times a minute, over 100,000 times per day, pumping blood 5 liters per minute through 60,000 miles of vessels, never stopping, never resting, just this steady rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. The body's self-healing design is evident in every moment, in every breath, in every heartbeat. You don't have to. Tell your heart how to beat, your lungs how to breathe, your stomach how to digest. This is the autonomic nervous system, the wisdom that operates beyond thought, beyond control. This is parasympathetic. Dominance, rest and digest, heal and restore, the natural state that modern life disrupts, but that you can return to, are returning to right now. Your body knows how to heal. It's been doing it your entire life. Every scraped knee, every cold, every bruise, healed without you consciously doing anything. You just provided what was needed: time, rest, nutrition, and healing happened. This same process continues now in more subtle ways. Neurons pruning unused connections, strengthening used ones, myelin sheaths being repaired, insulation being restored, neurotransmitter receptors being resensitized, balanced, mitochondria, damaged ones being broken down, new ones being created, each cell cleaning itself, repairing itself, preparing for tomorrow's demands. Your gut lining, cells there live only a few days, constantly being shed, replaced, the entire lining renewed every 3 to 5 days. This requires nutrients, requires rest, requires the parasympathetic activation happening now. Your brain, during sleep, consolidates memories, processes emotions, clears metabolic waste. The glymphatic system flowing now, cerebrospinal fluid washing through, brain tissue carrying away proteins, metabolites that accumulated during waking hours. This happens mainly in deep sleep, delta waves, slow oscillations. Your brain cells shrink slightly, creating space for fluid flow. This is cleaning, this is maintenance, this is essential for brain health, for cognitive function, for preventing neurodegenerative disease. Tomorrow you'll wake, perhaps not even remember these words. That's fine, that's perfect. Your unconscious mind is listening, your body is listening, even as your conscious mind drifts away into dreams, into the void, into deep, restorative sleep. And in that sleep, healing happens in ways beyond words, beyond explanation. The mystery of life, the vital force, the intelligence that animates every cell, every system, every breath. Feel it now, the weight of your body against the mattress, so heavy, so completely relaxed, you might not even feel individual body parts anymore, just a general sense of being, of existing, of resting, your breath, barely noticeable, just a gentle rising, falling like waves on a shore, constant, rhythmic, peaceful, your mind quieting, thoughts becoming sparse, distant, like clouds drifting across a darkening sky, there, then gone, there, then gone. You're on the edge, now, between waking and sleep, that liminal space where consciousness begins to dissolve, where boundaries become soft, permeable, where you drift, weightless, formless, free. Let go now, completely. There's nothing to do, nothing to be, just this, breathing, this being, this peace. Your nervous system has shifted fully into healing mode, parasympathetic, dominance, complete. The vagus nerve, active, coordinating, rest, repair, regeneration, all the systems we've discussed, the minerals flowing, the hormones adjusting, the neurons firing, the myelin repairing, the mitochondria regenerating, all happening automatically, perfectly, in the darkness, in the silence, in the deep, healing rest of sleep. The body keeps healing through every rhythm of the breath, through every gentle pulse, through every whispered repair, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the endless night, through the quiet restoration, where cells remember, where nerves regenerate, where peace becomes medicine, and tomorrow, or the next night, or whenever you return, will drift again through these same truths, these same pathways, soft and endless, healing and healing and healing again. The body keeps healing, and we keep drifting, floating together through health science. As your mind unwinds, we'll softly wander through the night with the wisdom of Barbara O'Neill, natural healing, your body, your gut and your brain, your liver, your feet, your nervous system, more, your whole body healing. No effort is required here. Allow yourself to settle, gently descending, aligning with the body's natural repair cycle, weight easing from the shoulders, the face loosening, each slow breath guiding you further inward, further still into stillness. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the ancient wisdom of cellular repair. Your body, right now, is a cathedral of healing. Every cell, a tiny flame, flickering with intention, rebuilding, restoring, remembering how to be whole again. Beneath your tongue, there's a space, soft and waiting, where minerals can enter your bloodstream directly, bypassing the winding roads of digestion. Celtic sea salt, those grey crystals from ancient oceans, holding within them magnesium, potassium, zinc, trace minerals from when the earth was young, just a few grains, dissolved slowly, like secrets, like whispered prayers entering the body through the thin membrane, the sublingual gateway, where absorption is swift, immediate, electric. And your liver, that silent worker, tucked beneath your right ribs, processing, filtering 3 pints of blood every single minute. Imagine wrapping it in warm flannel soaked with castor oil, that thick, golden, ancient oil pressed from the Palma Christi, the palm of Christ. They called it this because of its healing touch, the warmth, the oil molecules penetrating through skin, through fascia, reaching the liver's surface, stimulating lymphatic flow, encouraging the release of toxins, old emotions, stored grief, that the liver holds like a museum of everything you couldn't process. Let the heat sink in, feel it, even if it's only in your mind now, the heaviness of the pack, the oil seeping, the liver softening, relaxing, beginning its nightly work of regeneration. There's a window, a sacred window, that opens each night around 10 o'clock, your circadian rhythm, that ancient clock, wound by the sun and moon, signals this is the time. The pineal gland, a tiny pine cone shape, nestled deep in your brain center, begins its nightly ceremony, converting serotonin, that happiness molecule you gathered all day from sunshine and good food, transforming it, like alchemy, into melatonin, the sleep hormone, the darkness hormone, the one that shepherds you into repair. But only if you're ready, only if you're lying down, surrendering, letting the darkness take you. Because sleep before midnight, those hours between 10 and 2, they're worth double, like gold coins. Each minute of deep sleep, buying you cellular restoration, growth hormone release, the mending of every tiny tear, every microscopic injury from the day. Your body is alkaline forming by design. When you eat foods that leave behind an alkaline ash, green leaves, cucumbers, the bitter herbs, lemon that tastes acidic but becomes alkaline in your blood. These foods, they create an environment where inflammation cannot thrive, where cancer cells, those confused cells, cannot multiply as easily, where your bones don't have to sacrifice their calcium to buffer the acidity of processed foods, sugar, refined grains. Breathe deeper now, down into your diaphragm, that dome-shaped muscle beneath your lungs. Let it flatten, descend, creating space, drawing air down, not into your chest, but into your belly. Feel your belly rise, like bread dough, like the tide coming in. This breath, this deep, diaphragmatic breath, activates the vagus nerve, that wandering nerve that starts in your brain and touches your heart, your lungs, your digestive organs. When you breathe this way, slowly, deeply, you're telling your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system, that it's safe, that danger has passed, that this is the time for healing. Your feet against the earth when you walk barefoot on grass, on soil, on sand. You're not just touching ground, you're grounding, earthing. Your body carries a positive charge from all the electronics, the screens, the fluorescent lights. The earth, she holds a negative charge, a limitless supply of electrons. When your skin touches her skin, charge transfers, balances, those free radicals, those unstable molecules bouncing around your cells, causing oxidation, aging, inflammation. They stabilize, neutralized by the Earth's electrons flowing up through your feet, through the acupuncture points in your soles, the kidney 1 point, the bubbling spring, and refined sugar, that white powder, extracted, isolated, stripped of all the minerals and fiber that once surrounded it in the sugar cane or beet. It's a thief, stealing B vitamins from your nerves to metabolize it, spiking your blood glucose, demanding insulin, exhausting your pancreas, feeding the bad bacteria in your gut, creating inflammation, disrupting sleep. Because when your blood sugar crashes in the night, your adrenal glands must secrete cortisol, adrenaline, stress hormones to bring it back up, and you wake at 3 a.m., heart racing, mind spinning, unable to return to the dark calm, but raw honey, that amber gold, made by bees from flower nectar. It's different. It contains enzymes, pollen, propolis, and the glucose it provides. It goes directly to your liver, refilling glycogen stores, those branching chains of glucose molecules your liver keeps in reserve, so that during the night, when you're fasting, not eating for hours, your liver has fuel to release slowly, steadily, keeping your blood sugar stable, keeping you asleep, keeping the stress hormones quiet. Water. But when you drink, it matters. Load your cells during the day, especially in the morning and before the sun sets, giving your kidneys time to process, to filter, to send the excess to your bladder. But 2 hours before sleep, stop. Let your bladder empty so it doesn't wake you, pulling you from the depths of delta waves, the deepest sleep, where growth hormone surges, where your immune system rebuilds, where memories consolidate. The sun, when it first breaks the horizon, contains a specific spectrum of red and infrared light, light that enters through your eyes, through the retina, travels along the optic nerve to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, your master clock. This light, this morning light, it sets your rhythm for the entire day, tells every cell, now is the time for cortisol, for awakening, for energy, and it ensures that tonight, 12 to 14 hours from now, your pineal gland will know now is the time for melatonin, for shutdown, for repair. Magnesium, that relaxation mineral, often deficient in modern soil, depleted from our food. It's involved in over 300 enzymatic reactions, required for energy production, for nerve function, for muscle relaxation. Magnesium chloride flakes dissolved in a warm bath or a foot bath. Just your feet soaking in warm water, saturated with these ancient seabed minerals. The magnesium absorbs through your skin, bypassing the digestive system where oral magnesium can loosen the bowels. It goes directly into your cells, into muscle tissue, telling your muscles, you can let go now, you can soften, release the tension, the tightness, the holding, steam, just your feet in a basin, hydrotherapy, alternating warm and cool water, but ending with warm. This draws blood down, away from your head, where the thoughts spin, down to your feet, where sensation is simple, grounding. The warmth dilates the blood vessels, increases circulation, helps the lymphatic fluid, that clear fluid that bathes your cells, to move, to drain, to carry away metabolic waste, cellular debris, the accumulation of the day. Infrared light, the invisible light just beyond red, it penetrates deep into tissue, into muscle, even into bone. An infrared sauna or a lamp, it heats you from the inside out, making you sweat, not from external heat, but from internal cellular activation. This light stimulates your mitochondria, those tiny power plants in your cells. It increases circulation, promotes detoxification, and studies suggest it may even help rebuild damaged tissues, collagen, nerves, that myelin sheath, the fatty insulation around nerve fibers that allows electrical signals to travel fast and clean without interference. Tryptophan, that amino acid, the precursor to serotonin, which becomes melatonin. It's found in walnuts, those brain-shaped nuts that contain omega-3 fatty acids as well, and in dark cherry juice, tart cherries, Montmorency cherries, which naturally contain melatonin, not just the building blocks, but the actual hormone. A small glass in the evening, and you're giving your body the raw materials, the chemical vocabulary it needs to write the poetry of sleep. Your bedroom should be a cave, a sanctuary, total darkness, blackout curtains, no LED lights from chargers, no glow from alarm clocks, because your skin has photoreceptors, not just your eyes. Your skin can sense light, and even small amounts can suppress melatonin production, can fragment your sleep architecture, keeping you in light sleep, never descending fully into the restorative depths. The air should move, fresh air, cool air, circulating. Your core body temperature needs to drop about 2 to 3 degrees to initiate sleep, to maintain it. This is why a cool room, around 65 to 68 degrees, helps, and natural fibers, linen, cotton, they breathe. They wick away the moisture, the sweat, unlike synthetic materials that trap heat, create a humid microclimate, disturbing sleep. Blue light, that short wavelength light from screens, phones, tablets, computers, it's the same wavelength as midday sky. It tells your brain it's noon. Be alert, suppress melatonin, even at night, even at 10 p.m. when your body should be preparing for sleep. blue light blocking glasses with amber or orange lenses. They filter out these wavelengths, allowing you to use screens if you must, without disrupting your circadian rhythm as severely. But better still, turn them off, all of them, 2 hours before bed. Let your nervous system slowly, gradually downshift. Chamomile flowers, those tiny white and yellow blooms, dried and steeped, release compounds, apigenin, an antioxidant that binds to benzodiazepine receptors in your brain, the same receptors that anti-anxiety medications target, naturally calming, gently sedating. Valerian root, that earthy, almost unpleasant smelling herb. It increases GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's main inhibitory neurotransmitter, the one that slows down neural firing, quiets the mental chatter, the rumination, the endless loop of thoughts. Your liver works on a clock. Between 1 and 3 a.m., it's in its peak detoxification phase, processing hormones, breaking down alcohol, metabolizing medications, filtering out toxins. But it can only do this efficiently if you're asleep, if you're lying down, if blood flow to the liver is optimal, if you're awake, stressed, moving. The blood goes to your muscles, your brain, away from your organs of elimination. The liver becomes congested, sluggish, and toxins recirculate, reabsorbed through the gut, creating a burden, inflammation, brain fog, fatigue. Your parasympathetic nervous system, rest and digest, is the opposite of sympathetic, fight or flight. When parasympathetic dominates, your heart rate slows, your blood pressure drops, your pupils constrict, saliva flows, digestion activates, sphincters relax. This is the healing state, the repair state, the growth state. You cannot be in parasympathetic and stressed simultaneously. They're mutually exclusive. So everything you do to activate parasympathetic, deep breathing, gentle touch, massage, soft sounds, warm baths, prayer, meditation, silence, all of it is medicine. The adrenal glands, those small pyramid-shaped glands sitting atop your kidneys, they produce cortisol, your main stress hormone. In a healthy rhythm, cortisol peaks in the morning, giving you energy to rise and slowly declines through the day, reaching its lowest point around midnight. But chronic stress, too much caffeine, especially after noon when its half-life means it's still in your system at bedtime, poor sleep, blood sugar crashes, all of it disrupts this rhythm. Cortisol stays elevated at night, keeping you wired and tired, alert but exhausted. The adrenals need rest, need recovery, need foods rich in vitamin C, rosehip tea, vitamin B5, whole grains, and they need you to slow down, to stop pushing, to honor the body's natural need for downtime. Complex carbohydrates in the evening, sweet potato, quinoa, oats, they don't spike blood sugar like refined carbs. Instead, they release glucose slowly, steadily, and they increase the availability of tryptophan to the brain because they trigger insulin, which clears other amino acids from the bloodstream, allowing tryptophan, which competes poorly for transport, to cross the blood-brain barrier, where it becomes serotonin, which becomes melatonin. It's a cascade, a domino effect, starting with what you eat at dinner. Silence, the complete absence of sound, even white noise, even nature sounds. In silence, your auditory cortex, the part of your brain that processes sound, can finally rest. Your nervous system, constantly vigilant for danger, for the snap of a twig, the growl of a predator, it can stand down. The healing power of silence is physiological, measurable. It lowers blood pressure, reduces cortisol, allows your cells to communicate without interference. Because yes, your cells communicate through chemical signals, through electrical signals, through vibrations and noise. It disrupts this whisper-thin conversation. There's an old treatment, wet sock treatment. It sounds strange, but the mechanism is pure physiology. You soak cotton socks in cold water, wring them out, put them on your feet, then cover them with dry wool socks and go to bed. Your body, sensing the cold, increases blood flow to your feet to warm them. This draws blood away from areas of congestion, the head, the chest, and the increased circulation, the immune activation. It helps fight infections, reduce inflammation, improve sleep. By morning, the socks are dry, warm, and you often wake feeling clearer, lighter. Charcoal, activated charcoal in a poultice, mixed with water to form a paste, spread on cloth. Applied to the skin over areas of inflammation, the abdomen, the chest. It draws out toxins through the skin, like a magnet. Charcoal's porous structure, each particle riddled with tiny holes, traps toxins, bacteria, chemicals, gas. It's used in emergency rooms for poisoning, and it's been used for centuries as a healing agent, external and internal, though you must be careful with internal use, as it can interfere with medications, nutrients. Your thyroid, that butterfly-shaped gland in your throat, requires iodine to produce thyroid hormones. T3 and T4, the hormones that regulate your metabolism, your energy, your body temperature. Iodine deficiency, increasingly common, leads to sluggish thyroid function, fatigue, weight gain, sensitivity to cold, depression. Seaweed, kelp, dulse, nori. These sea vegetables concentrate iodine from ocean water. A small amount daily, or an iodine supplement, can restore levels, can reawaken the thyroid's ability to keep you warm, energized, mentally clear. Vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, though it's actually a hormone produced in your skin when UVB rays interact with cholesterol. It regulates calcium absorption, bone health. Yes, but also immune function, mood, sleep quality. D3 deficiency is linked to insomnia, to depression, to weakened immunity. The synthesis happens midday, when the sun is high, when UVB can penetrate the atmosphere. Morning and evening sun, beautiful for circadian rhythm, but they don't make vitamin D. You need both. Morning light for your clock, midday exposure, 15 to 30 minutes for your vitamin D synthesis. Evening meals should be light in protein because protein is stimulating. It requires significant energy to digest, and it contains amino acids that can compete with tryptophan. Heavy protein at night can keep your digestive system working, prevent the deep rest your organs need. A small amount is fine, but emphasize vegetables, complex carbs, healthy fats. Let your last meal finish digesting by the time you lie down, so your body's resources can shift from digestion to repair. The psoas muscle, that deep hip flexor, connecting your lumbar spine to your femur, running through your pelvis. It's called the fight or flight muscle because it contracts when you're stressed, ready to run. It stores tension, trauma, fear, stretching the psoas gently, lying on your back, one knee pulled to chest, other leg extended, or in a low lunge. Hip flexor stretch. It releases this held energy, this stored stress. It can be emotional, releasing the psoas. Some people cry, laugh, feel relief, because the body keeps the score and the psoas keeps the fear. And that purple flower, it's essential oil. When diffused, when inhaled, it crosses the blood-brain barrier rapidly. Linalool and linallyl acetate, its main compounds. They have sedative, anxiolytic, calming effects. Studies show lavender reduces heart rate, blood pressure, cortisol. It doesn't sedate through force, but through reassurance, telling your nervous system you're safe, you can rest. Forgiveness, letting go of resentment, anger, bitterness. It's not just emotional or spiritual, it's physiological. Holding grudges, keeping score, replaying injustices. It keeps your sympathetic nervous system activated, cortisol elevated, muscles tense. It disrupts sleep, suppresses immune function, increases inflammation. Forgiveness, whether the person deserves it or not, is a gift you give your body. It's a release, a physiological release, lowering stress hormones, allowing your heart rate to slow, your blood vessels to dilate, your cells to finally relax. Your nerves are wrapped in myelin, that white fatty sheath that insulates them, allows signals to jump quickly from node to node. Damage to myelin from inflammation, autoimmune attacks, deficiencies. It slows nerve conduction, causes numbness, weakness, pain. B vitamins, especially B12, are essential for myelin maintenance and repair, so are omega-3 fatty acids and vitamin D. The rebuilding happens slowly, during rest, during sleep. When the body has resources to allocate to repair instead of immediate survival, potassium, that mineral found in bananas, yes, but more concentrated in leafy greens, avocados, potatoes. It works in balance with sodium. Together they create the electrical gradient across cell membranes, the sodium-potassium pump that allows nerves to fire, muscles to contract, heart to beat. Too much sodium, not enough potassium, creates imbalance, high blood pressure, muscle cramps, anxiety. Eating potassium-rich foods, especially in the evening, helps your muscles relax, prevents those painful nighttime leg cramps that jolt you awake. Steamed greens, kale, collards, chard, mustard greens. They're mineral powerhouses. Calcium, magnesium, iron, potassium, and they're alkaline forming. Steaming preserves more nutrients than boiling, makes them easier to digest than raw. The minerals are bioavailable, ready to be absorbed, to replace what you lost through stress, through sweat, through the constant demands of metabolism. Some people find that nightshades, tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, eggplants, they increase inflammation, worsen arthritis, disrupt sleep. These plants contain compounds like solanine, which in sensitive individuals can trigger immune responses, joint pain, digestive issues. Not everyone, but if you have chronic inflammation, unexplained pain, poor sleep, eliminating nightshades for a month and observing can be revealing. There's a philosophy, a health framework, 8 natural remedies, sometimes called New Start, nutrition, exercise, water, sunshine, temperance, air, rest, and trust in divine power. These 8 principles, simple, accessible, free, they form the foundation of health, of healing, each one supporting the others, together creating an environment in the body where disease struggles to take hold, where healing is the default, the natural state. Cortisol spikes when you wake suddenly to an alarm, when you check your phone first thing, when you skip breakfast, when you argue, when you rush. Each spike is like whipping a tired horse. Eventually, the horse collapses. The adrenals can't keep up. Cortisol becomes dysregulated. Too high at night, too low in the morning. You feel wired and tired simultaneously. The solution? Slow down, create buffers, gentle wake-ups, morning rituals, peace, steady blood sugar, saying no, protecting your energy like the precious resource it is. Barley water, an ancient tonic. Barley grains simmered in water until soft, strained, the water saved, cooled, sometimes with lemon and honey added. It's cooling, soothing to the digestive tract, the urinary system, anti-inflammatory, gently detoxifying, supporting kidney function. It's been used for centuries in Ayurveda, in traditional European medicine, as a healing drink for fevers, inflammation, urinary issues, apple cider vinegar, raw, unfiltered, with the mother. Those strands of proteins and enzymes and beneficial bacteria, diluted in water, a tablespoon in 8 ounces, it can help balance blood sugar, improve digestion, increase stomach acid production for those who are deficient, but timing matters and dilution matters. Never straight, always diluted, and for some, it's best avoided entirely. Listen to your body. Not every remedy suits every person. How you breathe, through your nose or mouth, it matters profoundly. Nasal breathing filters, warms, humidifies the air. It produces nitric oxide in the sinuses, a gas that dilates blood vessels, improves oxygen delivery, kills bacteria. Mouth breathing, especially during sleep, dries out the mouth, increases risk of cavities, gum disease, snoring, sleep apnea, and it bypasses all the nose's protective functions. If you mouth breathe at night, mouth tape, a small strip of tape vertically over closed lips, gently encourages nasal breathing, improves sleep quality, reduces snoring. Your gut and your brain, they're in constant conversation via the vagus nerve, via chemical messengers, via the gut microbiome, those trillions of bacteria. The gut produces 90% of your body's serotonin, more than your brain. So gut health, the balance of bacteria, the integrity of the intestinal lining, it directly impacts mood, sleep, mental clarity. Probiotics from fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, and prebiotics, the fiber that feeds good bacteria. They maintain this gut-brain axis, keep the communication flowing, bidirectional healing. Slippery elm bark, ground into powder, mixed with warm water to form a gel. It coats, soothes, heals the digestive tract lining. It's mucilaginous, drawing water to itself, creating a protective layer over irritated tissues, for reflux, for gastritis, for inflammatory bowel conditions. It offers relief, gentle, natural, working with the body's innate capacity to heal. Bone broth, simmered for hours, days, extracting collagen, minerals, amino acids from bones and connective tissue. It's rich in glycine, proline, minerals like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, in forms easily absorbed. Collagen, that protein that makes up your skin, your joints, your gut lining. It breaks down during cooking into gelatin, which when consumed provides building blocks for your body to rebuild its own collagen structures, to seal a leaky gut, to cushion worn joints, to smooth aging skin from within. Epsom salt, magnesium sulfate, dissolved in a warm bath. You soak. The magnesium absorbs through skin. The sulfate supports detoxification. Your muscles release, soften. The warmth, the minerals, the quiet. Together they create a state of deep relaxation, reduced pain, better sleep. It's simple, ancient, effective. Progressive muscle relaxation, a technique where you tense, then release. Each muscle group sequentially: feet, calves, thighs, buttocks, abdomen, chest, arms, hands, shoulders, neck, face. Tense for 5 seconds, then release. Notice the difference. The flood of relaxation. This practice teaches your body what relaxation feels like. It discharges held tension, and over time, you become more aware of where you hold stress, and you can release it before it accumulates, before it becomes chronic pain, chronic insomnia. Prayer, meditation, stillness, whatever form it takes for you, it shifts brain waves from beta, active thinking, problem solving, worry, to alpha, relaxed awareness, to theta, the twilight state between waking and sleep, where creativity flows, where healing happens. Studies show regular meditation reduces activity in the default mode network, that part of your brain responsible for rumination, self-referential thinking, the endless internal narrative. When that quiets, peace arises naturally, effortlessly. Melatonin production. It's not just triggered by darkness, it's primed by bright light in the morning. The contrast matters. Bright light exposure during the day, especially that morning sun, increases melatonin production at night, makes your rhythm more robust, your sleep deeper. But if your days are dim, indoor lighting, no sunlight, your circadian rhythm weakens, melatonin production declines, sleep becomes fragile, easily disrupted, and spicy foods at night. They raise core body temperature, stimulate digestion, can cause heartburn, discomfort. All of these interfere with sleep initiation, with staying asleep. Save spices for earlier in the day, when their metabolism-boosting effects are welcome. When your digestive fire, your agni, is strongest, typically midday, fennel seeds, chewed after a meal or steeped as tea, they ease bloating, gas, cramping. They relax the smooth muscle of the digestive tract, reduce fermentation, improve the flow of bile from the gallbladder. For those who feel heavy, distended, uncomfortable after eating, fennel is gentle relief, carminative, soothing. Peppermint oil on the temples, the back of the neck. It creates a cooling sensation, relaxes tension headaches. TMJ pain, the menthol, it activates cold receptors, dilates blood vessels, improves blood flow. Some find it too stimulating for bedtime, but for others, the relief from pain, from tension, it enables rest that would otherwise be impossible. Your lymphatic system, unlike your blood, it has no pump, no heart. It relies on muscle movement, on deep breathing, on manual stimulation to flow. Lymph fluid, clear, filled with immune cells, bathes every tissue, carries away metabolic waste, cellular debris, toxins. When it stagnates, you feel sluggish, swollen, prone to infection. Dry skin brushing with a natural bristle brush before showering. Brushing toward the heart, it stimulates lymph flow, exfoliates dead skin, invigorates the body, or lymphatic drainage massage, gentle, rhythmic, encouraging the fluid to move, to drain, to cleanse. Morning exercise, not evening, because exercise raises body temperature, increases cortisol, adrenaline, heart rate, all of which in the morning are beneficial. They help you wake, establish the activity phase of your circadian rhythm, but at night they can delay sleep, make it harder to wind down. Unless it's gentle, restorative, yoga, stretching, walking, these can be calming, can bridge the transition from activity to rest. Evening yoga, slow, focusing on forward folds, hip openers, twists, inversions with support, legs up the wall. These poses activate parasympathetic, lower heart rate, improve digestion, calm the mind. They're not exercise, they're active relaxation, a moving meditation that prepares the body systematically, intentionally for sleep. Processed oils, canola, soybean, corn oil, extracted using heat and chemical solvents. They're high in omega-6 fatty acids, which, in excess, promote inflammation. They lack the antioxidants of cold-pressed oils, and they often contain trans fats, damaged fats, that stiffen cell membranes, impair cellular function, contribute to chronic disease. Avoid them. Choose olive oil, coconut oil, avocado oil, butter from grass-fed cows, fats that nourish, that reduce inflammation, that support the brain, the hormones, the cell membranes. Sourdough bread, made through slow fermentation, wild yeast and bacteria breaking down the grain over days. It's more digestible than commercial yeast bread. The fermentation, it pre-digests some of the gluten, reduces phytic acid, increases mineral availability. Some people who react to commercial bread, they can tolerate true sourdough, fermented long and slow, the traditional way. Cultured vegetables, sauerkraut, naturally fermented, not pasteurized, not canned. They're alive with beneficial bacteria, lactobacillus species, that colonize your gut, improve digestion, support immune function, produce vitamins K2, B vitamins, the fermentation process. It also makes the minerals in the vegetables more bioavailable, easier to absorb. Flaxseed oil, cold pressed, stored in the refrigerator, protected from light. It's rich in alpha-linolenic acid, an omega-3 fat, the plant-based precursor to the long-chain omega-3s found in fish, EPA and DHA. The conversion isn't efficient, but for those who don't eat fish, flax oil, along with chia seeds, walnuts, it provides some omega-3, reduces inflammation, supports brain health, skin health, hormonal balance. Brazil nuts, just 1 or 2. They contain selenium, a trace mineral essential for thyroid hormone conversion, for glutathione production, your body's master antioxidant for immune function. Too much selenium is toxic, so just a few nuts, 2 or 3 maximum per day. That's enough. That's the sweet spot between deficiency and excess. Screen time. It's not just the blue light, it's the content, the dopamine hits, the cortisol spikes from news, from social media, from comparison and fear and outrage. It's the engagement, the way your mind gets hooked, activates, starts spinning, limiting screens, especially in the final hours before bed. It's essential for mental peace, for melatonin production, for sleep. Write down tomorrow's worries instead. Externalize them onto paper so they're not circling in your mind. Once they're written, you can let them go, trusting you'll address them tomorrow in daylight with full capacities, and your body, It cycles through sleep in 90-minute rhythms: light sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep, and back again. 4 to 6 cycles per night, each cycle serving a purpose: deep sleep for physical restoration, REM for emotional processing, memory consolidation. Learning these rhythms, timing your wake up for the end of a cycle rather than the middle. You wake feeling more refreshed, less groggy. There are apps, sleep trackers, or you can simply count back from your wake time in 90-minute increments and set your bedtime accordingly. Sleep posture matters. On your left side, it aids digestion because of the way your stomach curves. Gravity helps food flow from stomach to small intestine, and it reduces heartburn, keeps the junction between esophagus and stomach above the stomach's contents. Right side sleeping, it can worsen reflux for some. Back sleeping, good for spine alignment, but can worsen snoring. Sleep apnea, stomach sleeping, often strains the neck, the lower back. Listen to your body. Find what works, what allows you to wake without pain, without stiffness. Weighted blankets. They provide deep pressure touch stimulation, like a hug, like being swaddled. This pressure, it increases serotonin, melatonin, reduces cortisol, calms the nervous system through proprioceptive input. Many with anxiety, autism, insomnia, they find weighted blankets, 7 to 12% of body weight, deeply comforting. They feel held, safe, secure. Rosehip tea from the fruit of the rose after the petals fall. Those bright red hips, they're incredibly high in vitamin C, more than oranges. Vitamin C, ascorbic acid, supports immune function, collagen production, adrenal health, and it aids iron absorption. For those recovering from illness, from stress, from adrenal fatigue, rosehip tea is gentle, nourishing, restorative. Dandelion root, roasted, brewed as tea, tastes earthy, slightly bitter. It supports liver function, kidney function, acts as a gentle diuretic, helps the body release excess fluid, reduces bloating, and it stimulates bile production, which aids fat digestion, helps move the bowels, carries toxins out through the stool. It's a purifier, a cleanser, helping the body eliminate what it no longer needs. Dairy, for many people, especially pasteurized, homogenized dairy. It's mucus forming, inflammatory, hard to digest. The casein protein, particularly A1 casein, can cause digestive issues, sinus congestion, skin problems, joint pain. Some do fine with raw dairy, or goat dairy, or none at all. If sleep is poor, if congestion is chronic, eliminating dairy for a time, observing the effect, it's worth the experiment. White flour, stripped of the bran, the germ, all the fiber, the minerals, the B vitamins. What remains is pure starch, rapidly converted to glucose, spiking blood sugar, demanding insulin, creating the same vicious cycle as refined sugar. It's empty calories, devoid of nutrition, taxing the body, contributing to inflammation, weight gain, blood sugar dysregulation, whole grains or no grains, but white flour. It serves no purpose in a healing body. Deep tissue massage, the pressure, working through layers, releasing adhesions, trigger points, held tension. It increases blood flow to tissues, helps drain lymph, releases endorphins, natural pain relievers. Sometimes it's uncomfortable in the moment as the knots, the scar tissue, releases. But after, there's relief, increased range of motion, decreased pain, better sleep, because the body finally can relax. Sun-charged water, simply water in a glass container left in sunlight for hours. The idea from various traditional systems is that sunlight imprints its energy, its frequency, into the water's molecular structure, making it more alive, more organized, more hydrating at the cellular level. Science is still catching up, studying structured water, coherent domains. But many who practice this, they report feeling more energized, more hydrated, from sun-charged water than from water kept in the dark. Sleepwear, organic cotton, free from pesticides, flame retardants, synthetic dyes. These chemicals, they off-gas, especially when warmed by body heat. You inhale them. They absorb through skin, disrupting hormones, irritating skin. Natural fibers, breathable, allow heat and moisture to escape, keep you comfortable, and they don't add to your body's toxic burden. Electronics, they emit electromagnetic fields, EMFs, your phone, laptop, Wi-Fi router, even your alarm clock if it's electric. These fields, they may interfere with cellular communication, with melatonin production. The research is mixed, but many sensitive individuals, they sleep better with the electronics removed, or at least distanced, turned off, or on airplane mode, creating a low EMF sanctuary in your bedroom. It costs nothing, and the potential benefit for some is profound. Frequency, sound frequency, 432 Hz, touted as a more harmonious tuning than the standard 440 Hz. Some say it's more aligned with nature, with the human biofield. Music, ambient soundscapes, tuned to 432, they might sound subtly different, perhaps calmer, perhaps it's placebo, perhaps not. But if it helps you relax, if the sound soothes, then it's working, regardless of mechanism. B12, cobalamin, essential for nerve function, for myelin maintenance, for red blood cell production, for DNA synthesis. It's found primarily in animal products, meat, fish, eggs, dairy. Those on plant-based diets, they must supplement, because B12 deficiency, it causes fatigue, depression, nerve damage, memory problems, and absorption declines with age, with certain medications, with digestive issues. Testing your levels, ensuring adequacy, it's foundational, especially if sleep is poor, if energy is low, if mood is flat, alkaline and acid balance, your blood pH, it's tightly regulated around 7.4. Your body will sacrifice bone, muscle to maintain it. But the food you eat, It affects the pH of other body fluids, urine, saliva, interstitial fluid, an alkaline-forming diet, emphasizing vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds. It creates an environment where the body doesn't have to work as hard, where inflammation is lower, where enzymes function optimally. Sprouted legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas, soaked and sprouted. The sprouting process. It reduces anti-nutrients, phytic acid, lectins, increases vitamin content, makes proteins more digestible. Cooked after sprouting, they're easier on digestion, less likely to cause gas, bloating, and they provide protein, fiber, minerals in bioavailable forms. Avocado, that creamy green flesh. It's rich in monounsaturated fats, the same healthy fats in olive oil. It's high in potassium, fiber, B vitamins, folate, vitamin E. These fats, they stabilize blood sugar, support hormone production, reduce inflammation, keep you satiated, and in the evening, a small amount of healthy fat, it slows digestion, extends the release of glucose, helping maintain stable blood sugar through the night. Stevia, a plant native leaf from South America, when extracted properly, provides sweetness without calories, without blood sugar impact. Unlike artificial sweeteners, which can disrupt gut bacteria, alter insulin response, trigger cravings, stevia, in its pure form, not mixed with erythritol or maltodextrin, is benign, perhaps even beneficial, with some studies suggesting blood sugar lowering effects. Pumpkin seeds, pepitas, rich in zinc, magnesium, tryptophan. A handful in the evening, they provide minerals for relaxation, amino acids for melatonin production, healthy fats for satiety, and zinc. It supports immune function, wound healing, testosterone production, prostate health. Many are deficient. A few pumpkin seeds daily can restore levels naturally. Seaweed from the ocean, kelp, nori, wakame, dulce. They concentrate minerals from seawater, iodine, yes, but also magnesium, calcium, iron, potassium, trace minerals rarely found in land vegetables anymore, because soil depletion, a small amount in soup, as a snack, as seasoning, it provides a mineral infusion, remineralizing the body, supporting thyroid, supporting bones, supporting the hundreds of enzymatic reactions that require these forgotten minerals. Mindful chewing. Digestion begins in the mouth, with saliva, containing enzymes that start breaking down carbohydrates, with mechanical grinding that reduces particle size. Chewing thoroughly, 20, 30 times per bite. It eases the burden on the stomach, the pancreas, and eating slowly, mindfully. You notice flavors, textures. You notice when you're full. You eat less. You absorb more. You avoid the heavy, uncomfortable feeling that comes from eating too fast, too much. Early to bed, the old wisdom, Ben Franklin. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. There's truth here, backed by circadian science. the hours before midnight. They're the most restorative. They're when growth hormone surges, when cellular repair peaks, when the immune system strengthens. Staying up late, even if you sleep in, it misses this window, this golden time of healing, blood oxygenation, deep breathing, exercise, fresh air. They increase oxygen delivery to tissues, to cells, to mitochondria, where energy is produced. Oxygen, it's essential for ATP production, for detoxification, for immune function, shallow breathing, sedentary lifestyle, indoor air. They result in chronic low-grade hypoxia, tissue oxygen deficiency, contributing to fatigue, poor healing, increased infection risk. So breathe deeply, move your body, get outside, oxygenate. Iced drinks, cold beverages, especially with meals. They cool the digestive fire, congeal fats, slow enzyme activity. In traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, iced drinks are avoided, room temperature or warm is preferred, particularly around meals, to support optimal digestion. In the evening, herbal tea, warm, it soothes, it signals the body that the work of the day is winding down, that it's time soon to rest. Warm herbal compresses, a cloth soaked in herbal tea, chamomile, lavender, calendula, wrung out, placed over closed eyes, over the abdomen, over areas of tension. The warmth, the herbs, they penetrate, soothe, reduce inflammation, ease pain, relax muscles. It's a simple, comforting, healing ritual. Mental unloading, journaling, not just worries but gratitudes, victories, kindnesses, externalizing the day, good and bad. It frees mental space, reduces rumination, and ending with gratitude, no matter how small, a warm cup, a kind word, a breath without pain. It shifts your nervous system from threat detection to safety, from scarcity to abundance, and in this state, sleep comes easier, deeper. Consistency in wake times, even more important than bedtime, because your circadian rhythm, it's entrained primarily by when you wake, when light first hits your eyes. Waking the same time, every day, even weekends, it strengthens your internal clock, makes it more predictable, more robust. Sleep quality improves, daytime energy improves, mood stabilizes. The body thrives on rhythm, on predictability, on consistency. Salt in the evening, too much, it causes fluid retention, increases blood pressure, can lead to waking to urinate, to thirst, reducing salt after dinner. Using herbs and spices for flavor instead, it helps the body settle, relax, release excess fluid before lying down. 1 to 3 a.m., the liver's detox window. We mentioned this earlier, but it bears repeating. If you wake consistently in these hours, your liver may be struggling, overburdened, congested. Support it. Castor oil packs, dandelion, milk thistle, reduce alcohol, processed foods, medications when possible. Go to bed earlier, give it the rest, the blood flow, the resources it needs to clean, to process, to heal, restoring the body's electricity, the bioelectric field, through grounding, through natural sunlight, through removing synthetic materials that create static, that disrupt. The body is electric. Neurons fire electrically. The heart beats electrically. Muscles contract electrically. Modern life, it disrupts this, insulates us from Earth, surrounds us with competing frequencies, reconnecting, grounding, natural fibers. It restores the body's natural electric balance, subtle but real. Raw vegetable juices, fresh, made immediately before consuming. Concentrated nutrition, enzymes, phytonutrients, easily absorbed. They flood the body with alkalinity, with chlorophyll from greens, with carotenoids from carrots, with antioxidants. A morning juice or afternoon. It provides a nutrient surge, supporting cellular function, detoxification, vitality. Steamed cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, kale. They contain compounds, glucosinolates, that support phase 2 liver detoxification. They help the body process and eliminate toxins, hormones. Steaming, it softens them, makes them easier to digest than raw, while preserving most nutrients. Better than boiling, which leaches vitamins into the water. Quinoa, technically a seed, but used like a grain. It's a complete protein, containing all 9 essential amino acids. It's gluten-free, high in fiber, magnesium, iron. It's versatile, easy to digest, and provides sustained energy without spiking blood sugar. For dinner, a serving of quinoa with vegetables and healthy fats. It's balanced, satisfying, supportive of stable blood sugar through the night. Almonds, soaked overnight to reduce phytic acid, then drained and eaten. They're rich in calcium, more than milk, in magnesium, in vitamin E, in healthy fats. A small handful as an evening snack. They provide minerals for relaxation, fats for satiety. They support bone health, cardiovascular health, and they help maintain steady blood sugar. MSG, monosodium glutamate, and other additives, preservatives, artificial flavors, colors. They're neurotoxic, excitotoxic. They overstimulate neurons, cause them to fire excessively, potentially leading to cell death. They're linked to headaches, brain fog, behavioral issues, poor sleep, reading labels, avoiding processed foods, cooking from scratch with real ingredients. It eliminates these harmful chemicals from your diet, from your body. Fresh air during the day, not just at night. Your lungs, your tissues, they need oxygen. Carbon dioxide builds up in indoor spaces, especially in winter when windows stay closed. Opening windows, getting outside, even briefly, it refreshes, clears the stagnation, improves mental clarity, energy, and sets the stage for better sleep at night because your body, it got what it needed during the day. Anger, resentment, hostility. They're sympathetic nervous system activators. They increase heart rate, blood pressure, cortisol, muscle tension. They fragment sleep, deepen inflammation, damage relationships. Learning to process anger, to express it healthily, to release it, or to reframe situations. It's not about suppression, but about not letting anger simmer, corrode, destroy your peace, your health, your sleep. Cold plunges in the morning, after you've warmed up a bit, movement, light breakfast, a minute, 2 minutes in cold water, 50 to 60 degrees. It activates brown adipose tissue, increases norepinephrine, sharpens focus, reduces inflammation, boosts metabolism. But timing matters. Morning cold exposure is energizing. Evening would be overstimulating, counterproductive to sleep. Each intervention, it has its time. Steam inhalations over a bowl of hot water with eucalyptus. Time. Peppermint oil. You drape a towel over your head. Lean over the steam. Breathe deeply. It opens sinuses, loosens mucus, kills bacteria, soothes irritated airways. For congestion, for colds, for dry sinuses in winter, it provides immediate relief, and the warmth, the moisture, they're comforting, grounding. A probiotic-rich diet, beyond supplements, actual food, fermented vegetables, kefir, yogurt, kombucha, miso, tempeh. These foods, they introduce beneficial bacteria, diversity of species that colonize your gut, support digestion, produce vitamins, train your immune system, protect against pathogens. Your gut microbiome, it's an ecosystem, a rainforest that needs feeding, tending, diversity. Chia seeds, when soaked, they form a gel, absorbing up to 12 times their weight in water. This gel, in your stomach, it slows digestion, extends hydration, provides soluble fiber that feeds good gut bacteria, stabilizes blood sugar. Chia is rich in omega-3s, calcium, magnesium, antioxidants. A tablespoon, soaked in water or milk alternative, becomes a pudding, a complete, hydrating, nutrient-dense food. Wild yam cream, applied topically to thin-skinned areas, inner arms, inner thighs, neck. It contains diosgenin, a compound that can be converted, in labs, into progesterone, though the body can't make this conversion. Still, some women find it helps balance hormones, ease menopause symptoms, PMS, insomnia related to hormonal fluctuations. It's controversial. Research is mixed, but for some, it offers relief. Nettle tea, from stinging nettle leaves, dried and steeped. It's a nutritive tonic, high in iron, calcium, magnesium, vitamin K, chlorophyll, for anemia, for fatigue, for seasonal allergies, for joint inflammation. Nettle is gentle, nourishing, strengthening. It builds the body up over time, doesn't force, doesn't overstimulate, just supports, quietly, consistently. Gratitude, a grateful heart. It's not just poetic, it's physiological. Gratitude practices, listing 3 things daily, writing gratitude letters. They've been shown to increase happiness, decrease depression, improve sleep quality, lower inflammation, strengthen immunity. Gratitude shifts focus from lack to abundance, from threat to safety. And in this shift, the body exhales, relaxes, heals. Clutter in the bedroom, visual noise. It activates the mind even when you're not conscious of it. Your environment. It affects your nervous system. A clear, clean, minimal bedroom. It signals calm, order, safety. Making your bed each morning, clearing surfaces, putting away laundry. These small acts, they create an environment conducive to rest, to peace. Napping, strategic, can be restorative, or can disrupt nighttime sleep. The rule: keep naps short, 20 to 30 minutes, and early. Before 3 p.m, longer naps, or late naps. They create sleep inertia. You wake groggy, confused, and they reduce sleep pressure, making it harder to fall asleep at night. But a short, timed nap, it can restore energy, improve mood, enhance cognitive function without interfering with nighttime rest. Hormonal balance. It affects everything: sleep, mood, weight, innate drive, energy, hormones, estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, thyroid, cortisol, insulin. They're all interconnected. When one is off, others follow. Supporting hormone health through nutrition, stress management, sleep, toxin avoidance, movement. It's foundational to overall health, to restful sleep, to vitality. The Sabbath principle: 1 day of rest per week. It's not just religious, it's biological, psychological. The body needs recovery time. The mind needs space to wander, to not produce, to not strive. A day without work, without screens, without agenda, just being, resting, connecting. It resets, restores, reminds us we're human, not machines. Living water, structured water, coherent water, beyond simple H2O, water that's been through natural processes, vortexed, magnetized, exposed to certain frequencies. Some believe it's more hydrating, more energizing, that it penetrates cells more effectively. The science is emerging, but those who drink it, many report feeling a difference, more vitality, better hydration, whether placebo or real. If you feel better, keep exploring. And cellular regeneration. That's what all of this serves. Every cell, constantly dying and being reborn. Every 90 days, most cells have been replaced. You are literally not the same person you were 3 months ago at the cellular level. What you do today, the food, the rest, the thoughts, the toxins you avoid, the love you feel, it all becomes tomorrow's cells, tomorrow's tissues, tomorrow's you. You're building yourself, night after night, breath by breath, choice by choice. So as you lie here now, feeling your body against the sheets, the weight of the blankets, the coolness of the air on your face, know that healing is happening, has already begun. Your liver is filtering. Your pineal gland is secreting melatonin. Your growth hormone is preparing to surge. Your cells are queuing up for repair, for division, for renewal. You don't have to do anything, just allow it, just rest, just breathe in and out, slowly, so slowly. Your body knows, it's always known, how to heal itself, how to find its way back to balance. You just need to give it the conditions, the time, the darkness, the quiet, the minerals, the rest, the castor oil, imagined or real, spreading warmth across your liver, the magnesium, real or remembered, softening every muscle fiber, the Celtic salt, dissolving, entering your bloodstream, rebalancing, recalibrating your circadian rhythm, the ancient pulse. It knows what to do. It's doing it now, pulling you down into the healing dark. Your breath is the bridge between conscious and unconscious, between waking and sleeping. Follow it. The cool air entering your nostrils, warming as it descends, filling your lungs, your belly rising, pausing, then the warm air flowing out, your belly falling. Follow this rhythm, this ancient rhythm, older than thought, older than language. And if thoughts arise, worries, plans, just notice them, like clouds passing across the sky. You don't chase them, don't grab them, don't push them away. Just watch. They come, they go, and beneath them, always, the sky remains vast, still, unchanging. That's you. Beneath the thoughts, you are the sky, not the clouds. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, slowing now, steady, strong. Each beat, pumping blood, delivering oxygen, nutrients, removing waste. Your heart, that faithful servant, beating since before you were born, every moment of every day, never stopping, never complaining, beating, keeping you alive, keeping you here. Feel the gratitude for this tireless muscle, this pump, this miracle. And now, let's drift deeper into the terrain of tissue, of fascia, of the spaces between. Your muscles, they're not solid, they're fibers, bundled together, wrapped in connective tissue called fascia, like meat wrapped in cellophane, except this wrapping, it's alive, it's innervated, it has memory. And when you experience trauma, stress, injury, the fascia tightens, contracts, creates adhesions, restrictions, holding patterns that limit movement, restrict blood flow, cause pain. Deep tissue work, whether through massage or through myofascial release or through foam rolling, it breaks up these adhesions, releases the held patterns. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, tender, as the tissue reorganizes. But afterward, there's freedom, flow, space where there was compression, and sleep improves because the body, it's no longer bracing, no longer guarding. It can finally let go. The lymphatic system, we touched on this, but let's go deeper now. Your lymph, it's everywhere, between every cell, bathing tissues in this clear fluid, carrying immune cells, white blood cells, antibodies, macrophages, to sites of infection, to damaged tissue, and carrying away metabolic waste, dead cells, bacteria, toxins, but unlike blood, which had the heart to pump it, lymph has no pump. It moves through muscle contractions, through breathing, through manual manipulation. When you lie still for too long, when you're sedentary, when you don't breathe deeply, lymph stagnates, pools, and you feel heavy, swollen, congested, your immune system sluggish. But movement, even gentle movement, even just shifting in bed, contracting and relaxing muscles, it moves lymph, and deep breathing, especially diaphragmatic breathing. It creates negative pressure in the thoracic cavity, pulling lymph upward toward the thoracic duct where it drains back into the bloodstream. Dry brushing before your shower in the morning, a natural bristle brush, brushing in long strokes toward your heart, starting at your feet, up your legs, your arms toward your shoulders, your torso toward your heart. It stimulates the lymph vessels just beneath the skin, encourages drainage, reduces puffiness, cellulite, and it exfoliates, removes dead skin cells, unclogs pores, leaves your skin smooth, glowing, receptive. Your skin, the largest organ, it's not just a barrier, it's an organ of elimination. You sweat out toxins, urea, ammonia, even heavy metals. Sauna therapy, infrared especially. It heats your core, makes you sweat profusely, not just water, but deep cellular waste. Studies show infrared sauna use. It reduces all-cause mortality, improves cardiovascular function, aids detoxification, reduces pain, and after, you sleep so deeply, because your body has released, has lightened, has cleaned house. But you must replace what you lose: hydration, minerals, Celtic salt after sweating. It replaces sodium, trace minerals, prevents that washed out feeling, that depletion. Stay hydrated. But remember, stop fluids 2 hours before bed, so your bladder, it doesn't wake you at 2 a.m., pulling you from the depths where healing happens. Temperature regulation, your core body temperature, it must drop to initiate sleep. This is why a warm bath helps, paradoxically, because when you get out, when your body hits cooler air, your core temperature drops rapidly, signaling sleep onset. The same with exercise. It raises core temperature, which is why evening exercise can delay sleep unless you exercise early evening, giving your body time, 3 to 4 hours, to cool back down by bedtime. A cool room, 65 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, it's optimal. And your extremities, your hands and feet, they should be warm, because heat is released through the extremities. That's how your core cools. So if your feet are cold, wear socks or do a warm foot bath before bed. Warming the extremities, allowing them to dilate, to release heat from your core, facilitating that necessary temperature drop. The pineal gland, that tiny pine cone, deep in your brain center, René Descartes called it the seat of the soul. Modern science calls it your circadian timekeeper. It responds to light and darkness, detected not just by your eyes, but by your skin, by photoreceptors throughout your body. In darkness, it secretes melatonin. In light, especially blue light, it stops. Melatonin is more than a sleep hormone. It's a powerful antioxidant, a free radical scavenger. It protects your DNA, your mitochondria, from oxidative damage. It modulates your immune system, has anti-cancer properties, reduces inflammation. This is why disrupted sleep, night shift work, chronic insomnia, they're linked to increased cancer risk, to accelerated aging, to weakened immunity, because without adequate melatonin, without those deep dark hours, your cells lack protection, lack repair. Blackout curtains, eye masks, removing all light sources from your bedroom, even the small green LED from a smoke detector, cover it with tape, because even that tiny light, it can suppress melatonin, fragment your sleep architecture. Studies show that people who sleep in complete darkness, they have deeper sleep, better immune function, lower rates of depression than those who sleep with ambient light. And electromagnetic fields, EMFs, from Wi-Fi routers, cell phones, smart meters, electrical wiring, they emit radiation, non-ionizing, but still potentially disruptive. Some people, they're electromagnetically sensitive. They get headaches, insomnia, anxiety, near sources of EMFs, turning off Wi-Fi at night, keeping phones in another room, or at least in airplane mode, unplugging devices. It creates a cleaner electromagnetic environment. And for sensitive individuals, this makes the difference between restless and restful sleep. Your bedroom should be a sanctuary, not an office, not an entertainment center, not a storage room, a sanctuary for sleep and intimacy only. The brain, it forms associations. If you work in bed, watch TV in bed, argue in bed, your brain associates bed with activity, with stress, with wakefulness. But if you only sleep in bed, your brain learns bed equals sleep. When you lie down, drowsiness follows automatically. It's classical conditioning, Pavlovian, and it works. Natural materials, linen, cotton, wool, they breathe, they wick moisture, they don't trap heat like polyester, rayon, synthetic blends. They don't off-gas chemicals, flame retardant, formaldehyde, phthalates. Your skin, it absorbs what touches it. You're lying there for 8 hours, breathing, absorbing natural fibers, organic when possible. They reduce your toxic exposure, support your body's detox pathways, keep you comfortable, cool, dry, sound, or the lack of it. Silence is ideal, truly, because any sound, even white noise, even nature sounds, your auditory cortex processes it. Your brain, it never fully shuts off. It's always monitoring, scanning for danger, for the baby's cry, for the smoke alarm. But in silence, in true quiet, your brain can relax its vigilance, can allocate resources to repair, to consolidation, to the deep work of restoration. But if silence isn't possible, if you live in the city, near traffic, near neighbours, then masking sounds can help. White noise, pink noise, brown noise, they're continuous, predictable. They mask sudden noises, the slamming door, the barking dog, that would otherwise spike your cortisol, jar you from sleep. Some frequencies, like 432 Hz, like binaural beats in the theta range, 4 to 8 Hz. They may entrain your brain waves, guide you into the frequency of deep sleep, of meditation, of healing. Herbal allies, beyond chamomile and valerian. There's passion flower, for anxiety, for racing thoughts. It increases GABA, calms the nervous system without sedating. There's lemon balm, melissa, which reduces cortisol, eases digestive upset, lifts mood gently. California poppy, not the opium poppy, but its gentle cousin, for pain, for restlessness, for children who can't settle. These herbs, they're not drugs, they're gentle. They work with your body, supporting natural processes, not forcing, not overriding. You can blend them, create your own sleep tea, chamomile, valerian, passion flower, lemon balm, lavender, a small amount of catnip even, which for humans is calming, sedating, though for cats it's stimulating. Steep them covered to keep the volatile oils from escaping with the steam. 10 minutes. Strain. Add honey if you like. Raw honey. That also supports sleep. And sip slowly, an hour before bed, feeling the warmth, the herbs, entering your system, beginning their quiet work. The gut-brain axis. This communication superhighway, it runs both ways. Your gut sends signals to your brain via the vagus nerve, via hormones, via immune messengers, and your brain sends signals to your gut. This is why stress causes stomach aches, why anxiety causes diarrhea, why depression slows digestion. But here's the profound part. 90% of your serotonin, that neurotransmitter associated with happiness, with well-being, it's made in your gut, not in your brain, in your gut, by certain bacteria, by the enterochromaffin cells lining your intestines. So gut health, the balance of your microbiome, the integrity of your gut lining, it directly impacts your mood, your sleep, your mental health. A healthy gut needs fiber, prebiotics, the food for good bacteria, from vegetables, fruits, whole grains, legumes. It needs probiotics, the bacteria themselves, from fermented foods. And it needs to be free from things that damage it. Antibiotics, unless necessary. NSAIDs, chronic stress, processed foods, sugar, alcohol, gluten for sensitive individuals, slippery elm, that inner bark, ground to powder, it's mucilaginous, like chia seeds. It forms a gel when mixed with water. This gel coats, soothes, heals the gut lining, for leaky gut, for inflammatory bowel disease, for reflux, for ulcers. It provides a protective barrier, allowing the tissue beneath to heal, to regenerate. And bone broth, real bone broth, simmered 24 to 48 hours until the bones are soft, crumbling. It's rich in gelatin, in collagen, the same proteins that make up your gut lining, your joint cartilage, your skin. When you consume it, you're providing the raw materials, the building blocks for your body to repair these structures. Glycine, an amino acid abundant in bone broth. In collagen, it's calming. It acts as an inhibitory neurotransmitter, lowering body temperature, improving sleep quality. Some people take glycine as a supplement, 3 grams before bed, and they report deeper sleep, faster sleep onset, better morning alertness. Magnesium. We talked about the bath, the foot soak, but oral magnesium too, especially magnesium glycinate, bisglycinate. It's well absorbed, doesn't cause loose stools like citrate or oxide. Magnesium is calming, muscle relaxing. It's required for GABA production, for melatonin production, for over 300 enzymatic reactions. Many people are deficient from soil depletion, from not eating enough greens, nuts, seeds, whole grains, from chronic stress which depletes magnesium, from medications, diuretics, proton pump inhibitors that interfere with absorption. Supplementing 200 to 400 milligrams before bed. For many, it transforms sleep, softens anxiety, eases muscle tension. But not all magnesium is equal. Oxide, it's poorly absorbed, mostly just pulls water into the bowels, laxative effect. Citrate, better absorbed, but still can loosen bowels. Glycinate, threonate, malest. These are well absorbed, reach tissues, cross the blood-brain barrier in the case of threonate. These are the forms for sleep, for anxiety, for neurological support. Epsom salt baths, magnesium sulfate. The sulfate is important too. Sulfur is needed for detoxification, for phase 2 liver conjugation, where toxins are made water-soluble so they can be excreted. Many people are sulfur deficient from not eating enough cruciferous vegetable, eggs, garlic, onions. An Epsom salt bath. It provides both magnesium and sulfate, absorbed through skin, supporting relaxation and detoxification simultaneously. Soak for 20 minutes, hot as comfortable. The heat, it opens pores, dilates blood vessels, facilitates absorption, and the magnesium, the sulfate, they penetrate, reach muscle tissue, joints, bloodstream. After, you may feel tired, heavy. This is your body saying, now is the time to rest. Progressive muscle relaxation, we mentioned briefly. But let's practice now. Start with your feet, curl your toes, tense, hold for 5 seconds, and release. Feel the wave of relaxation, the difference. Now your calves, tighten, squeeze, hold, and let go. Your thighs, contract, hold, release. Your buttocks, squeeze, hold, soften. Your abdomen, draw in, tighten, let go. Your chest, inhale deeply, hold, exhale fully. Your hands, make fists, squeeze, open, release. Your arms, flex, hold, let them drop, heavy. Your shoulders, shrug up to your ears, hold, drop them down. Your neck, gently press your head back into the pillow. Hold, release. Your face, scrunch everything together. Hold, and smooth it all out. Let your jaw drop open slightly, teeth apart, tongue loose, eyes closed. No effort to keep them closed, just closed, because they want to be. Feel your whole body now, heavy, sinking, supported. Notice any remaining tension and let it go. Just let it go. You don't need it. Not now. Not here. Not tonight. Prayer, meditation, contemplation, whatever your tradition, whatever your belief, there's a pause button for the doing, for the striving, in stillness, in silence, in turning inward. You tap into something larger, whether you call it God, universe, source, higher self, or simply the parasympathetic nervous system. Doesn't matter. What matters is you stop trying, stop efforting, and you allow, you surrender, you trust. This surrender, it's physiological. Your body reads surrender as safety. Threat is past, predator is gone. It's safe to rest, to heal, to digest, to reproduce, to repair. All the healing functions, they activate in this state of surrender, of trust. For those with faith, with spiritual practice, prayer before sleep, it's powerful. It externalizes worries, hands them to something beyond yourself. It cultivates gratitude, peace, forgiveness. It reminds you you're not alone, not isolated. You're held, supported, loved. And in this remembering, the nervous system softens, cortisol drops, oxytocin, the bonding hormone, may rise, and sleep. It comes naturally, not like a gift. Even for those without traditional faith, a moment of gratitude, of acknowledging something good, something beautiful from the day. It shifts physiology away from threat toward rest. It's simple, it's free, and it works. The 90-minute sleep cycle, your sleep, it's not uniform. It cycles, light sleep, stage 1, stage 2, then deep sleep, stage 3, delta waves, slow wave sleep. This is where growth hormone surges, where cellular repair peaks, where immune system strengthens. Then back to light sleep and into REM, rapid eye movement, where you dream, where emotional processing happens, where memories consolidate. Each cycle, approximately 90 minutes. You need 4 to 6 cycles per night, 6 to 9 hours total. If you wake in the middle of a cycle, especially from deep or REM, you feel groggy, disoriented, sleep inertia. But if you wake at the end of a cycle, in light sleep, you feel refreshed, clear. This is why timing matters, why waking naturally, without an alarm if possible, is ideal. Your sleeping position, it affects more than comfort. Side sleeping, left side particularly, it aids digestion, reduces snoring, lessens sleep apnea risk. Right side can worsen reflux for some. Back sleeping, neutral spine, good for back pain if you have proper support. Knees elevated slightly, but it can worsen snoring, apnea. Stomach sleeping often strains the neck. the low back, twists the spine, but some people, they can't sleep any other way. The best position is the one that lets you sleep deeply, without pain, without waking. Pillows, they matter. Your head should be aligned with your spine, not tilted up or down. Neck should be supported. If you side sleep, you need a thicker pillow to fill the space between your shoulder and head. If you back sleep, a thinner pillow. For stomach sleeping, minimal or no pillow under the head, maybe one under the pelvis to reduce lumbar strain. Weighted blankets, 7 to 12% of your body weight. They provide deep pressure touch stimulation. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, increases serotonin, melatonin, decreases cortisol. It's grounding, like a hug, like being held. For anxiety, for autism, for ADHD, for insomnia, many find weighted blankets deeply comforting, almost immediately calming. Rose hip, those bright red fruits of the rose, after the flower fades, they're one of the richest plant sources of vitamin C, more than oranges, more than peppers. Vitamin C supports your adrenal glands, which produce cortisol and adrenaline during stress. It supports collagen production, immune function, iron absorption, antioxidant protection. For those recovering from chronic stress, from adrenal fatigue, from illness, rosehip tea, daily. It rebuilds, nourishes, strengthens, and vitamin C, unlike many nutrients, it's water-soluble. Excess is excreted and not stored, so you need it daily, consistently. Dandelion, that weed, that plague of perfect lawns, it's medicine. Every part, the root, the leaf, the flower, the root, roasted, makes a coffee-like tea, bitter, earthy. It stimulates bile production from the gallbladder, aids fat digestion, supports liver detoxification, acts as a gentle diuretic, helping kidneys eliminate excess fluid, toxins. The leaves, raw in salad or cooked like spinach. They're nutritious, high in vitamins A, C, K, in minerals, in antioxidants. The flowers, made into wine, into jelly, or eaten fresh. They're sweet, mild. Dandelion supports the body's natural detoxification pathways, gently, without force, and it's free, growing in yards and fields everywhere. Just be sure, no pesticides, no contamination. Dairy, it's controversial. For some, especially raw, unpasteurized, from grass-fed cows, it's nourishing, digestible. For others, it's mucus-forming, inflammatory, hard to digest. The difference often lies in the type of casein, A1 versus A2, and in the processing, pasteurization. It damages proteins, makes them harder to digest. Homogenization. It breaks fat molecules into smaller particles that may contribute to arterial plaque. If you have congestion, sinus issues, skin problems, joint pain, digestive issues, insomnia, try eliminating dairy, all dairy, for 30 days. Then reintroduce and observe. Your body will tell you clearly whether it serves you or burdens you. White flour, wheat stripped of its bran, its germ, its fibre, its nutrients. What remains is pure endosperm, pure starch. It's nutritionally bankrupt. It spikes blood sugar, feeds bad bacteria, contributes to inflammation, to weight gain, to insulin resistance. There's no nutritional reason to consume it. None. Whole grains, yes, soaked or sprouted to reduce anti-nutrients. They provide fibre, B vitamins, minerals, sustained energy. But white flour, white bread, pastries, crackers, pasta, they're empty calories at best, harmful at worst. Choose whole, choose sprouted, or choose no grains at all. Massage, deep tissue, Swedish, Thai, trigger point, myofascial release, any form that involves skilled touch. It's therapeutic. It increases circulation, lymphatic drainage, releases endorphins, natural painkillers, decreases cortisol. It improves sleep quality, reduces anxiety, eases chronic pain. Regular massage, weekly if possible, bi-weekly, monthly at minimum. It's not luxury, it's healthcare, preventative medicine. Your body, it holds tension, trauma, stress in the tissues, and gentle, compassionate touch. It releases this, layer by layer, session by session. Sun-charged water. This practice, it comes from various traditions. Ayurveda, Hawaiian, modern water researchers. The idea, water has structure. Beyond just H2O molecules, it forms coherent domains, organized networks, especially when exposed to certain energies, sunlight, specific frequencies, vortexing. The structured water, it's thought to be more hydrating, more bioavailable at the cellular level. To make it, fill a glass container. Colored glass is traditional, blue, green, amber. Fill with clean water, cover, leave in sunlight for 2 to 4 hours. The water absorbs the sun's energy, its frequency. Some say you can visualize intentions into it: healing, vitality, peace. Then drink, noticing if you feel different, more energized, more hydrated. Science is still exploring structured water. Dr. Gerald Pollack's work on the 4th phase of water, exclusion zone water. But many practitioners, many people, they swear by it. They feel a difference. And if placebo effect, so what? Placebo is powerful, is real, is healing. Organic cotton sleepwear, or no sleepwear. Conventional cotton. It's one of the most pesticide-intensive crops. Those chemicals, they remain in the fibers. They off-gas, absorb through your skin, disrupt hormones, irritate sensitive skin. Organic cotton, grown without synthetic pesticides. It's cleaner, safer, softer often. Or sleep unclothed. Many traditional cultures do. It allows your skin to breathe, regulates temperature better, reduces risk of infections, yeast, bacteria that thrive in warm, moist environments. And for couples, skin-to-skin contact. It increases oxytocin, the bonding hormone, improves relationship satisfaction, reduces stress. Electronics. We keep coming back to this because it matters. Your phone, even in airplane mode. It's a distraction, a temptation, a portal to the world, to news, to work, to comparison, to stimulation. Having it in another room, charging in another room, it creates a boundary. It says, this space, this time is sacred, is protected, is for rest only. An old-fashioned alarm clock, battery-powered, non-electric, no EMF, no screen, just hands and a bell, and placed across the room, so you must get up to turn it off, preventing snooze, preventing that groggy, repeatedly disrupted morning. Your adrenals, let's return to them, because their health is foundational to sleep, to energy, to stress resilience. These small glands, they're designed for acute stress. The lion chase, the fight, brief, intense, then rest, recovery. But modern life, it's chronic stress, traffic, bills, work, news, relationship conflict, on and on, never ending. Your adrenals respond by secreting cortisol, adrenaline, norepinephrine, constantly, and eventually they become dysregulated, exhausted. Cortisol pattern inverts, high at night when it should be low, low in morning when it should be high. You feel tired but wired, exhausted but can't sleep, anxious but foggy. Recovery, it requires removing stressors where possible, saying no, setting boundaries, resting, truly resting, and nourishing the adrenals with vitamin C, B vitamins, magnesium, sodium, healthy fats, protein, adaptogenic herbs like ashwagandha, rhodiola, holy basil, adequate sleep, consistent, prioritized, is medicine for the adrenals. Perhaps the best medicine. Complex carbs for dinner, we mentioned. But why? Carbohydrates trigger insulin release. Insulin, it shuttles amino acids into muscles, but tryptophan, it's left behind, free to cross the blood-brain barrier without competition. There it converts to serotonin, then melatonin. This is why high-carb meals make you sleepy. Why Thanksgiving dinner with all that turkey and stuffing, it makes you drowsy. But not simple carbs, not sugar, not white flour. They spike blood sugar, then crash it, leading to middle-of-the-night waking when cortisol surges to compensate. Complex carbs, sweet potato, winter squash, quinoa, oats, brown rice. They release glucose slowly, sustaining blood sugar through the night, preventing that 3 a.m. wake-up. Silence, the healing power. In silence, your nervous system recalibrates, your senses, constantly bombarded with input, sound, light, touch, smell. They get a break, they can rest, and in this rest, they become more sensitive, more attuned. You notice subtleties, you hear your intuition, your inner guidance. Many spiritual traditions incorporate silence, meditation retreats, monastic life, vision quests, because in silence, without distraction, you meet yourself, truly. You face what you've been avoiding, and you find peace that was there all along or beneath the noise, even short periods, 10 minutes daily, sitting in silence, no music, no podcast, no words, just breath, just being. It reduces stress hormones, blood pressure, anxiety. It improves focus, creativity, emotional regulation, silence. It's not absence, it's presence. The wet sock treatment. It sounds absurd, but the physiology is sound. Cold socks, covered with wool, create a local cold stimulus. Your body responds by increasing blood flow to the area, warming the socks. But this pulls blood from congested areas. The head during a headache or sinus infection, the chest during a cold. It activates immune function, drawing white blood cells to the area. By morning, the socks are warm, dry. Your body has worked all night, increasing circulation, moving lymph, fighting infection. Many report waking with less congestion, less pain, more energy. It's simple, free, effective, especially for children, for acute illness. Charcoal poultices, activated charcoal powder, mixed with water or flaxseed gel to form a paste, spread on cloth, applied to skin. It draws toxins through the skin. Inflammation, infection, gas, pain, for bug bites, for abscesses, for inflamed joints, for bloating. It provides relief. Charcoal's porous structure, millions of tiny pockets, absorb and trap toxins, bacteria, chemicals. It's messy, it stains, but it works. Ancient remedy. Modern science confirms activated charcoal is used in emergency rooms for poisoning, in water filtration, in air purification. On skin, its effects are more subtle, slower, but consistent. Iodine. Your thyroid needs it. Your thyroid produces T4, thyroxine, which has 4 iodine molecules, and T3, triiodothyronine, with 3 iodine molecules. Without adequate iodine, thyroid function declines, metabolism slows, energy drops, weight increases, mood darkens, cognition dulls, temperature regulation fails. Iodine deficiency, increasingly common, from depleted soil, from avoiding salt, from chlorine and fluoride in water which compete for iodine uptake. Seaweed, the best source, kelp especially. Or iodine supplements, Lugol's solution, potassium iodide. But careful, too much is harmful. Test your levels. Work with a practitioner. Start low, increase slowly. Vitamin D, we talked about sunlight synthesis, but many need to supplement, especially in winter. At northern latitudes, if darker skinned, if elderly, if obese. D3, cholecalciferol, not D2, ergocalciferol. D3 is more effective. Take with fat for absorption, with K2 to direct calcium properly. D deficiency is epidemic, linked to depression, insomnia, weakened immunity, autoimmune disease, cancer, osteoporosis. Testing is wise. Optimal range is 40 to 60 nanograms per milliliter, not just above deficient. Low protein in evening. Protein is thermogenic. It raises body temperature, requires energy to digest. It contains tyrosine, which converts to dopamine, to norepinephrine, stimulating neurotransmitters. Heavy protein dinners. They can keep your digestive system working, prevent deep sleep, keep you alert when you should be drowsy. A light dinner, emphasizing vegetables, complex carbs, healthy fats, small amount of protein if any. It digests easily, doesn't tax the system, allows energy to shift from digestion to repair. The psoas, that deep hip flexor we touched on, but it deserves depth. This muscle, it connects your lower spine to your inner thigh bone. It passes through your pelvis, near your kidneys, near your adrenals, near reproductive organs. It's intimately connected to your fight or flight response. When you're startled, afraid, it contracts, preparing you to run. Chronic stress, chronic fear, trauma. They keep the psoas tight, short, contracted. This pulls on your spine, tilts your pelvis, causes low back pain, hip pain, digestive issues, breathing restrictions, and it perpetuates the stress response. Because the body reads tight psoas as danger, releasing it through specific stretches, low lunge, supine leg extensions, constructive rest position, lying on back, knees bent, feet flat, just resting, allowing gravity and time to release. This can be emotional. People cry, shake, laugh, as stored fear releases as the body finally feels safe enough to let go. Lavender oil, diffused, or on pillow, or diluted and applied to skin, pulse points, temples, bottom of feet. It's deeply calming, studied extensively, shown to reduce anxiety, improve sleep quality, lower heart rate and blood pressure. It's gentle, safe, even for children, pregnant women. But quality matters. Pure essential oil, not synthetic fragrance, not adulterated. True lavender, Lavandula angustifolia, is medicine. Core temperature, cooling. We've circled this repeatedly. Because it's central, your body, it must cool by 2 to 3 degrees to sleep. This is why hot environment, fever, they disrupt sleep. Why a cool bedroom helps. Why a warm bath followed by cool air works. Why warming your extremities, which then dilate and release heat, facilitates cooling. Some people, they overheat easily, night sweats, waking hot, covers thrown off. This can be hormonal, menopause, thyroid issues. It can be dietary, spicy food, alcohol, sugar. It can be environmental, too many blankets, synthetic materials, poor airflow. Addressing the cause, cooling the room, using breathable bedding, avoiding triggers. It restores comfortable, uninterrupted sleep and forgiveness. We touched lightly, but it's profound. Unforgiveness, resentment, bitterness, they're toxic, not just emotionally, physiologically. They keep your sympathetic nervous system activated, cortisol elevated, immune system suppressed, inflammation high. They quite literally poison you from within. Forgiveness, it doesn't condone the wrong, doesn't require reconciliation, doesn't mean forgetting. It means releasing the grip, the rumination, the replay, the rehearsing of the offense. It means choosing your peace, your health, your freedom, over the satisfaction of holding a grudge. Studies show forgiveness reduces cortisol, blood pressure, heart rate, improves immune markers, sleep quality, mental health outcomes. It's one of the most powerful interventions, and it's free. It's a choice, repeated until it becomes true. Myelin, that fatty sheath wrapping your nerves, it's like insulation on electrical wires. It allows nerve signals to travel fast, efficiently, without interference. Damage to myelin from autoimmune attack in MS, from B12 deficiency, from inflammation. It slows conduction, causes symptoms, numbness, weakness, pain, fatigue, cognitive issues. Rebuilding myelin, it's slow. It requires the raw materials, B vitamins especially, B12, vitamin D, omega-3 fats, cholesterol. Yes, cholesterol is essential for myelin and for hormone production and for cell membranes. This is why extremely low-fat diets, they can cause problems. The brain, the nerves, they need fat, healthy fats to function, to repair, to thrive. And rest, deep, consistent sleep, is when myelin repair happens, when the glymphatic system, the brain's waste clearance system, it activates, flushing out metabolic waste, beta amyloid, proteins that if they accumulate, they contribute to neurodegeneration, to Alzheimer's, to cognitive decline. This glymphatic clearance, it happens primarily during deep sleep, slow wave sleep. The brain cells, they shrink slightly, creating space between them, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to flush through, carrying away waste. This is why sleep deprivation, even short term, it impairs cognition. Why chronic sleep deprivation? It's linked to dementia, adequate sleep, it's brain hygiene, neural maintenance, essential. Potassium and sodium, they work in balance. The sodium-potassium pump in every cell membrane. It creates electrical gradients, allows nerves to fire, muscles to contract, nutrients to enter cells, waste to exit. Modern diet, high in sodium, low in potassium, creates imbalance, high blood pressure, fluid retention, muscle cramps, anxiety. Eating potassium-rich foods, greens, avocado, potato, banana, sweet potato, white beans, and reducing sodium, especially in evening. It helps the body release excess fluid, prevents nighttime urination, prevents leg cramps, and the minerals, they calm the nervous system, support heart rhythm, allow muscles to relax fully. Steamed greens, daily. They're mineral pills from nature, calcium, magnesium, iron, potassium, vitamins K, A, C, folate. And they're alkaline forming, anti-inflammatory. They support liver detox, bone health, blood health, cardiovascular health. A serving with lunch and dinner, it's foundational nutrition, simple, affordable, transformative over time, and your body, right now, as you lie here, it's performing miracles. Billions of cells, each one a tiny factory, producing energy, synthesizing proteins, replicating DNA, responding to signals, your immune cells, patrolling, destroying viruses, bacteria, cancer cells, your stem cells, differentiating into whatever cell type is needed, your liver filtering, converting, storing, releasing. All of this happening now without your conscious input. Your body knows how to heal, how to regulate, how to maintain. You just need to provide the conditions, the raw materials, nutrients, water, the environment, rest, darkness, safety, the space, time without demand, without stress, without interruption. And as you drift, as your consciousness loosens its grip, as the boundaries between self and sleep blur, your body accelerates its healing. It's been waiting, patient, for this moment, for this surrender. And now, finally, you're allowing it. You're trusting it. You're resting deeply, completely. The rhythm of your breath slowing, deepening, your heartbeat steady, calm, the subtle movements, your chest rising, falling, your belly soft, your face smooth, relaxed, jaw loose, eyes still, no effort, no tension, just being here, now, in this body, in this bed, in this moment, perfectly, still. Nightshades, for some bodies, they're inflammatory. Tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, eggplant, they contain alkaloids, solanine, that in sensitive individuals trigger joint pain, digestive upset, skin issues, sleep disturbances. Not everyone, but if you have unexplained inflammation, chronic pain, eliminating them for 30 days, you'll know. Your body will whisper the answer, or perhaps shout it. The 8 laws of health, New Start, an acronym, a framework, nutrition, exercise, water, sunshine, temperance, air, rest, trust in divine power. These simple principles, free, accessible to all, they create conditions for healing, for vitality, for longevity. Not pills, not procedures, just natural living, in harmony with how your body was designed. And barley water, that ancient tonic, cooling, soothing, supporting kidneys, bladder, urinary tract, reducing inflammation, gently detoxifying. It's been used for centuries, for fevers, for healing. Simple. A handful of barley simmered until soft, the water saved, cooled, with lemon and honey if you wish. A glass daily. It supports, it nourishes, it heals. Apple cider vinegar in the morning, not at night. Diluted, a tablespoon in water. It may help balance blood sugar, improve digestion, increase stomach acid for those deficient, but always diluted, never straight. And listen, some bodies say no, honor that. Breathing through your nose, always, especially during sleep. Your nose filters, warms, humidifies, produces nitric oxide that dilates blood vessels, improves oxygen delivery. Mouth breathing, it dries, it invites decay, snoring, apnea. If you mouth breathe at night, gentle mouth tape, a small strip, it trains nasal breathing, improves sleep profoundly. Your gut produces 90% of your serotonin. Your gut and brain, in constant conversation. So gut health is mental health, is sleep health. Fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, they seed your gut with beneficial bacteria. Fiber feeds them. Processed foods, sugar, antibiotics, they destroy them. Choose wisely. Your microbiome, it's listening. Bone broth, simmered long, extracting collagen, minerals, amino acids. It heals the gut lining, supports joints, skin, hair, provides building blocks for repair. A mug before bed, warm, with a pinch of salt. It's comforting, nourishing, grounding. Progressive muscle relaxation. We did this earlier, but you can do it again, anytime. Tense and release each body part, noticing the flood of relaxation that follows, teaching your body what letting go feels like. Melatonin production, primed by morning light, expressed in evening darkness. The contrast, the rhythm, it matters. Bright days, dark nights. Your body knows this pattern, has known it for millennia. Modern life disrupts it, but you can restore it. Sunlight in morning, darkness at night, consistency, and your sleep. It deepens, stabilizes, becomes reliable. Spicy foods, save them for lunch, not dinner. They raise body temperature, stimulate, interfere with the cooling needed for sleep, and fennel tea, for bloating, for gas, for digestive comfort. Soothing, gentle, carminative. Peppermint oil, cooling, pain relieving for tension headaches, for tight muscles. It brings relief, allows rest that pain would otherwise prevent. Your lymph, moving through muscle contraction, through breath, through manual manipulation. Dry brushing, rebounding, massage, walking. They keep lymph flowing, keep immune function strong, keep you feeling light, clear, vital. Morning exercise, yes. Evening yoga, gentle, restorative, yes. But intense evening exercise, it can delay sleep, raise temperature, stimulate when you need to settle. Time your movement with your rhythm, with what serves your sleep. Avoid processed oils, inflammatory, oxidized, damaged. Choose olive, coconut, avocado, butter from grass-fed cows, real fats, nourishing fats that reduce inflammation, support hormones, feed your brain. Sourdough, if you eat bread, let it be fermented, slowly, traditionally. The wild yeasts, the bacteria, they predigest gluten, reduce phytic acid, make it more tolerable, more nourishing, more digestible than quick-rise commercial breads. Flaxseed oil, cold-pressed, refrigerated, for omega-3s, for hormone balance, for skin health. 2 Brazil nuts, for selenium, for thyroid, for glutathione. Small amounts, but powerful. Limit screens, especially before bed. Write your worries down. Externalize them so your mind doesn't have to hold them, doesn't have to circle through the night. Release them to paper. You'll address them tomorrow, in daylight, with full capacities. Sleep cycles, 90 minutes. Timing your wake for the end of a cycle. You rise refreshed, clear, not groggy. Learn your rhythm, honor it. Sleep position, left side for digestion, back for spine, whatever allows you to wake without pain, and weighted blankets, deep pressure, calming, grounding, like being held, safe. Rosehip tea, vitamin C, supporting adrenals, immune system, collagen production, and dandelion root, supporting liver, kidneys, gentle detoxification, reducing dairy if it inflames you, avoiding white flour always, it serves no good purpose. Deep tissue massage, regular, it's healthcare, not luxury, releasing held tension, trauma, stress from tissues, layer by layer, organic cotton sleepwear or none, breathable, natural, non-toxic, electronics out of the bedroom, creating sanctuary, EMF-free zone, quiet, dark, cool, peaceful, the voice of your body, it speaks constantly, in sensation, in symptoms, in sleep quality, in energy, in mood. Listen, honor what it says. It knows, it's always known, what it needs to heal. You just need to provide it, and then get out of the way. B12 for nerves, for myelin, for energy. Alkaline forming foods for reduced inflammation, sprouted legumes for easier digestion, avocado for healthy fats, stevia if you need sweetness, pumpkin seeds for zinc and magnesium, seaweed for trace minerals from the ocean. Chew slowly, mindfully. Digestion begins in the mouth. Eating with presence, with gratitude. It changes how food affects you. Early to bed, those golden hours before midnight, worth double for repair. Oxygenate your blood, breathe deeply, move, get outside, avoid iced drinks. They dampen digestive fire. Warm herbal compresses, soothing, healing, comforting. Journal before bed, unload the day, the worries, the wins. End with gratitude. Small things count. Consistency in wake times. Even more important than bedtime. It sets your rhythm, strengthens your clock. Reduce evening salt. Avoid fluid retention. Nighttime waking. The liver's 1 to 3 a.m. detox cycle. Support it by being asleep, lying down, giving it blood flow, resources. Your body's electricity, restored through grounding, through natural light, through removing synthetic interference, raw vegetable juices, enzyme-rich, nutrient-dense, flooding cells with vitality, steamed crucifers, supporting detoxification pathways. Quinoa, complete protein, balanced, sustaining. Almonds for calcium, magnesium, healthy fats. Avoid MSG and additives. They're neurotoxic, disruptive, unnecessary. Fresh air all day, not just at night. Oxygenate, clear stagnation, improve clarity, and releasing anger, processing it, not suppressing, but not ruminating. For your peace, for your health, for your sleep. Cold plunges in morning, energizing, anti-inflammatory, but never at night. Steam inhalations for congestion, for respiratory support. Probiotics from food, diversity of beneficial bacteria. Chia seeds, soaked, forming gel, hydrating, stabilizing blood sugar, providing omega-3s. Wild yam cream for hormonal balance. though evidence is mixed. Some find relief, nettle tea, nutritive, strengthening, mineralizing, a grateful heart. It's physiological medicine, clutter-free bedroom, visual calm, mental peace, strategic napping, short, early, or avoid if it disrupts nighttime sleep, hormonal balance, foundational, affecting everything. Support through nutrition, stress management, sleep, toxin avoidance, movement. The Sabbath principle, 1 day of rest weekly, biological, psychological, spiritual, necessary. Living water, structured water, perhaps more hydrating, more energizing. The science is emerging, but many feel the difference. And cellular regeneration, that's the goal, the purpose of all of this. Every cell, constantly dying, being reborn. What you do today becomes tomorrow's cells, tomorrow's tissues, tomorrow's you. You're building yourself, night after night, breath after breath, choice after choice. And right now, in this darkness, in this stillness, in this surrender, you're giving your body everything it needs, everything. The healing is happening already. Your cells are repairing. Your immune system is strengthening. Your brain is clearing waste, consolidating memories. Your muscles are rebuilding. Your hormones are balancing and your nervous system is resetting. All of it happening now, without effort, without thought, just natural, automatic, perfect. Your body knows, it's always known, and you're just the one holding space, providing conditions, trusting the process, surrendering to the wisdom that's older than thought, older than words, older than consciousness itself. Feel yourself sinking deeper, the mattress holding you completely, the blankets cocooning you, warm, safe, the darkness absolute, velvety, kind. Your breath, barely perceptible now, shallow, slow, the rhythm of deep sleep, and your mind, quiet, still, thoughts like distant clouds, drifting, fading, dissolving into the vast emptiness of rest. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to figure out, nothing to fix. Just this, just being, just breathing, just healing, just sleeping. The body keeps healing, regenerating, renewing, cell by cell, breath by breath, through the dark hours, through the quiet, through the stillness. Moonlight mends through sleep recovery, and we'll keep drifting, floating together, through health science, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, the castor oil spreading warmth, the Celtic salt dissolving into bloodstream, the midnight hours mending quietly, repairing thoroughly, your body a temple of regeneration, your sleep a ceremony of restoration, your breath a bridge between worlds, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Rest now, dear one, rest deeply, completely, fully. Trust the process, Trust your body. Trust the healing. Everything is happening exactly as it should. You're safer. You're held. You're healing. Sleep. Precious sleep. Regenerating sleep. Deep, deep sleep. And we'll keep drifting, floating through the night. And we ease forward, suspended in calm, exploring the body's quiet wisdom, looping gently. As your mind unwinds, we'll softly wander through nighttime hormones that repair and restore, foods that calm the endocrine system, sleep habits that rebalance the body with Barbara O'Neill. No effort is required here. Allow yourself to settle, gently descending, supported from below, completely carried, tension dissolving throughout the body, the pulse easing, steady, unhurried, aligning with the body's natural repair cycle. Weight easing from the shoulders, the face loosening, each slow breath guiding you further inward, further still, into stillness, into silence, into rest. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's float into the hormones and deep sleep. As darkness falls outside your window, something ancient awakens inside you. A tiny gland, no larger than a grain of rice, nestled deep between the hemispheres of your brain. The pineal gland, waiting, watching for the light to fade. And when true darkness comes, when the sun slips below the horizon and shadows deepen into night, this pineal gland begins its sacred work, releasing melatonin, molecule by molecule, into your bloodstream, like ink dissolving into water, spreading, softening, dimming the bright urgency of day. Melatonin, the hormone of darkness, the chemical signature of night itself. It doesn't force sleep upon you, but whispers to every cell, telling them it's time to rest, time to repair, time to remember how to heal. Your eyes grow heavy, not from exhaustion, but from this ancient wisdom, this molecular message that darkness brings. And as melatonin rises, another hormone, one that has been pulsing through your veins all day, begins its slow descent. Cortisol, the hormone of wakefulness, of alertness, of doing and striving and responding to the world. All day, cortisol has been present, helping you meet the demands of daylight. But now, after sunset, as the sky turns from blue to violet to black, cortisol suppression begins, like tide receding from shore, slowly, naturally, inevitably. Your body knows this rhythm, has known it for millions of years, before electric lights, before screens, before the modern world convinced you that night could be conquered. Your cells remember. Darkness means rest. Darkness means cortisol falls away, leaving space for gentler hormones to rise. Feel that softening, that release as cortisol eases its grip. Your shoulders drop a little more. Your jaw unclenches without you even noticing. The constant hum of alertness fading fading in this quiet space, in this darkened hour, another transformation begins. Your relationship with sugar, with energy, with fuel begins to shift. Insulin, that crucial hormone that helps your cells receive glucose, that manages the sweetness in your blood, enters its nighttime rhythm. During sleep, insulin regulation becomes more refined, more sensitive, more balanced. As long as you haven't eaten recently, as long as your last meal was hours ago, early evening perhaps, your body can focus on this delicate recalibration. The pancreas rests, no longer called upon to surge and spike, to respond to incoming food. Instead, it whispers gentle amounts of insulin, just enough, maintaining that perfect equilibrium while you sleep. Blood sugar stability at night. This is one of the foundations of deep rest. When your blood stays steady, not spiking from late night eating, not crashing from sugar consumed too close to sleep, your nervous system can truly relax, can sink into those healing stages of slumber. This is why the hours between your last bite of food and sleep matter so much. This fasting window, this digestive rest, allows insulin to find its natural rhythm, allows your body to shift from processing external fuel to accessing internal wisdom. Imagine eating dinner as the sun lowers, early evening, a simple meal, whole foods that your great-grandmother would recognize, protein that builds and repairs, vegetables that nourish without burden, perhaps some mineral-rich pumpkin seeds scattered across leafy greens, their magnesium content supporting hundreds of enzymatic reactions, calming the nervous system, preparing muscles for rest. These magnesium-rich foods before bed, they aren't just nutrition, they're communication. They tell your cells, we're safe, we're nourished, we can let go now. And after this simple evening meal, you stop. You let hours pass. 3, 4, 5 hours between that last bite and when your head touches the pillow. This space, this emptiness, this digestive rest, it's a gift you give to every organ, every gland, every hormone system. Your body doesn't have to choose between digesting food and healing tissue, between processing nutrients and releasing growth hormone. It can focus completely on the deep work of regeneration, and in the darkest hours of night, between cycles of sleep, in those precious stages when your brainwaves slow to delta rhythms, something remarkable happens. The pituitary gland, master controller of your endocrine system, releases growth hormone in rhythmic pulses. Growth hormone, not just for children, not just for growing taller, but for adults too, for healing, for repairing damaged tissues, for maintaining muscle, for keeping skin resilient, for cognitive function, for metabolic health. This hormone surges during deep sleep, the deepest stages, the ones you can only reach when conditions are right, when it's dark enough, when cortisol is low enough, when your belly isn't full, when your nervous system feels safe. Each pulse of growth hormone, like waves of restoration washing through your body, rebuilding what the day wore down, strengthening what was weakened, healing what was hurt. But this precious hormone, it only flows freely when you sleep before 10 in the evening or close to it, the hours before midnight. These are golden hours for growth hormone release, the body's natural circadian timing, aligned with sunset, aligned with darkness, aligned with ancient rhythms that predate all human civilization. Your adrenal glands, those small triangular organs perched atop your kidneys, they too find restoration in these dark hours. All day they've been producing, responding, adjusting, releasing cortisol when you needed to wake, adrenaline when you needed to act, aldosterone to balance your minerals and blood pressure. But at night, during deep sleep, the adrenals finally rest, finally recover, finally rebuild their stores. They're incredibly resilient, these glands. But they need this nightly reprieve, this darkness, this stillness. When you consistently sleep before 10, when you keep a regular schedule, going to bed at the same time, waking at the same time, your adrenal glands learn they can trust the rhythm. They don't have to hold back reserves, wondering when rest might come. They can fully recover, knowing morning will arrive predictably. Consistent sleep schedules, not because you should, but because your endocrine system craves this predictability, this reliable cadence of day and night, activity and rest, stimulus and recovery. Deep in your throat, wrapped around your windpipe, the butterfly-shaped thyroid gland pulses with its own rhythm, producing hormones that set the tempo of your entire metabolism. Every cell in your body, all 70 trillion of them, listens to thyroid hormones, responding to their molecular instructions. And the thyroid, it doesn't work alone. It dances with the circadian clock, with the light-dark cycle, with the rising and falling sun. Thyroid rhythm and circadian timing, inseparable, intertwined. When you expose your eyes to natural light during the day, especially morning sunlight, you're not just helping melatonin production at night, you're also synchronizing thyroid function, telling this master metabolic gland, this is day, this is when we need energy, this is when we burn fuel. And then, when darkness comes, when you avoid screens after sunset, when you reduce blue light exposure, the thyroid receives the complementary message. Night has arrived. Time to ease, time to shift into maintenance mode rather than production mode. This is why sleeping in complete darkness matters. Why a well-ventilated room with fresh air circulating matters. Why natural bedding materials against your skin matter. Every signal you send your body, every environmental cue, either supports or disrupts this ancient hormonal symphony. For those with ovaries, another layer of hormonal poetry unfolds each night. Estrogen and progesterone, rising and falling across the monthly cycle, both finding crucial support during sleep. Estrogen balance depends on rest, on the liver having time to process and clear excess hormones, on the body having space to recalibrate receptors. Women who sleep poorly, who stay up late, who disrupt their circadian rhythms, often find their estrogen balance shifts, becomes erratic, creates symptoms that ripple through mind and body. But progesterone, this hormone, has a special relationship with sleep. Progesterone's calming effect, it's not metaphorical, it's biochemical. Progesterone metabolites actually bind to the same brain receptors that respond to calming substances, creating a gentle sedating effect, promoting deeper sleep, especially in the second half of the menstrual cycle. This is why rest feels different across the month, why some nights sleep comes easier, why calm arrives more naturally during certain phases. Your hormones are working with you, especially when you work with them, when you honor the need for earlier bedtimes, for darkness, for stillness, and for those with TSTs. Testosterone restoration happens primarily during sleep, especially in those deep stages, those delta wave stages where growth hormone also surges. Young men produce most of their testosterone at night. Older men maintain their levels through nighttime production. When sleep is cut short, when bedtimes drift later and later, when screens glow bright into the night, testosterone production suffers, not immediately, not dramatically, but gradually, persistently, year after year. But the reverse is also true. When sleep improves, when darkness is honored, when rest becomes consistent, testosterone levels often rise, strength returns, energy rebuilds, mood stabilizes, all from simply sleeping well, deeply, completely. Now, let your awareness drift to your belly, that soft space between your ribs and pelvis, where your stomach has spent the day processing food, breaking down, transforming what you ate into what you need. But right now, if you ate early, if hours have passed since dinner, your stomach is quiet, empty, resting. And this emptiness, this space, it's not deprivation, it's liberation. Avoiding late night eating, this simple practice, it cascades into everything. When your stomach is empty at night, when you're not asking your digestive system to work while you sleep, several miracles can occur simultaneously. Your liver, that remarkable organ beneath your right rib cage, it can shift fully into detoxification mode, processing the day's accumulated burdens, clearing metabolic waste, breaking down old hormones, packaging toxins for elimination. This liver detoxification during sleep, it's one of your body's most crucial maintenance processes, and your gallbladder, tucked beneath the liver, storing concentrated bile, it follows its own nocturnal rhythm, releasing bile in gentle waves, helping clear what needs clearing, supporting fat digestion for tomorrow, maintaining the flow of elimination. The gallbladder rhythm at night, it's most efficient when you're not asking it to process dinner at midnight, when you've given it hours of fasting, hours of space. Picture yourself now, having eaten that early dinner, whole foods, nothing processed, nothing that confuses your ancient metabolic pathways, maybe some pastured animal fats, butter melted over steamed vegetables. These fats, they're not the enemy. They're the building blocks. Animal fats for hormone production. This is biochemistry, not opinion. Cholesterol, that misunderstood molecule, it's the precursor to almost every hormone in your body. Cortisol, estrogen, testosterone, progesterone, vitamin D, all made from cholesterol, all requiring adequate fat intake. When you avoid healthy fats, when you fear butter, when you choose seed oils instead, oils that oxidize easily, that create inflammation, you're starving your endocrine system of its raw materials. But coconut oil, butter from grass-fed cows, these traditional fats, they support metabolic health, they provide stable energy, they satisfy without spiking blood sugar, they allow you to eat dinner and feel complete, content, no need to snack, no need to graze all evening. Adequate protein intake matters too, protein in the morning especially, but also at dinner, amino acids that repair tissue, that build neurotransmitters, that stabilize blood sugar through the night. A simple evening meal, perhaps, but one that includes these building blocks, and what you don't consume matters as much as what you do. Avoiding caffeine after midday, this isn't arbitrary. Caffeine has a half-life of 5 to 6 hours, meaning if you drink coffee at 3 in the afternoon, half of that caffeine is still circulating in your bloodstream at 9 in the evening, still blocking adenosine receptors, still preventing that natural accumulation of sleepiness. Even chocolate at night, as innocent as it seems, contains caffeine and theobromine, both stimulants, both keeping your nervous system just alert enough to prevent deep sleep. Save the chocolate for morning, for afternoon at latest. Let evening be free of these molecular activators and alcohol, perhaps the most deceptive of all. Avoiding alcohol before bed seems counterintuitive. Doesn't it make you sleepy? Doesn't it help you drift off? Yes, initially. But then, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, as your liver processes the alcohol, as blood sugar fluctuates, as sleep architecture fragments, you wake, restless, unrested, despite hours in bed. Alcohol disrupts the very hormones we're honoring tonight. It interferes with growth hormone release, with testosterone production, with REM sleep, with deep sleep. The price is too high, especially when alternatives exist. Instead, imagine an hour before bed, you prepare a cup of warm herbal tea, chamomile flowers, dried and fragrant, steeped in hot water, releasing their gentle compounds, apigenin binding to receptors in your brain, promoting calm, reducing anxiety, speaking directly to your nervous system. Chamomile for nervous system calm. This isn't folklore, it's pharmacology, gentle pharmacology, the kind that works with your body rather than overriding it. Or perhaps lemon balm, that lemony minty herb, shown to increase GABA activity, that inhibitory neurotransmitter that tells your brain, slow down, soften, release. Lemon balm and sleep hormones, they communicate, they cooperate. The herb doesn't force, it facilitates, it removes obstacles. It allows your own melatonin, your own natural sleep chemistry, to rise unimpeded. Some traditions speak of valerian root, earthy and pungent, used for centuries to ease the transition into sleep. Valerian root traditions, passed down through generations who understood plants as allies, as medicines that guide rather than dominate. But even without herbs, even with just warm water, the ritual matters. The slowing down, the preparing, the sipping something warm and comforting as night deepens. This tells your nervous system we're safe, we're cared for, we can let go. And in this hour before sleep, you move differently. You're not exercising intensely, not asking your body to produce adrenaline and cortisol, not spiking your core temperature when it needs to drop for sleep. Instead, maybe gentle stretching before bed, reaching arms overhead, feeling the length of your spine, folding forward, letting gravity help, releasing the held tension of the day. Nothing vigorous, nothing that energizes, just soft movement that helps energy settle downward. Or perhaps, if you ate early enough, a slow walk after dinner, just around the block, just enough to help digestion, to let food begin its journey, to breathe evening air. Walking after dinner, this traditional practice, it supports the digestive rest to come. It prepares the body for stillness. But avoiding intense exercise at night, this boundary protects your hormones, protects cortisol from spiking when it should be falling, protects core temperature from rising when it should be cooling, protects the nervous system from activation when it needs quieting. Now your body temperature, it needs to drop slightly for deep sleep to occur. This is why sleeping in a cool room helps. Why a bedroom kept around 65 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit feels so perfect for rest. Your core temperature naturally dips in the early morning hours, and you can support this by making your sleeping environment cool, but not cold, and your feet, those often overlooked extremities, they play a surprising role. Cold feet can prevent sleep, can keep you awake, can signal to your body that something isn't safe, isn't right. But warm feet, perhaps from a foot bath before bed, hot water with Epsom salts, magnesium absorbing through skin, warmth radiating up your legs. This signals safety, signals readiness for sleep. The contrast matters too. During the day, exposing yourself to temperature variation, hot and cold, not at night, but earlier. This helps your body maintain its ability to thermoregulate, to adjust, to respond. Some traditions speak of cold water exposure, contrast showers, the invigoration, the metabolic boost, but all earlier in the day, never close to bedtime. Barefoot grounding during the day, This practice of touching earth with bare skin, of walking on grass or soil or sand, it helps too, in ways science is only beginning to measure. The earth's subtle electrical charge, the discharge of built-up positive ions, the simple act of physical connection with ground, all of these may support circadian rhythms, may help regulate cortisol, may improve sleep quality. But at night, when sleep approaches, the focus shifts from grounding to elevation, not literal elevation, but the elevation of rest, the prioritization of stillness. You lie down now, or you're already lying down, and you notice your breath, always there, always flowing in and out without effort, without thought. Your body knows how to breathe, has known since your first moment of life, but you can guide it gently. Deep breathing before sleep, not hyperventilating, not forcing, just slightly slower, slightly deeper than usual. Inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your nose, nasal breathing at night. This keeps tissues hydrated, filters air, warms it, optimizes oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange. And when you breathe deeply, when you lengthen the exhale, you're directly stimulating your vagus nerve, that wandering nerve that connects brain to heart, to gut to organs. When vagus nerve is stimulated, parasympathetic nervous system activates. The rest and digest state, the healing state, the state where hormones can rebalance. Some people find sleeping on the right side helps, allows the liver, which sits on the right, to rest in a position that supports its detoxification work, allows the stomach, which curves to the left, to empty more easily. But this is individual, personal. What matters most is that you're comfortable, that no pressure restricts, that you can breathe freely, avoiding tight clothing, especially around the waist. This matters more than most realize. Restrictive clothing can impair circulation, can affect organ function, can send subtle stress signals. Sleep without constriction, in loose, natural fibers, or in nothing at all if that feels right. The room around you, does it support this healing, this hormonal rebalancing? Fresh air, is it circulating? A window cracked open perhaps, even in winter, just slightly, allowing stale air to escape, allowing oxygen-rich air to enter. Well-ventilated sleeping spaces. They're not luxury, they're necessity. And the light, is there any glow from electronics, any standby lights, any street lamps seeping through curtains? Even small amounts of light can suppress melatonin, can signal to the pineal gland. It's not truly dark, not truly night. Sleeping in complete darkness, or with a sleep mask if needed. This allows melatonin to reach its full potential, allows the darkness signaling to complete, and electromagnetic fields, the invisible radiation from phones, from Wi-Fi routers, from electrical devices. Research continues, but many people report sleeping better when they turn off Wi-Fi while sleeping, when they keep phones in another room, when they minimize EMF exposure at night. Perhaps it matters. Perhaps the body is more sensitive than we know to these modern frequencies, these pulses of energy that didn't exist for the vast majority of human evolution. Natural bedding materials, cotton, wool, linen, materials that breathe, that don't trap heat, that don't off-gas synthetic chemicals. These support the body's natural temperature regulation, allow skin to breathe, create fewer barriers between you and rest and your mind as your body settles. Your mind might still be active, still replaying the day, still planning tomorrow. This is natural. This is normal. But you can guide it toward quieter waters. Gratitude, simple gratitude for this bed, this pillow, this moment of rest. Gratitude shifts the nervous system, activates areas of the brain associated with calm, with social bonding, with safety, or prayer, if that resonates. A few words spoken internally, releasing the day, releasing control, acknowledging something larger than yourself. Prayer or meditation before sleep. These practices have been helping humans rest for thousands of years, not because they're mandatory, but because they work, because they help the mind stop striving, stop efforting, stop trying to solve everything, letting go of mental stimulation. This might be the hardest part. We're so trained to fill every moment, to scroll, to read, to consume, to input. But the hour before sleep, can you make it quiet? Can you make it dim? Can you make it slow? Avoiding news at night, absolutely. News is designed to activate, to alarm, to keep you watching. It spikes cortisol, triggers stress response, plants anxious seeds in your subconscious right before sleep. Save news for morning, for midday. Let evening be a sanctuary from the world's urgencies. Instead, reading calming material, poetry perhaps, nature writing, something that soothes rather than stimulates, or gentle music, or silence. Silence before sleep. This is its own kind of meditation, its own kind of healing. Your gut, that long tube running from mouth to anus, it too has a hormonal relationship with sleep. The gut produces serotonin, lots of it, more than your brain does. And serotonin is the precursor to melatonin. A healthy gut supports healthy sleep hormones, regular bowel movements. This seemingly mundane aspect of health, it matters for hormone balance. When digestion moves smoothly, when waste eliminates regularly, old hormones get cleared, toxins get removed, the body doesn't have to reabsorb what it's trying to release. Fiber-rich whole foods, vegetables, fruits, properly prepared grains if you tolerate them. These feed beneficial gut bacteria. These keep things moving. And fermented foods in moderation. Sauerkraut, kimchi, yogurt if you digest dairy. These traditional foods support gut health and hormone signaling. The gut-brain axis, the gut hormone axis, these aren't separate systems. They're one continuous conversation, one integrated whole. And when you support your gut with real food, with adequate time between meals, with avoiding antibiotics when unnecessary, You're supporting every hormone in your body. Sun exposure earlier today. Did you get it? Morning sunlight especially, hitting your eyes within an hour of waking. This sets your circadian clock. This tells your body, day has begun. Produce cortisol now. Suppress melatonin now. Be alert now. And then later, 12 to 14 hours later. When darkness falls again, your body knows it's time for the opposite. Time for melatonin to rise. Time for cortisol to fall. This morning-evening bookend, morning light and evening darkness, they work together. They create the oscillation, the rhythm, the swing between activity and rest that defines healthy hormonal function. Sun exposure and vitamin D, that's another gift. Vitamin D isn't just for bones, it's crucial for immune function, for hormone production, for mood. The natural immune hormone connection, they're inseparable. When your immune system is strong, your hormones balance more easily. When your hormones are balanced, your immune system functions better, and you don't need to do any of this perfectly. Your body isn't fragile, it's resilient, incredibly resilient. It can handle occasional late nights, occasional stress, occasional deviations from ideal. What matters is the pattern, the general tendency, the majority of nights. Are you mostly honoring darkness, mostly eating early, mostly sleeping before 10 or close to it, mostly avoiding the things that disrupt, mostly including the things that support, trusting the body's design? This is perhaps the deepest wisdom. Your body wants to heal, wants to balance, wants to thrive. It's designed for this, coded for this, has been doing this successfully for millennia. Sometimes the best thing you can do is simply get out of the way, stop disrupting, stop overriding, stop fighting natural rhythms. Just allow, just rest. Rest as a healing tool, not laziness, not weakness, but medicine. Sleep as hormonal medicine, the most powerful, most accessible, most free intervention available. Your liver detoxifies most actively between 1 and 3 in the morning, but only if you're already asleep, only if you went to bed early enough. If you stay up until midnight, if you go to bed at 1, you're missing this crucial window, missing peak detoxification time. The liver needs deep sleep to do its work, needs low cortisol, needs that fasted state, needs darkness. All these factors come together to create the perfect environment for the liver to process, to clear, to eliminate, and bitter foods consumed earlier in the day. These support liver function. Dandelion greens, arugula, radicchio, these bitter flavors, they stimulate bile production. They prime the liver for its nighttime work. Some people drink dandelion tea in the afternoon, long before bed, supporting liver function without disrupting sleep. Dandelion tea traditions speak of liver cleansing, of supporting the body's natural detoxification pathways. Or milk thistle, that prickly plant with compounds that protect liver cells, that help regenerate liver tissue. Milk thistle support, whether as tea or supplement, given earlier in the day, this too honors the liver's crucial role in hormonal balance. Because the liver doesn't just detoxify external chemicals, it also breaks down and clears hormones, preventing buildup, preventing excess. Minerals, these often overlooked nutrients, they're cofactors for hundreds of reactions. Your hormones can't function without adequate minerals. Adequate zinc intake, crucial for testosterone, for immune function, for wound healing, found in oysters, in red meat, in pumpkin seeds. Those same seeds we mentioned earlier. Multitasking, providing both magnesium and zinc. Selenium-rich foods, just a few Brazil nuts, 2 or 3, providing selenium for thyroid hormone production, for antioxidant protection, but only in small amounts. Too much selenium causes problems. The body needs just enough, just the right balance, natural salt balance, not refined white salt, but mineral-rich salt, sea salt, Himalayan salt, providing sodium, yes, but also trace minerals. The minerals that support adrenal function, that help create hormones, that maintain electrical gradients across cell membranes. Hydration earlier in the day matters too. Drinking enough water with a pinch of natural salt throughout the day, but then limiting fluids late at night. This prevents waking to urinate, prevents sleep disruption. You don't want to be perfectly hydrated at 10 p.m. if it means waking at 2 a.m. with a full bladder, and avoiding certain substances becomes easier when you understand what they're doing to your endocrine system. Avoiding refined sugar, not just because it causes weight gain, but because it causes insulin spikes, blood sugar swings, inflammation, cortisol surges, disrupted hormone signaling throughout the body. Avoiding seed oils, those highly processed oils, soybean, corn, canola, cottonseed. These oils oxidize easily, create inflammatory compounds, damage cell membranes. And cell membranes are where hormone receptors live, where hormones dock, where signals get received. Damage the membrane, damage the signaling, simple as that. Avoiding endocrine disruptors, those synthetic chemicals that mimic hormones, that confuse your body's signaling. They're in plastics, in synthetic fragrances, in conventional skincare products, in pesticides, using glass instead of plastic containers, especially for food storage, especially for anything heated. Avoiding microwaved plastics. Absolutely. Never heating plastic. Never letting hot food touch plastic. The chemicals leach. They migrate into your food, into your body, into your bloodstream, where they pretend to be hormones, binding to receptors, causing chaos. Natural skincare products, made from ingredients you recognize, without parabens, without phthalates, without synthetic fragrances. Your skin absorbs what you put on it, absorbs it directly into bloodstream, bypassing the liver's first pass filtering. So what you put on your skin, it matters. It affects your hormones. Avoiding synthetic fragrances in laundry detergent, in air fresheners, in perfumes. These fragrances are almost always phthalates, endocrine disruptors, hormone mimickers. They're in everything, but you can choose products without them, can choose unscented or naturally scented with essential oils. Morning will come, it always does, and when it comes, you'll want to wake consistently. Consistent wake-up times. Just as important as consistent bedtimes. This tells your body the rhythm is reliable, you can trust it, and when you wake, sunlight, get it within 30 minutes, within an hour at most. Go outside, even if cloudy, even if briefly. Natural light exposure during the day resets everything. Morning sunlight for hormonal reset, for cortisol awakening, for shutting off residual melatonin, for setting the timer for tonight's melatonin release. Then a balanced breakfast. Not sugar, not cereal, not pastries. Balanced breakfast for cortisol rhythm. Protein in the morning, eggs perhaps, or meat, or fish. Something that provides amino acids, that stabilizes blood sugar, that prevents the mid-morning crash that leads to coffee, that leads to more sugar, that leads to the blood sugar roller coaster that disrupts hormones all day long. Avoiding sugar spikes early. This sets the tone. Stable energy throughout the day comes from stable blood sugar, from adequate protein, from healthy fats, from avoiding the refined foods that create the chaos your hormones then have to manage. And rest days, they matter too. Avoiding chronic busyness, the constant doing, the never stopping. Your hormones need rhythm, need oscillation, need periods of intensity followed by periods of ease. Rest days for hormonal balance. Days when you do less, move gently, don't push, don't strive. These aren't wasted days, they're integration days, recovery days. The days when adaptation happens, when your body catches up to all you've asked of it. Simplicity in lifestyle. This might be the most radical act in our complex modern world. Choosing less, choosing slower, choosing quieter, letting go of the endless optimization, the constant improvement, the relentless pursuit of more and better and different. Sometimes the best thing for your hormones is simply to stop trying so hard, to trust natural healing cycles, to trust that your body knows what it's doing, to get out of the way and let rest work its quiet magic. Listening to the body's rhythms. This is an art, a practice, a returning. You had it once, as a child, before schedules and obligations and shoulds overrode your innate wisdom. That wisdom is still there, underneath, waiting for you to listen again. When you're tired, rest. When you're hungry, eat real food. When you're full, stop eating. When it's dark, sleep. When it's light, wake. The simplicity almost feels impossible, and yet, it's everything. Trusting natural healing cycles means sometimes you feel worse before you feel better. Sometimes when you start sleeping more, eating earlier, avoiding the stimulants, Your body releases stored toxins and releases old emotions, goes through withdrawal. This is temporary. This is healing. This is your body finally having the resources to address what it's been too busy to address. And all of this, every food choice, every sleep habit, every lifestyle adjustment, it's building, compounding, creating a foundation where hormones can dance their ancient dance, can pulse and surge and ebb in the rhythms they were designed for. But right now, in this moment, as you lie here, as your body sinks deeper into the mattress, as your breath slows and lengthens, none of this requires effort. It's all happening below consciousness, in the dark spaces where cells communicate, where organs coordinate, where hormones flow like rivers finding their ancient channels. Your pineal gland releasing melatonin, your cortisol dropping, your insulin finding balance, your growth hormone preparing to surge, your adrenals recovering, your thyroid synchronizing, your SEX hormones aligning with sleep stages. All of this, orchestrated, coordinated, a symphony so complex that no conscious mind could conduct it. And yet it happens every night when conditions allow, when you get out of the way. The body keeps healing, keeps balancing, keeps trying, always trying to find equilibrium, to find homeostasis, to return to its natural state of health. Your only job right now is to let it, to release control, to soften your grip, to trust that this ancient wisdom, this biological intelligence, knows far more than your thinking mind ever could. Feel your fingers completely relaxed now, loose, heavy. Feel your toes unfurling, releasing. Feel your spine lengthening slightly with each exhale, settling deeper into support. The pillow cradles your head, the blanket holds warmth around you, the darkness protects and soothes. The silence invites you deeper, deeper still, into layers of rest you may have forgotten existed. And somewhere in that deepening, in that soft surrender, sleep begins to find you, not as something you do, but as something that occurs naturally, inevitably, like nightfall itself. When all the conditions align, your breathing thump, slower now, thump, barely noticeable, thump, as consciousness begins its nightly migration, away from waking awareness to down into dream, down into deep sleep, down into the healing darkness where hormones complete their sacred work. Nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to achieve, just this breath, this darkness, this rest, this trust, this allowing. The hormones keep working, keep flowing, keep finding their way through darkness, through stillness, through the surrender you're offering them now. Think of your endocrine system as an orchestra, each gland an instrument, each hormone a note, and sleep. Sleep is the conductor, the one who brings coherence to what could otherwise be chaos. When the conductor is absent, when sleep is disrupted or delayed or shortened, the instruments still play, but they drift out of sync. They lose the rhythm, the harmony, the beauty of coordinated sound. But when sleep comes fully, deeply, in darkness and quiet and stillness, the conductor lifts the baton, and suddenly every instrument knows when to enter, when to swell, when to soften, when to rest. Your body is playing this symphony right now, has been all day, but now in these night hours, the most intricate movements begin. The crescendos of growth hormone, the gentle diminuendos of cortisol, the sustained notes of melatonin, all woven together in patterns more complex than any human composer could write. And you might think, with all this complexity, with all these systems and hormones and rhythms, that optimal health requires perfect precision, requires measuring and tracking and controlling every variable. But no, the opposite is true. The body craves simplicity, thrives on simplicity. It wants whole foods, wants regular rhythms, wants darkness at night and light during day, wants movement and rest, wants connection and solitude. These aren't complicated. These are ancient, primal, coded into your DNA from ancestors who lived these patterns naturally, inevitably, without thought. Whole foods and hormonal harmony. This phrase captures something essential. When you eat food that looks like food, that your great-great-grandmother would recognize, your body knows what to do with it, knows how to break it down, how to use it, how to signal satisfaction, how to produce the right hormones in the right amounts. But when you eat substances engineered in laboratories, combinations of chemicals that never existed in nature, your body becomes confused. The signaling goes awry. Leptin and ghrelin, those hunger hormones, they stop communicating clearly. You eat but don't feel satisfied. You're full but still hungry. The hormonal conversation becomes static and noise. Return to simplicity. This is the path. Not as deprivation, not as restriction, but as liberation. Freedom from the confusion of processed foods, from the overstimulation of artificial flavors, from the addiction cycles of sugar and refined carbohydrates. Your dinner tonight, or last night, or tomorrow night, picture it simple. A piece of fish perhaps, or chicken, or beef, simply prepared with salt and herbs, some vegetables, roasted or steamed, drizzled with butter or olive oil, maybe a small serving of properly prepared rice, or potatoes, or nothing starchy at all, avoiding overeating at dinner. This matters more than the specific foods. When you eat past fullness, when you eat until you're stuffed, you're asking your digestive system to work overtime. You're diverting blood and energy to your gut when it should be available for cellular repair, for hormonal production, for immune function. But a simple dinner, eaten slowly, savored, stopped when satisfied rather than stuffed. This leaves you comfortable, content, ready for the evening to unfold gently rather than collapsing into food coma. And after dinner, those few hours before bed, they set the tone for sleep, for hormone balance, for how deeply you'll rest. Quiet evenings and hormone repair, they're linked intricately. When evening is loud, full of screens and stimulation and intensity, cortisol stays elevated, adrenaline keeps pulsing, the nervous system remains in sympathetic activation, fight or flight, even if you're just watching television, even if you're just scrolling. The light, the content, the rapid images, all signal danger, or at least signal that sleep is not yet safe, not yet time, but quiet evenings, dim lighting, soft sounds or silence, gentle activity or stillness. These signal to every cell. The day is ending. Night is here. You can begin to let go now, can begin the descent into rest, stress reduction before bedtime. This isn't about eliminating all stress from life. That's impossible, unrealistic. But about creating a buffer, a decompression zone between the stress of day and the stillness of night. Maybe you journal, writing down thoughts that won't stop circling, worries that keep resurfacing, getting them out of your head and onto paper, where they can wait until morning, where you can close the book and close that chapter of day. Or maybe you sit quietly, doing nothing, just sitting, breathing, watching the last light fade from the sky, present with the transition, honoring the shift from day to night, from doing to being, from efforting to allowing. Your emotional state matters, deeply matters, for hormone balance. Calm emotional state before bed, when you go to sleep angry or anxious or upset. Cortisol remains elevated, your heart rate stays high, your muscles stay tense. Growth hormone doesn't surge properly. Sleep architecture fragments. You might be in bed for 8 hours but get rest equivalent to 5. But when you can find even a thread of calm, even a moment of peace before sleep, the hormonal cascade shifts. Oxytocin may rise, that bonding hormone, that love molecule, that brings feelings of safety and connection. And when oxytocin rises, cortisol falls. They seesaw, inverse relationship. Can't have high cortisol and high oxytocin simultaneously. This is why loving connection before sleep can help. Holding someone you love, being held, gentle touch, kind words, even petting an animal, stroking soft fur. This releases oxytocin. This calms the nervous system. This tells your body, you're not alone. You're safe. You can rest. Forgiveness? Here's a word that doesn't usually appear in health science, and yet, forgiveness and stress release, they're biochemically linked. When you hold on to resentment, replay grievances, nurse wounds and anger, your body maintains stress response. Cortisol circulates, inflammation smolders, the nervous system stays vigilant, defending against threats that exist only in memory. But forgiveness, even if the other person never knows, even if they don't deserve it, forgiveness is for you. It's the releasing of that vigilance, that defense, that chronic stress state. You don't have to condone what happened, don't have to reconcile. don't have to forget, but you can choose to stop letting it poison your present moment. Stop letting it steal your sleep. Stop letting it dysregulate your hormones. Before sleep, if there's someone you're holding anger toward, see if you can, just for tonight, just for these sleeping hours, release them, let them go. They can't hurt you in your dreams. They have no power in this dark, quiet space. This is your time, your rest, your healing. Don't let them take that too. And sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. The mistakes you made, the chances you missed, the ways you fell short of who you wanted to be. These self-criticisms, they're cortisol generators, stress creators, hormone disruptors. But your body, it doesn't judge you. It keeps working, keeps trying to heal you, keeps producing hormones and fighting infections and repairing damage, even when you criticize it, even when you hate it, even when you wish it were different. It persists in loving you, in serving you, in keeping you alive. Can you tonight offer it some of that same love, some of that same acceptance? Can you thank your body for carrying you through this day, for breathing without reminder, for beating without command, for digesting and eliminating and balancing and healing without conscious oversight, trusting the body's design? This is radical in a world that profits from your distrust, from your belief that you need external intervention, external products, external expertise to be well. Yes, sometimes you do need help, need medicine, need guidance. But more often, what you need is simply to stop interfering, stop disrupting the natural rhythms, stop overriding the wisdom that's already there. Your breath now, notice it. Has it slowed? Has it deepened? Has it become so quiet you barely notice it anymore? This is good. This is the body settling, shifting, moving towards sleep states. Each exhale slightly longer than the last. Each inhale requiring less effort. The space between breaths, that pause, that stillness, it grows longer, more pronounced, and in that space, in that gap between breaths, there's something, a kind of peace that can't be described, only experienced. The ancient yogis called it the space between thoughts, between breaths, between heartbeats. They said this is where truth lives, where healing happens, where you touch something eternal. You don't need to understand this, don't need to make it mystical. Just notice that space, that gap, that pause. And while you rest here, while your consciousness drifts, your gut continues its own rhythms. The small intestine, that long coiled tube, about 20 feet of it, all tucked into your abdomen. Throughout the day it's been absorbing nutrients, shuttling them across its lining into your bloodstream. But at night, when you're not eating, when you've given it hours of fasting, it can clean itself. There's a wave called the migrating motor complex that sweeps through your small intestine during fasting, cleaning out debris, moving bacteria back toward the colon where they belong, preventing overgrowth, maintaining boundaries. This only happens when you're not eating, only happens when you've allowed enough time between meals, especially between dinner and sleep. Digestive rest and hormone repair. This phrase keeps returning because it's so crucial, so foundational. When your digestive system isn't working, when it's fasting, when it's cleaning and resting, the energy that would go to digestion becomes available for everything else, for hormone production, for immune function, for cellular repair, for detoxification, for healing damaged tissues, for processing emotions, for consolidating memories. Your body has enormous healing capacity, but finite energy. It has to allocate that energy, prioritize, and when you're constantly eating, constantly digesting, that becomes the priority. Everything else waits, gets postponed, gets partially completed. But fasting between dinner and sleep, and then through the night, and then until breakfast, this creates a window, 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, where deep work can happen, where your body can catch up on all the maintenance it's been putting off, and bitter foods earlier in the day, they support this process. Bitter foods for liver support, arugula in your salad, dandelion greens if you can find them, radicchio, endive, even dark chocolate if consumed in afternoon. That bitterness, it's a signal. It tells your liver to produce bile, tells your gallbladder to contract and release, stimulates digestive secretions, prepares your system for this work of processing fats, of eliminating toxins. Our ancestors, they ate bitter foods regularly. They didn't have the luxury of choosing only sweet and salty and umami. They ate what grew, what was available, and much of what grew wild was bitter. Dandelions, nettles, wild lettuces. These bitter plants, they weren't just food, they were medicine, supporting liver function, supporting detoxification, keeping elimination pathways clear. Modern diet has eliminated most bitterness. We breed it out of vegetables. We avoid foods that taste challenging. We want everything sweet or at least neutral. But in doing so, we've lost something important. Lost the daily support for liver and gallbladder. Lost the stimulation of digestive function. Lost the natural cleansing that bitter foods provide. Your liver right now, underneath your right rib cage, it's the size of a football, weighing about 3 pounds, and it's doing hundreds of tasks simultaneously, filtering blood, producing bile, storing glucose, making proteins, metabolizing hormones, processing medications, detoxifying chemicals, converting nutrients from one form to another. The liver is perhaps the most metabolically active organ in your body, never resting, never stopping, working continuously. But it works best at night, in darkness, in deep sleep, when cortisol is low, when you're fasting. This is when it can focus on detoxification, when it can package toxins for elimination, when it can break down old hormones and prepare them for excretion. Old estrogen, old testosterone, old cortisol. They all get processed by the liver, broken down into metabolites, conjugated with other molecules, made water-soluble, sent to the intestines for elimination. If this process doesn't happen efficiently, if the liver is overwhelmed or under-supported, these old hormones accumulate, recirculate, contribute to hormonal imbalances, to estrogen dominance, to symptoms and dysfunction, supporting your liver. It's one of the most important things you can do for hormone health, and you support it through eating early, fasting overnight, avoiding alcohol, avoiding processed foods, getting adequate protein and healthy fats, including bitter foods, staying hydrated, sleeping deeply, reducing toxic exposures. All the things we've been talking about, they all support the liver because the liver is central. It's the great processor, the great transformer, the organ that stands between what you consume and what becomes part of you. Feel your liver now. Can you sense it? That area under your right ribs. Bring your awareness there, not with force, just with gentle attention. Thank your liver for all it does, for all it's doing right now, for filtering your blood 12 times per hour, for handling substances you're not even aware you were exposed to. Thank it and let it work. Let it have this night, this darkness, this fasted state to do its most important tasks. And your skin, that largest organ covering your entire body, about 20 square feet of it, 2 square meters. It too has circadian rhythms, produces hormones, communicates with your endocrine system. At night, skin cells divide and repair most actively. Collagen production increases. Cellular regeneration peaks. This is why they call it beauty sleep. It's not metaphor, it's biology. Skin literally heals and rebuilds during sleep, especially during deep sleep stages, especially when growth hormone is surging. But skin can't do this optimally if you're sleeping in synthetic materials, in tight clothing, in chemically treated fabrics, natural bedding materials, cotton, linen, bamboo, wool. These breathe, allow moisture to evaporate. Don't trap heat. Don't off-gas chemicals while you sleep. And what you put on your skin before bed, lotions, creams, oils, they absorb directly into bloodstream. Your skin is permeable, remarkably permeable. Anything applied topically enters your body. Some of it stays in skin layers, but much of it circulates systemically, reaching organs, reaching endocrine glands, affecting hormone receptors. Natural skincare products, made from ingredients you could eat: coconut oil, shea butter, beeswax, essential oils. These are safe, recognizable to your body. They don't contain phthalates, parabens, synthetic fragrances, petrochemicals, endocrine disruptors. If you wouldn't eat it, maybe don't put it on your skin. That's a simple rule. Not perfect, not absolute, but useful. Your skin is an organ of absorption, of entry. Treat it as carefully as you treat your mouth. Sleeping without tight clothing. We mentioned this briefly, but it deserves emphasis. Elastic waistbands, tight underwear, restrictive pajamas, they impair circulation, can affect organ function, can create subtle stress signals even while you sleep. Your body needs to be completely at ease, completely unrestricted to enter the deepest sleep stages. Any pressure, any binding, keep some level of awareness, some vigilance, some tension, even if unconscious. Sleep naked if you can. If temperature allows, if circumstances permit, or in the loosest possible natural fiber clothing. Let your body sprawl, spread out, take up space, your circulation unrestricted, your organs uncompressed, your skin able to breathe fully, and avoiding pressure around the waist specifically. This affects digestive organs, affects breathing, affects the vagus nerve that runs through your diaphragm. Any constriction here impacts the parasympathetic nervous system, impacts your ability to stay in rest and digest mode, impacts hormone production and sleep quality. Temperature fluctuations through the night. They're normal, natural. Your body temperature drops in the early morning hours, lowest around 4 or 5 a.m., then begins rising toward waking. This temperature curve is part of circadian rhythm, part of hormonal signaling. Sleeping in a cool room supports this natural drop, allows your core temperature to decrease as it needs to. But if you get too cold, if you wake shivering, that disrupts sleep, spikes cortisol, activates stress response. So you want cool, but not cold, and you want the ability to adjust with blankets that can be added or removed, layers that can be modified through the night. Some people sleep hot, some sleep cold. This varies with age, with hormonal status, with metabolic rate. Women going through menopause may experience night sweats, hot flashes that disrupt sleep. These are hormonal, driven by fluctuating estrogen. They need specific support, but the principles remain. Keep the room cool, use breathable materials, allow air circulation, support liver function so it can process these hormonal transitions more smoothly. And napping. The question of napping. Some people need them, some don't. But timing matters. Avoiding naps late in the day, after 3 or 4 p.m, because late naps interfere with nighttime sleep. They reduce sleep pressure, that adenosine accumulation that builds throughout the day, that makes you sleepy by bedtime. If you must nap, keep it short, 20 minutes, 30 at most. Early afternoon, 1 or 2 p.m, just enough to refresh, not so long that you enter deep sleep cycles, not so late that you're not tired by bedtime, but better than napping might be. Going to bed earlier, getting more nighttime sleep, the restorative sleep, the hormonally aligned sleep. Naps can help, but they're not equivalent to nighttime rest. the hormonal cascade at night, melatonin production, growth hormone release, the circadian timing. None of this happens the same way during daytime naps. If you're relying on naps daily, if you can't function without them, that might be a signal. Your nighttime sleep isn't sufficient. Your sleep debt is accumulating. You need more darkness hours, more rest, more time in bed at night. Listen to your body. It will tell you what it needs. Listening to the body's rhythms. This is a skill, a practice, something we've largely lost in modern life. We override tiredness with caffeine, override hunger with distraction, override pain with medication, override natural rhythms with artificial schedules. But your body is wise, incredibly wise. It knows when to sleep and when to wake, when to eat and when to fast, when to move and when to rest, when to engage and when to withdraw. All this wisdom, still there, still functioning, still trying to guide you. If you'll listen, tiredness isn't the enemy. It's communication. It's your body saying, we need rest, we need repair, we need to stop doing and start being. Honor that, respect that, even when it's inconvenient, even when there's more to do, even when you wish you had more energy. Your energy levels, their information, stable energy throughout the day. That's the goal. Not manufactured energy from stimulants, not forced energy from sugar, but steady, reliable, baseline energy that comes from being well rested, well nourished, hormonally balanced. And when energy dips, that's information too. Mid-afternoon slump might mean you need more protein at lunch, or you ate too many carbohydrates, or you're not sleeping deeply enough at night. Morning fatigue might mean cortisol, awakening response is blunted, might mean you need morning sunlight, might mean you're going to bed too late. Pay attention. Notice patterns. Become a scientist of your own body, not obsessively, not anxiously, but curiously, compassionately. What helps? What hinders? What supports your hormones? What disrupts them? The body's design, it's elegant, efficient. When you work with it, when you align with natural rhythms, health becomes easier, more accessible, more sustainable. You're not fighting yourself, not forcing, not struggling against your own biology. But when you work against your body, staying up late despite tiredness, eating processed foods despite discomfort, ignoring stress despite symptoms, everything becomes harder. Hormones become dysregulated, energy becomes unstable, sleep becomes elusive, mood becomes fragile. The body still tries to compensate, still tries to maintain balance, but it's working against you instead of with you. Trusting the body's design means believing you were made well, made with inherent capacity to heal, to balance, to thrive. You're not broken, you're not defective, you're not fundamentally flawed. You might be out of alignment, out of rhythm, out of balance, but that can shift, can change, can restore, and restoration, It doesn't always feel good. Sometimes when you start sleeping more, eating better, reducing stress, things get worse before they get better. This is healing crisis, detoxification, old stored toxins releasing, old emotions surfacing, patterns disrupting before new patterns can establish. Your body has been compensating, adapting, making do with less than ideal circumstances. And when circumstances improve, when you finally give it what it needs, it can begin releasing what it's been storing, processing what it's been postponing, addressing what it hasn't had resources to address. This might look like breakouts, or fatigue, or headaches, or emotional intensity, or digestive changes. These aren't failures, they're processes, they're temporary. They're evidence that healing is occurring beneath the surface. Trust it, ride it out, support yourself through it with rest, with water, with gentle movement, with patience. The body knows what it's doing. It's smarter than any conscious strategy, more comprehensive than any healing protocol. Give it time, give it space, give it the consistency of good habits, and it will find its way back to balance. Hormonal balance. It's not a destination, not a fixed state you achieve and maintain. It's dynamic, fluid, constantly adjusting to internal and external conditions. The goal isn't perfect hormones, whatever that would mean. The goal is resilient hormones, flexible hormones, responsive hormones, ones that can surge when needed and settle when appropriate. This resilience comes from rhythm, from consistency in sleep-wake cycles, from regular meal timing, from predictable movement patterns, from reliable stress management. The body learns it can trust these rhythms, can anticipate them, can prepare for them. And in that trust, in that predictability, hormones find their natural oscillations more easily. But perfect adherence isn't required, isn't realistic, isn't sustainable. Life happens, travel disrupts, illness interrupts, special occasions warrant exceptions. The body can handle variations, can adapt, can compensate, as long as the general pattern supports health. As long as most nights you sleep well, most meals are nourishing, most days include movement and rest. And when you do deviate, when you stay up late or eat poorly or miss exercise or feel stressed, forgive yourself, quickly, completely. The stress of guilt, of self-criticism, of feeling like you've failed, that does more hormonal damage than the deviation itself. Cortisol from shame, from perfectionism, from harsh self-judgment, that disrupts more than one late night or one processed meal ever could. Come back to center, come back to basics, come back to the simple practices that support your body. No drama, no punishment, no overcorrection. Just return, consistently, gently, persistently. This is the practice, not perfection, but return, not flawlessness, but faithfulness, not rigid control, but responsive adjustment, again and again, coming back to what serves you. what nourishes you, what allows your hormones to dance their intricate dance. Your breathing now, is it almost imperceptible? Are you hovering in that liminal space between waking and sleeping, where thoughts dissolve into images, where logic loosens into dream, where time becomes fluid and non-linear? This is the threshold, the doorway, the space between worlds. You're safe here, held here, supported here. Nothing can harm you in this soft darkness, in this quiet depth, in this gentle dissolution of day consciousness. The hormones are working, have been working, will continue working. Melatonin saturating your system, telling every cell it's time for night processes. Cortisol at its lowest ebb, freeing you from vigilance, from alertness, from the need to respond. Growth hormone preparing to surge in the next sleep cycle, ready to repair and rebuild and restore. You don't need to think about any of this. Don't need to monitor or check or verify. It's happening automatically, autonomically, below consciousness, in the brilliant orchestration of your autonomic nervous system, in the wisdom of your endocrine system, in the intelligence of cells that have been doing this successfully for billions of years of evolution. Your only task, your only role, is to allow, to release, to surrender into the support that's already here, the mattress beneath you, the pillow cradling your head, the blanket holding warmth, the darkness protecting and concealing, the silence inviting you deeper, deeper still. Let the day go. Let the thoughts go. Let the identity go. Let even the sense of being someone who's trying to fall asleep, let that go too. Just be, just breathe, just exist. In this moment, this breath, this softness, this surrender, nothing to do, nothing to become, nothing to achieve. Just this gentle floating, this quiet drifting, this slow descent into the healing darkness where your body knows exactly what to do, and does it perfectly, completely, without any help from your conscious mind. The body keeps healing, keeps restoring, keeps seeking balance, and you keep softening, releasing, dissolving into sleep, into dreams, into the restorative darkness that births each new day, each exhale taking you deeper, each heartbeat steady and slow, each moment closer to that complete surrender where sleep finally, gently, inevitably arrives. And in this space of surrender, this place of letting go, your body continues its ancient work, continues the processes that have kept humans alive, kept them healthy, kept them resilient for hundreds of thousands of years. Morning sunlight. We spoke of it earlier, but let's return there now. In your mind, picture tomorrow morning when light begins to filter through your window, when dawn breaks soft and gradual. This light, this natural illumination, it's not just beautiful, it's medicinal, it's hormonal information, morning sunlight for hormonal reset, within the first hour of waking, ideally within 30 minutes. Step outside, even for 5 minutes. even if it's cloudy. The photons entering your eyes, hitting specialized cells in your retina. These cells send signals directly to your master clock, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, tiny cluster of cells in your hypothalamus, the timekeeper, the conductor of all circadian rhythms. And this light signal, it does several things simultaneously. It shuts off any residual melatonin, clearing the sleepiness from your system. It triggers cortisol awakening response, that natural surge of cortisol that should happen upon waking, giving you energy, alertness, readiness for the day. And it sets a timer, approximately 14 to 16 hours, for when melatonin production will begin again tonight. This is how the rhythm sustains itself. This is how your body knows when to be awake and when to sleep. Light in morning, darkness at night. The oscillation, the pulse, the tide of hormones rising and falling with the sun. Without morning light, the system drifts, loses anchoring. Melatonin lingers too long. Cortisol rises sluggishly or erratically. The internal clock becomes uncertain, hesitant, out of sync with the external world. And by evening, you might not feel tired at the right time, might not produce melatonin when darkness falls, might lie awake while your body searches for a rhythm it can't find. But with morning light, with that daily reset, everything locks into place. Your wake time becomes consistent, your energy stabilizes, your evening tiredness arrives predictably. The whole system harmonizes around this simple practice, stepping outside, facing the rising sun for just a few minutes every morning and throughout the day. Movement matters, not intense exercise necessarily, though that has its place, but general activity, walking, stretching, using your body as it was designed to be used. Walking after dinner, we mentioned this, but also walking throughout the day. Walking is medicine. It supports circulation, lymphatic drainage, digestive function, stress reduction. It helps regulate blood sugar, prevents insulin spikes after meals, supports cardiovascular health, maintains muscle tissue, stimulates bone density. Your ancestors walked miles every day, not as exercise, but as life, as transportation, as the way they moved through the world. Your body is still designed for this, still expects this, still functions better when movement is woven throughout the day rather than concentrated into one workout session. But avoiding intense exercise at night, this boundary is important. Exercise spikes cortisol, raises core temperature, activates the sympathetic nervous system, all appropriate during the day, all beneficial at the right times, but counterproductive before sleep. Exercise in morning or afternoon, when cortisol should be higher anyway, when body temperature is rising, when you want activation and energy. This aligns with natural rhythms, supports them rather than disrupting them. And then evening, let movement become gentle. Gentle stretching before bed, maybe some yoga, some slow flowing movements, some restorative poses, nothing that elevates heart rate, nothing that generates heat, just soft unwinding of tension, soft release of what the body has held all day, or simply stillness, sitting, lying down, allowing gravity to do its work, allowing muscles to soften without any active stretching at all. Sometimes the body just needs permission to stop, to be still, to rest before sleep arrives. Your feet. Let's come back to them. These foundations you walk on all day, these extremities so far from your heart, so easily forgotten and yet so crucial for sleep. Cold feet and sleep disruption. This is real. This is physiological. When your feet are cold, blood vessels constrict, circulation decreases. Your body interprets this as danger, as exposure, as not safe. It maintains alertness, maintains some level of activation, prevents deep sleep from occurring. But warm feet, warm foot baths before bed, this signals safety, signals comfort, signals that you're protected, sheltered, able to rest. The warmth dilates blood vessels, increases circulation, helps lower core body temperature through that paradoxical mechanism where warming extremities allows core to cool. A simple ritual, a basin of warm water, maybe Epsom salts dissolving, magnesium absorbing through the soles of your feet, sitting for 10 minutes, 15, feeling the warmth radiate upward, feeling tension dissolve, feeling readiness for sleep settle into your bones, or warm socks if foot baths aren't practical. Clean soft socks, natural fibers, worn just for sleeping. Your feet wrapped in warmth, in comfort, in that signal of safety that helps the nervous system shift into parasympathetic mode. And during the day, barefoot grounding, this practice of touching earth, of walking on grass or soil or sand without barrier. There's something here, something science is still exploring, but something traditional cultures have always known. The earth has electrical charge, subtle but measurable, and modern life insulates us from this. Rubber-soled shoes, synthetic materials, indoor living. We rarely touch ground directly, rarely complete that circuit, rarely discharge the positive ions that accumulate from electromagnetic exposure, from electronics, from the artificial environment we inhabit. But when you walk barefoot on earth, when you stand on grass or dirt or natural stone, electrons flow, voltage normalizes, inflammation may decrease, cortisol rhythms may improve, sleep quality often enhances. The mechanism isn't fully understood, but the effects are observed, measured, documented. Just minutes a day, barefoot on natural ground, weather permitting. It costs nothing, requires nothing, offers potential benefits that cost nothing to explore. Another simple practice, another alignment with natural rhythms, another way of remembering you're an organism evolved in relationship with earth, with sun, with natural cycles. But temperature extremes during the day, hot and cold contrast, This too has hormonal effects. Sauna, if you have access, or hot bath, raising core temperature significantly, stressing the system beneficially. Then cold exposure, cold shower, cold plunge, the sharp contrast, the metabolic activation, the hormonal surge. This practice, and done earlier in the day, morning or afternoon, it can boost growth hormone, improve insulin sensitivity, enhance circulation, reduce inflammation, strengthen stress resilience, but never at night, never close to bedtime. The activation is too strong, too stimulating. It would prevent the evening wind down that sleep requires. Morning cold exposure especially, even just finishing your shower with cold water, 30 seconds, 1 minute. This can help cortisol awakening response, can enhance alertness and energy, can reduce that morning grogginess. But it must be morning, must be when you want activation, when you want to feel awake and alive and energized. Timing matters, context matters. The same practice that benefits you at one time of day can disrupt you at another. This is the wisdom of circadian medicine, of chronobiology, knowing not just what to do, but when to do it. And what you drink matters as much as what you eat. Hydration earlier in the day, this is the pattern. Water upon waking, water throughout morning and afternoon. Adequate intake so that by evening you're well hydrated, but then limiting fluids late at night. The goal? Not waking to urinate, not having full bladder interrupt your sleep cycles, interrupt growth hormone release, interrupt deep sleep stages. Most people need to stop drinking, or drink only sips, 2 to 3 hours before bed. This prevents the middle of night bathroom trips that fragment sleep, that reduce sleep quality even if you fall back asleep quickly. And the water you drink, pure water, filtered if possible, free of chlorine and fluoride and contaminants that burden the liver and endocrine system. Water with a pinch of natural salt, sea salt or Himalayan, providing minerals, providing the electrolytes that support cellular hydration, that support adrenal function, that help water actually get into cells rather than passing straight through. Natural salt balance, not excess sodium, not refined table salt, but adequate mineral-rich salt. This supports blood pressure regulation, supports stress hormone production, supports the thousands of electrical processes that depend on sodium-potassium balance across cell membranes. Your body needs salt, craves salt, especially if you're avoiding processed foods which are loaded with refined sodium. If eating whole foods exclusively, you need to add salt consciously, liberally. Listen to your body. Trust your cravings. It knows what it needs. Fermented foods, we touched on these, but let's go deeper. Sauerkraut, kimchi, traditional pickles, yogurt, kefir. These foods teeming with beneficial bacteria, with probiotics that colonize your gut, that support digestion, that produce vitamins, that communicate with your immune system, that influence your hormones, Fermented foods in moderation, not huge amounts, just a forkful or two with meals. This provides diversity, provides bacterial strains that support gut health and hormone signaling. The gut microbiome, that ecosystem of trillions of organisms living in your intestines. They're not separate from you. They're part of you. They influence serotonin production, influence mood, influence immune function, influence how you metabolize hormones, influence inflammation levels throughout your body. Gut health and hormone signaling, inseparable. When your gut is inflamed, when beneficial bacteria are depleted, when intestinal lining is damaged, hormone signaling becomes distorted. Receptors don't work properly. Neurotransmitters don't get produced adequately. Old hormones get reabsorbed instead of eliminated. The whole system becomes less efficient, less responsive, less balanced. But when gut is healthy, when microbiome is diverse, when intestinal lining is intact, everything improves. Mood stabilizes, energy increases, sleep deepens, hormones balance more easily. The gut is called the second brain for good reason. It's producing chemicals, sending signals, influencing every system, constantly, continuously, and antibiotics, while sometimes necessary, while sometimes life-saving, they devastate gut microbiome. They don't discriminate between harmful bacteria and beneficial bacteria. They kill broadly, indiscriminately, leaving the gut depleted, vulnerable, needing months or years to fully recover. Avoiding antibiotics when unnecessary, and this is wise. Not avoiding them when truly needed. Not rejecting medical intervention when appropriate, but questioning whether every infection requires antibiotics, whether the body might resolve it naturally with rest and support, whether the long-term cost to gut health is worth the short-term benefit. And when antibiotics are necessary, rebuilding gut health afterward becomes crucial. Fermented foods, prebiotics, probiotics, bone broth, gelatin, all the traditional gut healing foods and practices give your microbiome time and resources to recover, to rebuild, to re-establish the diversity and balance that health requires. Regular bowel movements. We mentioned this earlier, but it deserves emphasis. Daily elimination, ideally once or twice per day. This is baseline health. This is your body removing waste, removing toxins, removing old hormones that have been processed by the liver, removing metabolic byproducts that need to leave. When elimination is sluggish, when you're constipated, when days pass between bowel movements, all that waste sits in your colon. Water gets reabsorbed, toxins get reabsorbed, old hormones get reabsorbed back into circulation, creating hormonal imbalances, creating symptoms, creating the need for more detoxification, creating a vicious cycle. But fiber-rich whole foods, vegetables, fruits, properly prepared whole grains if you tolerate them, these create bulk, create movement, support regular elimination, and adequate water, and adequate salt, and adequate healthy fats. All these support bowel function, support that daily cleansing that keeps hormones from accumulating, keeps the detoxification pathways flowing. Your elimination, it's not gross, it's not something to ignore or be embarrassed about. It's fundamental, it's information. It tells you how your digestion is working, how your hormones are flowing, whether your body is eliminating properly or struggling. Pay attention. Notice patterns. Adjust your diet and habits based on what you observe, and sun exposure throughout the day, not just morning, but also midday if possible. Vitamin D production, that hormone that's made in your skin when ultraviolet light hits it. This vitamin that's not really a vitamin but a hormone precursor, crucial for immune function, for mood, for bone health, for cardiovascular health, for cancer prevention, for hormone production. Sun exposure and vitamin D, the natural immune hormone connection. When you have adequate vitamin D, your immune system functions better, and when your immune system functions well, your hormones balance more easily. The systems support each other, reinforce each other, create upward spirals of health rather than downward spirals of dysfunction. Most people are deficient in vitamin D, especially those living far from equator, especially those with darker skin, especially those who work indoors, especially in winter months when sun is weak and exposure is minimal. This deficiency, it's not trivial. It impacts everything: mood, energy, sleep, hormones, immunity, bone density, cardiovascular health. Get sunshine as much as you safely can, without burning, without excessive exposure, but regular moderate exposure, face and arms at minimum, more if possible and appropriate. Let your skin make what it was designed to make. Let the sun do what it was meant to do. Support your health, support your hormones, support your life. Simplicity. We keep returning to this word, this concept, this way of being. Simplicity in lifestyle, not as deprivation, not as poverty, but as clarity, as focus, as removing what's unnecessary so what's essential can flourish. Simple meals, simple sleep routines, simple movement practices, simple stress management. This isn't about being boring, isn't about being rigid. It's about removing the clutter, the confusion, the overwhelm that comes from too many choices, too many supplements, too many protocols, too many conflicting health messages. Your body doesn't need complexity. It needs consistency. It needs basics done well. It needs whole food, needs darkness at night, needs movement during day, needs stress reduction, needs connection, needs purpose, needs rest. The fundamentals, done regularly, done well. This is enough. This is more than enough. And rest days for hormonal balance. Not just sleep, but days of less activity, days of recovery, days when you don't push, don't strive, don't demand maximum performance from your body. These days, they're not lazy, they're not wasted. They're when adaptation occurs, when your body integrates what you've asked of it, when strength builds, when hormones recalibrate. Avoiding chronic busyness, this might be the most radical act in modern culture. Saying no, creating space, protecting margins, allowing empty time, unscheduled time, time when nothing is planned and nothing needs doing. This space, this emptiness, it's where restoration happens, where creativity emerges, where hormones find balance, where the nervous system finally releases its grip. Busyness itself is a stressor, creates cortisol, depletes adrenals, fragments attention, prevents deep rest. Even when you enjoy what you're doing, even when activities are positive, the sheer volume, the constant switching, the lack of pause, it takes a toll. It accumulates. It dysregulates hormones over time. Create space. Protect rest. Value doing nothing as much as you value doing something. Your hormones will thank you. Your nervous system will settle. Your sleep will deepen. Your energy will stabilize, all from simply stopping, resting, being rather than doing, and reading before bed. If you read, let it be calming material. Avoiding news at night, absolutely. News is engineered to activate, to alarm, to trigger fear and urgency. It raises cortisol, stimulates stress response, plants anxious thoughts right when you need calm. But poetry, nature writing, philosophy, fiction that transports rather than disturbs, these can be gentle transitions, soft bridges from waking consciousness to sleep. The act of reading itself, eyes moving across page, can be meditative, can be soothing, can help the mind settle from its racing thoughts. Or gentle music, instrumental, slow tempo, no lyrics that engage cognitive processing, just sound, vibration, frequency, washing over you, through you. Music that matches heart rate or slightly slower, helping cardiac rhythm slow, helping breath deepen, helping consciousness drift. Or silence, simply silence. No music, no reading, no input, just darkness and quiet and stillness. Just you and breath and the soft dissolution into sleep. Silence before sleep. This is its own kind of nourishment, its own kind of medicine. In a world so full of noise, of constant stimulation, silence becomes precious, becomes necessary, becomes the space where hormones can whisper their subtle signals without being drowned out. And lying here now, in this moment, can you feel how heavy your body has become? How your limbs sink into the mattress as though made of lead? How even the thought of moving seems impossibly distant, impossibly difficult. This heaviness, this is your body preparing. This is muscles releasing, nerves quieting, consciousness dimming. All the systems we've discussed, all the hormones we've named, they're working now, orchestrating this transition, this sacred passage from waking to sleeping, from doing to being, from conscious to unconscious. Your pineal gland, that tiny pine cone-shaped structure deep in your brain, It's releasing melatonin in steady streams, saturating your system, signaling to every cell. Night has fully arrived. Repair can begin. Regeneration can commence. Your adrenal glands, those stress responders, they're finally quiet, finally resting, finally recovering from the day's demands. The cortisol that pushed you through challenges, that kept you alert and responsive, it's dropped to its lowest levels, leaving space for softer hormones, gentler processes, healing rather than doing. Your pituitary gland, master conductor, it's preparing to release growth hormone, that surge that comes in deep sleep, that rebuilds what the day broke down, that heals what was damaged, that maintains what was built, all in the dark hours, all in the unconscious hours, all without any effort from you. And your gut, quiet now, empty now, resting now. It's completed its digestive work hours ago, cleared its contents, cleaned its lining, sent the migrating motor complex sweeping through, removing debris, maintaining boundaries, preventing bacterial overgrowth, all because you gave it space, gave it time, gave it the fasting window it needed to do this crucial maintenance. Your liver, working steadily beneath your ribs, filtering, processing, breaking down, transforming. It's in peak detoxification mode now, removing what accumulated during day, packaging waste for morning elimination, clearing old hormones so fresh ones can be made tomorrow. All the support you gave it, the early dinner, the bitter foods, the adequate protein, the avoidance of alcohol, all of it allowing the liver to excel at its nighttime tasks. Your skin, cell division accelerating, repair processes activating, collagen production increasing, using the darkness, the rest, the horizontal position, the increased blood flow to rebuild, to heal, to maintain the barrier that protects you from the world. Beauty sleep isn't myth, it's biology. It's hormones working in darkness to restore what light degraded. The temperature in the room, cool air moving gently, keeping your core temperature dropping as it needs to for deep sleep. The darkness, complete or nearly complete, protecting melatonin production, allowing the pineal gland to work without interference. The silence, or soft sounds, nothing jarring, nothing alerting, just the ambient hum of night, of stillness, of rest. All these environmental factors, all these lifestyle choices, all these dietary decisions, they've created conditions, optimal conditions, for what your body does naturally, for what it's been trying to do, for what it can finally do when you stop interfering, stop disrupting, stop overriding its wisdom. You don't heal sleep. Sleep heals you. You don't create hormonal balance. Hormonal balance creates itself when you remove obstacles, when you provide raw materials, when you align with natural rhythms. Your body knows how, has always known how, will always know how, if you let it, if you trust it, if you support it. And tomorrow morning, when light filters through your window, When consciousness gradually returns, when you open your eyes to a new day, you'll wake different than you went to sleep. Cells will have divided, tissues will have been repaired, memories will have been consolidated, emotions will have been processed, hormones will have been rebalanced, all in the dark hours, all in the unconscious hours, all while you simply rested. This is the magic, the miracle, the mystery of sleep. You do nothing and everything gets done. You let go completely, and healing occurs automatically. You surrender control, and your body demonstrates its profound intelligence, its inherent wisdom, its remarkable capacity to restore itself. Morning sunlight will reset your clock, will start the cycle again. Cortisol will rise appropriately, melatonin will cease, alertness will return, and 14 hours later, when darkness falls again, the whole dance will repeat. Melatonin will rise, cortisol will fall, sleep will arrive, healing will commence, the rhythm, the pulse, the eternal oscillation between activity and rest, between doing and being, between waking and sleeping. This is not just about tonight, not just about this one sleep. It's about establishing pattern, creating rhythm, building the consistency that allows hormones to trust, to predict, to optimize their timing and amplitude. Consistent sleep schedules, consistent meal timing, consistent morning light exposure, consistent evening darkness. The body loves this predictability, craves this reliability, functions best when it can anticipate, can prepare, can synchronize all its internal clocks to external rhythms that don't constantly shift and change. And yet, flexibility exists within structure. You can adjust, can adapt, can respond to life's demands while maintaining the general pattern. The goal isn't rigidity, isn't perfection, isn't stress about following rules. The goal is alignment, is support, is working with your body rather than against it. Most of the time, in most circumstances, with compassion for yourself when circumstances prevent ideal choices. Your breath now, barely perceptible, the softest whisper of air, in and out, in and out. The space between breaths growing, lengthening, that pause, that stillness, that gap where something infinite touches something mortal. You're dissolving, boundaries softening, sense of separate self fading, just awareness, pure awareness, hovering, floating, drifting in darkness, in silence, in the vast spaciousness that exists between thoughts, between identities, between the story of who you are and the direct experience of simply being. Nothing to defend here, nothing to prove here, nothing to become here. Just this moment, this breath, this softness, this peace. This is enough. You're enough, right now, exactly as you are, with all your imperfections, with all your struggles, with all your humanness. You are enough. Your body is enough. It's working for you, loving you, healing you, right now, always. And if thoughts arise, if worries surface, If plans for tomorrow interrupt, let them. Don't fight them. Don't judge them. Just notice them, like clouds drifting across sky. They come, they go. They're not you. They're just phenomena, just mental events, just passing weather in the vast sky of consciousness. You don't have to solve anything right now. Don't have to figure anything out. Don't have to make any decisions. All of that can wait. Morning will come soon enough. Tomorrow will arrive with its demands and opportunities. But right now, right here, in this dark, quiet space, you're released from all of that, freed from all responsibilities, all roles, all obligations. Just be, just breathe, just exist in this healing darkness, in this restful stillness, in this gentle letting go of everything you've been holding all day long. The body keeps healing, hormones keep flowing, melatonin keeps rising, cortisol keeps falling, growth hormone preparing to surge, insulin finding its perfect balance, thyroid aligning with darkness, sex hormones restoring through sleep stages, adrenals recovering, liver detoxifying, gut resting and repairing, skin rebuilding, brain consolidating memories and processing emotions. All of this happening now, in you, through you, without any conscious effort, without any thinking or planning or doing. Just the profound intelligence of your body doing what it's done for billions of years of evolution, what it will continue doing, as long as you provide what it needs. Darkness, stillness, safety, rest, hormones and deep sleep. This is the foundation. This is the medicine. This is the healing modality that costs nothing, requires no prescription, needs no approval. It's always available, always accessible, always waiting for you to simply stop, lie down, close your eyes, and allow, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, through the wisdom of the body, through the rhythms that sustain life, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. The body keeps healing. Hormones and deep sleep restore balance. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the endless night, where repair never ceases, where restoration continues eternally, where your body remembers what it's always known, how to heal, how to balance, how to thrive. Just keep drifting, keep floating, keep softening into the darkness, into the quiet, into the peace that passes understanding, into the healing that occurs when you finally are completely let go. The body continues to heal. Hormones and deep sleep restore balance, and we'll keep floating, moving together through the body, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, through the night, through the healing night, forever drifting, forever healing, forever rest,